trust myself. I need you to make it turn. I know. Will you follow me when the sky starts to change? Yeah, we won't be afraid. We'll never be the same again. Will you follow me? We won't leave it to chance. We can't wait on the back. We'll never be the same again. I could keep the light from turning into darkness. You'd be my escape. What have we been told? Easy to unfold. Future might seem out of reach, but we're getting close. Will you follow me when the sky starts to change? Yeah, we won't be afraid. We'll never be the same again. Will you follow me? We won't leave it to chance. We can't wait on the back. We'll never be the same again. Will you follow me when the sky starts to change? Yeah, we won't be afraid. We'll never be the same again. Will you follow me when the sky starts to change? Yeah, we won't be afraid. We'll never be the same again. Will you follow me? We won't leave it to chance. We can't wait on the back. We'll never be the same
You're streaming with the Fantasy Follow. It's Tuesday. That means it's waiver time in fantasy football. We are here with our top 5 waiver wire players to add this week, and it starts right now. It's a big day of football. You can do this. Make those good decisions. There's never a better time than this week. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Fantasy Follow. This is the TFF Live Waiver Tuesday show. So glad to have you guys with us. We are here to bring you our top 5 waiver wire players to target this week, along with some bonus ads. And of course, in addition to our content, as always, we are here for your live chats, answering your fantasy football questions all show long. So even if we are doing other content, feel free to drop us a chat and we will get to those as soon as we can. In addition, if you're watching on replay, be sure to leave your comments below. We want to hear from you. What are your thoughts about this week's waiver wire players, or just your general fantasy football thoughts? Either way, let's get right into it. I see a couple early chats here. Before we start the chats, since this is the Waiver Tuesday show and this is the basis of our show, we want to get to that content first tonight, and then we will go right to the chats after that. So let's talk about the Fantasy Follow. We're going to talk about our top 5 waiver wire players to target for week 5 of fantasy football. Let's waste no time and start right out with number 1. It's going to be Damian Williams from the Chicago Bears, running back. David Montgomery injured. Reports are starting to come out on how long or how much time expected to miss for Montgomery. The last I heard, it's somewhere in the 4 or 5 week range. You expect Damian Williams to get the bulk of the volume there with Montgomery out. So that makes Williams, to me, the clear-cut number 1 pick on the waiver wire this week. I am guessing this is going to be one of those weeks where not only with Williams, but actually as I researched the waiver wire players today, I think this is a very deep waiver wire this week. I think there are a lot of players that are in play to be picked up. So I expect some movement on the priority list for all of your leagues. But I do think that Williams is going to go to that person with that number 1 priority in almost every situation. I feel like if you have that priority, you should probably be picking this guy up, even if you don't necessarily feel you need him right away. You're talking about an every week bulk of the volume player for several weeks. You never know what happens in your league, so you want to get somebody like this and put them on your roster. So similar to what we saw with Chuba Hubbard before, this one looking like it could be even a few more weeks. I think worth an add for all of you who have the opportunity to get him. Even if you don't have that number 1, you should be putting in a claim to try to grab this guy. I think he's going to have some definite impact over the next few weeks. And we will say we always like to talk about the outlook in terms of his run of games coming up in the next few weeks. So for Williams, playing the Raiders this week, giving up the 7th most fantasy points to the running back spot. And then he's got Green Bay, Tampa Bay, and San Francisco, 17, 26, and 10 in that order. So a really good start, especially the first week. But nonetheless, regardless of the matchups, you expect someone like Williams to get the volume there. And volume is king in fantasy football, as you guys all know. So Damian Williams, number 1 this week in terms of our top 5 waiver wire players to target. Number 2, second week in a row, we talked about this guy, Dalton Schultz. From the Dallas Cowboys. If you didn't pick him up last week, Schultz had another nice game last week for the Cowboys there. Let's look at where do I have his stats here. 8 targets, 6 catches, 58 yards with a touchdown. And Schultz so far this season, if you look at what he's done over the course of 4 games, his targets 6, 2, 7, and 8. And his fantasy points 11, 4, 26, and 18. 3 out of 4 weeks in the top over 10 fantasy points at the tight end spot. Tough to come by. He's had 2 top 12s. Where he's actually been a TE1 for the week. He is currently tight end 4 overall for this season. Still available in a bunch of leagues out there, currently rostered in 33% of all leagues. Again, when we talk about the top 5 waiver wire players, we are only researching players that are currently rostered in less than 50% of all leagues. So for sure, there could be players in your individual leagues which are above that number, which might still be available. But for our purposes, we're talking under 50. And Dalton Schultz at the tight end spot, I still feel out of all the players that are out there, probably has the best rest of season outlook among everybody else. Not to say that there aren't others in play. There are a lot of tight ends that we're talking about this week. So I've got Dalton Schultz, number 2 on the top 5 waiver wire prospects this week. Number 3, how can you ignore this guy at this point? Sam Darnold from the Panthers, currently rostered in 37% of all leagues. We've seen some really nice play from Sam Darnold. And in terms of a streaming quarterback at this point, he is certainly in play, in my opinion. Last week, 301 yards, 2 touchdowns through the air. He had 2 touchdowns on the ground, 33.54 fantasy points. He was the overall quarterback 1 for the week against Dallas, and he is overall for the season QB5 at this point. So I don't think you can ignore Sam Darnold at this point anymore. He's had over 300 or more yards in 3 of his 4 games, and his fantasy points in order, 19, 20, 25, and 34. He's got 5 rush touchdowns for the year. So at minimum, I think Sam Darnold is a nice streaming option at this point. And in terms of, I always like to look at the next 4 games for these guys that we talk about, because there's nothing worse than picking up a guy on the waiver wire and not looking at his matchups and finding out all of a sudden awful matchups and how are you going to play him, especially if you use your priority on a guy like this. Darnold, Philly, Minnesota, the Giants, and Atlanta. So in order, those numbers in terms of the fantasy points allowed to the quarterback spot, 16, 17, 9, and 3. So 2 matchups right in the middle, and then the 2 really nice match after that at 9 and 3 in terms of fantasy points allowed to quarterbacks. So Sam Darnold, player you got to be thinking about at this point at the quarterback spot. Number 4 on our list this week, another tight end, and it's Dawson Knox. Again, we've talked about Dawson Knox before. Another nice game this past week, 2 touchdowns against Houston, 21 fantasy points. He did have 8 targets again. As you look at Knox's usage so far this season in terms of targets, 4, 3, 5, 8 in that order, and fantasy points 8, 10, 15, 21. So again, another tight end with double digits in 3 of 4 weeks. He has had 3 top 12s, 3 weeks in the top 12 at the tight end spot, and he is currently overall 6th among all tight ends. So I certainly think that Dawson Knox is still out there. He's rostered in a few more leagues, 47% right now, but he may still be out there in your league. And again, a great matchup in terms of the numbers this week, playing Kansas City, currently allowing the 7th most fantasy points to the tight end spot. So last week, the matchup was the 4th most, and he had a great game. Let's see if Dawson Knox can turn it on again this week, especially in what we would think would be a high-scoring game with plenty of passing volume, some decent opportunity there again for Knox as a potential tight end streamer for your team. And at number 5 on this list, we've got Samaje Perine for the Cincinnati Bengals, currently only rostered in 2% of all leagues. And again, the reason for Perine here is the injury to Joe Mixon. It does sound like they are classifying Mixon as day-to-day, but that really doesn't bode well for at least this week. So certainly some opportunity at the running back spot here for someone like Perine, although probably a shorter-term run. But nonetheless, as we look at the upcoming games for Perine, Green Bay, Detroit, Baltimore, and the Jets. And in terms of the numbers to the running back spot, 17-2, 14-1. So right in the middle this week. But if Perine did perhaps get the play more than 1 week, again, you expect Perine to get all the volume basically there without no Joe Mixon. So after this week, a number 2, and then a couple weeks after that, number 1, probably not that long-term of an injury. It doesn't look like for Mixon. But nonetheless, if you're in need of a running back at this time, and remember, bye weeks are starting soon, these are the players that we're thinking about right now. Those are your top 5 waiver wire players for this week. Again, let's look at the rundown. Damian Williams, number 1, currently rostered at 8% of all leagues. A good 4 or 5 weeks is what's expected for Williams. Dalton Schultz has been playing well, probably still out there on your waiver wire. Sam Darnold for the Panthers, hard to ignore at this point. Dawson Knox, another tight end for the Bills. And then Samaje Perine for the Cincinnati Bengals. Those are your top 5. We have some bonus names for you as well. But before we get to the bonus players, we are going to get into our chat, and that's what we like to do. So we're going to spend some time with the chats as we always do, and we will certainly get back to the remainder of our content at some point. But always the chats take precedence, and we'd like to get those as soon as we can. So let's start out right in order. We are going to get the Queek here first, one of our regulars. Welcome back to Queek. You got a trade question for us tonight. You want to know trade Dalvin Cook for Edmonds, Hopkins, and Mike Davis. My question here, the Queek, is: do you feel like you need to add depth to your team? If so, then this is a nice play for you to add some depth. You're picking up a top line receiver, obviously without knowing the rest of your roster. A top line receiver, Chase Edmonds, who we've researched a couple times on live streams, has been very consistent this year. I don't think there's any problem with thinking about a Chase Edmonds in anybody's lineup at this point as a very solid flex or / RB2 option. Mike Davis, I think of all these guys, is a little bit more of a question mark. But again, you're adding depth. You're basically picking up 2 running backs here for your 1 in Dalvin Cook, and then you're picking up a top line receiver in DeAndre Hopkins. I think this is a very fair deal. It just comes down to what do you need most on your roster. Again, I always say you guys know your rosters as well as anybody. Obviously, there are some concerns on Dalvin Cook's side in terms of injuries. I don't think that's necessarily the reason you make this trade. Again, if I'm wrong on this one, the Queek, I'm assuming that I'm reading this right, that you are saying you're trading away Dalvin Cook and picking up Edmonds, Hopkins, and Mike Davis. I'm assuming that's what you're going to say. If I have it wrong, you can always hit me up back in the chat to say, no, you got it the other way. But at any rate, I think the injury concern is not really the reason to make this deal. I'm sure Dalvin Cook is fine at some point. I think that this week they probably just wanted to ease him back in. But in terms of what you're picking up a real top receiver to bolster your receiver core and a player who's been really solid in Edmonds. If you look at Edmonds' numbers, as I will right now, on a PPR, which I always base everything on a PPR basis, currently Chase Edmonds, where does he fall on the list here? He's currently RB12. So that's right at the, at an RB1 level. He's currently 12th overall. And again, we talked about this before. So consistent this year. The pass catching ability certainly adds to his floor, but his fantasy points in order, 15, 13, 15, and 18. So you're getting a guy, if he can continue that production, is very nice for you. Now, I will say this. As you look at his run of games so far, 3 out of his first 4 games show up in green. So that means that he has had some nice matchups going in. 2 out of his next 4 games are in the red. San Francisco, Cleveland, the very next 2 weeks. And the other 2 are just in the middle. So you would think that it's possibility that does come back a little bit. But when you even compare this to, let's see if I can find Cook. Dalvin Cook obviously has missed time. But in the games that Cook has played, 20 fantasy points in week 1, 17 fantasy points in week 2. We know that Dalvin Cook is going to put up some huge games along the way. But in terms of what they've done so far, and this is what we need to base things on, is the data. It's not like there's a huge downfall between Cook and Edmonds. Now, okay, Cook is not going to split time once he's healthy. And Edmondson is always going to be splitting time with Connor. But the fact that he is the pass catcher obviously helps his floor. And certainly if you're playing in a PPR league, that helps his value for you as well. So really the only question in this trade is that you're taking a little bit of a step down from Cook to Edmonds. And is that step down worth the Hopkins step up? And I do feel the Queek that you obviously would value that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be thinking about this in the first place. So I would say if that's the case, Hopkins, we expect to have better days, a couple of down games for him. I don't think that's going to continue. I think he's going to be just fine. I think this is a very fair deal and certainly a trade that you could make the Queek to bolster your roster, giving you a little more depth as we move into the bye weeks as well. I think that benefits you. This is the real meat of the schedule. You know, a lot of times you get off to a little bit of a rough start, but if you are the type of player who can manage a roster with some depth, you may find some advantages as you roll through that bye week section of the year where other teams that are very top heavy start to struggle. So obviously this move takes you from a top heavy team to a team with more depth. I like it in that way, the Queek, and I think you can definitely make this move. I think it is fair completely for you. Good luck with that, the Queek. Hope that helps out, and let us know how it ends up working out for you. Rob Navarro, one of our regulars, is here. Rob says, yo, and he drops the Tyreek Hill deuces. Appreciate that, Rob. Glad to have you back with us. Let's see who is up next here. Rob has a question next. You say drop Saints defense for Cowboys or Cardinals PPR. I don't think to me that the Saints have had. I picked up New Orleans as a defense this past week only as a streaming option. My intention in picking them up was not as an all year team. I find that the more competitive of a league that you play, the more it is to your advantage to stream defenses. It's kind of like they are the third ranked defense right now in terms of fantasy points. I just find there are too many weeks where it's frustrating if you are trying to play the same defense straight through and you run up against an opponent who is streaming their defenses and it ends up costing you matchups. I just hate that. I would rather personally be able to roll with the same defense all year. But I think the more competitive your league is, the more of a disadvantage you get into in that situation. The Saints, their fantasy points, 15, 6, 20, and 2. So they've been really good. The week 3 against New England was a week that was in the green. They got a lot of red coming up here. Washington in the red, then a bye week. Seattle in the red, Tampa in the red. 3 out of their next 4 games in the red. So tougher matchups coming up. When we compare that to the Cowboys, are a team that have been talked about a lot. I don't know how I completely feel about this team yet. Their fantasy production, 7, 7, 13, and 8. Their matchups coming up, Giants in the red, New England in the green, bye week, Minnesota in the red. So 2 out of the next 4 weeks in the red. Again, when you're talking about defenses, a lot of times it's more about who you're playing against than the actual team themselves. And Arizona, currently the number 2 overall fantasy defense. 16, 1, 21, and 5 in that order. 2 out of their next 4 matchups in the red. Again, weeks 7 and 8. This week, San Francisco is right in the middle, and Cleveland in the green in week 6. Again, when I talk about red and green, just basically it's very simple. In the green means that team is giving up more points fantasy-wise, and in the red means that they are not giving up as many points. So I do think there are probably going to be some streaming options out there from week to week if you prefer to go that route. That might be better off either way. If you're looking for just one defense to pick and stick with, I'm thinking that I probably go just because of the fact that we like the fact that the Cowboys are playing better, but we still have such hesitation from as bad as their defense was last year. And I did hear some reports about some defensive turmoil in terms of their roster that just happened today. So I probably would narrow that choice down to New Orleans and the Cardinals. But again, defense is such a moving target. If you were looking for one, I think either one of those 2 at this point, I think that you're going to have likely more higher scoring games involving Arizona. So if that makes a difference at all and sways you towards New Orleans, I think those 2 teams are pretty close. Obviously, when you look at the stats, they're number 2 and number 3 overall. If you like looking at it that way, then either one of them is probably fine. Dallas is currently 5. I probably would look towards either Arizona or New Orleans, whichever one you are more comfortable with at this point. But in terms of the upcoming matchups, again, a lot of red for New Orleans. Not quite as much red for Arizona, but still not great. That probably would lead me a little bit towards Arizona. And I will say this: if you want to look even further forward into the playoff weeks, all of the playoff weeks for Arizona are in the red. 5 straight weeks, week 14 through 18. Rams, Detroit, Indianapolis, Dallas, Seattle. All of those teams considered in the bottom of fantasy points they're giving up once you get to their playoffs. The Saints, their playoff run is not nearly as difficult. 15 is in the red, but 16 and 17 are in the middle. So that might make your choice one way or the other. So again, I guess, Rob, if you're a regular here, you know that sometimes my answers are not a clear-cut this or that. More information-wise to help you make the decision that helps you out the best. But I think of these three teams, probably narrow it down to two, New Orleans and the Cardinals. And then whichever part of that sways you, then make that decision on that. Certainly the Saints and the Cardinals are both ranked very high right now. Hope that helps you out, Rob. Good luck with those choices. Let me see if there are any follow-ups here. I do see follow-ups on other topics, so I'm going to go through in order, and I'll hit those next up. Bill Romanowski is here, one of our regulars. Welcome, Bill. You say hello, and I say hello back. Of course, one of our leaders on the sixth game. We'll talk about that sometime later in the show, but we'll get through all these chats first before we start talking about our other stuff. I'd rather get to these all first. Let's see what we got here. 10-inch to – okay, hold on. Let me make sure I'm saying this right. 10-inch to MFN. I should probably not be struggling to figure out exactly what that is, and at the same time, I might just as well just leave it there. I'll go ahead and just welcome you to the stream, 10-inch. Glad to have you here. Here's what you say. You say, you look at a new viewer, so glad to have you with us. Own Robert Woods and Jalen Hurts. Who are you prioritizing out of Lance, Van Jefferson, and Jamison Crowder? That's a good question, and these are players that I've actually researched this week. I definitely researched Trey Lance in terms of waiver wire stats. There's obviously not a lot to go with on Lance other than the fact that he played pretty well this week. When you compare that to what Justin Fields did when he started out, there's an obvious difference there. Trey Lance did seem more able to step right in and have some reasonable production. And, of course, his run game gives you a nicer floor in terms of the quarterbacks. Van Jefferson, a little bit of a question mark to me because his production there, it's target-wise seems to be right in the same range as Woods, which you wouldn't have expected going into the year. But that being said, I still I'm very hesitant on Robert Woods at this point. But which of those two guys do I feel has the more reasonable chance over the course of the entire season to see more volume? I still think it's Woods, even though I'm definitely down on Woods and the spots that I have him in, trying my best to move away from him. Not as a drop, but as some sort of a trade. I'm just not comfortable at this point with the amount of workload that he's got there. In that offense for the Rams. I would say Jamison Crowder probably ahead of Van Jefferson to me. And I would think I would probably put him ahead of Trey Lance as well at this point, only because of the factor that we really don't know for sure if we're going to need to see what happens with Lance, I guess is the best way to put it. If he plays this week with Garoppolo hurt, again, this is opportunity for a big game that he could take over a job. He definitely is a player that you could think about putting on your roster now if you want to get him ahead of time before everybody tries to get him. But I don't think you're certainly not going to start him. And even if you do get him, it's going to be between him and Hurts. There are going to be very few weeks to me. I really like Jalen Hurts a whole lot. I think he's such a nice floor with his run game. We've seen good production out of him already between last year and this year. I would be hard-pressed to find weeks, unless the matchups were really skewed one way or the other, that I would be thinking about sitting a Hurts for a Lance. Now, that being said, who knows what happens? If Lance comes out and looks just unbelievably great, things are different. Kind of hard to predict whether or not that's going to happen. But in terms of a pickup right now that helps you out the most, I'd probably say Jamison Crowder. In his first week back, he didn't make my top 5 this week, but he did have 9 targets, 7 catches, 61 yards, and a touchdown this past week against Tennessee. He does have a pretty nice run of games this week against Atlanta, who are giving up the 7th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. And he's got a bye week after that, and then a couple of more difficult matchups after that. New England, Cincinnati, 29-16. But I think that he is definitely, you would expect to be a guy that continues to see a lot of volume in that offense as he has in past years. Probably not going to be your big play guy, but if you're in a PPR league, you're taking those catches and taking them to the bank basically at that point. So I think you've got a better chance right now of seeing Crowder impact your team than these other guys, because I think it's going to be rare that you're going to go away from Hurts for anybody else. So I wouldn't think about, trying to replace him necessarily at this point. It's just kind of a flyer on Lance. The guy that you really need help with is Robert Woods. We all do. All of us that have Robert Woods on rosters are trying to find help wherever we can. And so I think Jamison Crowder benefits you the best there. Hope that helps you out, 10-inch, and welcome to the stream. Let's see. Let me see a follow-up here. I'm going to read this one. You say, you feel like I got to go with Van Jefferson because I just traded for Woods, basically guaranteed the WR2 for an elite offense. Also pretty loaded at wide receiver, Ridley, Deontay. Okay, you got good shape, so you don't need Crowder to start. In that case, yeah, then you can. I understand where that argument makes some sense here because you're basically looking for things to kind of play out and figure out whether it's Woods or Jefferson. And once you feel more comfortable on which one it is on an every week basis, you could put that guy in there. So, yeah, I can understand that argument as well. And you say, do agree Crowder over Van Jefferson in a straight up basis. And then you say Van Woods have high WR2 upside if Kupp ever got hurt. I definitely agree with that. So, yeah, this is why I appreciate you throwing in some more information about the rosters because that absolutely does help information-wise. In answering the question, I'm essentially first looking at just without knowing anything else, and that's kind of where I landed on that. So I think we're probably thinking about the same way on these, but in your particular situation, there is certainly a way that it makes more sense to go the direction that you're going. So I can definitely understand that, and I can definitely say that on the rosters where I have Robert Woods in my own leagues, I've kind of been thinking the same way about, I wonder if Van Jefferson has enough volume to think about making that switch as well. The good news is I think that Van Jefferson, you're probably going to be able to get him without using your waiver priority. My guess is that he doesn't go, and it's certainly possible that it's going to take a priority this week to get him, but it's also possible that it doesn't. You can continue to let your number build if you want to take that chance. So either way, I think you're in a good spot there. It sounds like you got a good handle, and as I always say, you guys know your rosters better than anybody. So that's why I try to give information to help you guys just kind of lean in the direction that makes sense for you versus just trying to give you an absolute answer. Because obviously, like I say, fantasy football, all about opinions. And by no means do I feel like my opinion is the only one out there. So hope that information helps you out there. Where did your first one go? 10-inch. There it is. Hope that helps you out. And if you are a new viewer, glad to have you on the stream. I will take this moment to let everyone know. First of all, I'll take this moment to, again, thank everybody because we just very recently did surpass the first kind of YouTube milestone for a newer channel, getting over the 100 subscriber mark. So all of you that have been with us already and are already subscribers, we thank you for helping us reach that goal. As we continue to move forward, for those of you that might be new to the stream, by all means, if you enjoy our content, hit that subscribe button. That way, make sure you get those notifications whenever we have new content. And also, if you're enjoying our content, feel free to drop us a like. The likes and the subscribes, they really do help out the channel a ton. And so we do appreciate all that. And we also want to make sure that you guys are aware whenever we have new stuff going on. So thank you all and appreciate you guys for being with us, all of you regulars and all of your new viewers. All right, Bill Romanowski has David Montgomery, sadly. Yes, it is difficult for all of you players that have Montgomery. But, Bill, I know that on a previous stream you said you had the number 3 waiver priority. And that was, I believe, last week when Chuba Hubbard was going at number 1. So I'm sure that your number moved up at least to number 2 at this point, which means that I know you said you were saving that number up, and you were very smart to do that because now you have the opportunity to replace your player, which is, of course, much more benefit to you at this point. And Chuba Hubbard, what looks like is going to end up being just a couple of week injury for McCaffrey. It looks like this one might be a few more weeks for Montgomery. So if you were able to go out and work that waiver wire tonight and pick up Damian Williams, then you have basically replaced your own player. And you're in line for the guy that's expected to get the bulk of the volume there. So I think that if you have at the very least the number 2 priority, or perhaps your priority has even moved up to number 1, then you are guaranteed to get that player that you need to help out your lineup. So, Bill, I think you were probably in a very good spot there. So let us know if that works out for you. Joey Neebless. Thank you, Bill, for the chat. Joey Neebless is back up online. Looks like you might be a new viewer, Joey, so welcome to the stream. You say you need 2 wide receivers for this weekend. You got Woods, Boyd, Sutton, Jones, and Chenault. I definitely think that out of all these guys, the player that stands out first, if T. Higgins continues to be out, is Tyler Boyd. I think that is the first name that stands out to me there. But what I will do, as always, is I will get some of the matchup numbers up on the screen here to help you out. Of course, my other screen seems to be partially frozen here, so I won't use that screen. I'll use the one here. Something's got to work, right? Let me get some. There we go. This is working now. Let me get some numbers up on my other screen so that I can give you some information. And then on the left side of your screen, I will put up the fantasy points numbers that we typically like to put up for these matchup questions. So let's get a couple of wide receiver numbers up there. You know what? I did not fantasy numbers. All right, well, I'm going to load these really quick while this is on the fly loading the show because for some reason I forgot to load these up. I'll continue to talk about this as I do that, as this is multitasking at its best at this point. I like Boyd for sure. I think Boyd has, out of the slot there in Cincinnati, I think he's been very good so far. And without T. Higgins there, you're talking Boyd and Jamar Chase. They're essentially going to have the bulk of the work there as they've been seeing. I expect that to continue. Where are my fantasy points numbers? I'll find this. In terms of the other guys, Robert Woods, we've talked about already a little bit. Question marks, of course, up for Woods have continued. He's certainly out of the rest of these players that you have listed here. He is the one. There is the first one. Finally got that on the screen. He is the first player you would think of under normal circumstances to get the bulk of the work there for the Rams. Of course, in an offense that's playing well this year, there's just so much hesitation, at least in my opinion, with Woods right now because he has not shown what we have expected to see from him so far. You would hope that that turns around, but until we actually see it happen one of these weeks, it's kind of difficult to get a feel for whether or not that's going to happen or not. I think Courtland Sutton is in line for some good weeks. We didn't see as good a week this past week as we had hoped. But I do think that Courtland Sutton is a player that could see some decent weeks now because they've lost so many players to injury, be him and Tim Patrick. Jones in the same kind of situation in Jacksonville without DJ Chark now. And, of course, Chenault the same way. I think either one of those two guys. So now it's down to matchups. I appreciate while you waited there while I loaded up those graphics. But we look at the left side of the screen, and these are the current fantasy points being allowed to the wide receiver spot. So we'll talk first about Robert Woods for the Rams, and they are playing, let's see, where do we find them? That's a Thursday night game at Seattle. Seattle currently allowing 15th most fantasy points to wide receivers. So right in the middle. Tyler Boyd for Cincinnati, home against Green Bay on Sunday. Green Bay is a little bit farther, 25th, 8th fewest. Courtland Sutton for Denver against Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh currently 6th. That's the best one we see so far. Jones and Chenault going to be the same matchup numbers for both of those. Jacksonville against Tennessee, and Tennessee currently 3rd. So I certainly think if you want to go matchup-wise for the second player, and if you're hesitant on Robert Woods, which I can't blame you at all, I think Tyler Boyd slots in there because I think as I talk about these choices, it's always the 4 factors in order: ability, volume, matchup, and game script. And you take them in that order. So to me, Boyd and Woods are the highest tier players out of all these players. We're taking Woods out of the equation because we don't like what we've seen so far. So to me, that slots in Boyd right away, regardless of the matchup. And then the next one you're going to make a matchup play on. And if you do that, to me, it's Jones or Chenault. Kind of be personal preference there. To me, I probably, without looking at their numbers, Jones did not see as much volume this past week as Chenault did. So perhaps it's more of a hot hand situation there, but it's going to be that I think they're both in line for a good potential this week, especially since it's such a good matchup. I think you can kind of flip a coin on whichever one of those two players you feel more comfortable with. Chenault is currently wide receiver 51. And Jones is probably going to be a little bit higher up this list based on what he's done so far. Yeah, he's 27th. So overall for the season, he is the higher ranked wide receiver in terms of his actual volume. In order for 4 games, targets 9, 11, 8, and 3. Fantasy points 19, 18, 12, and 5. So obviously we saw him take a dip there, a surprising dip nonetheless. Chenault targets 10, 7, 4, 7. Fantasy points 13, 2, 9, 17. So at Jones's favor in terms of what they've done so far, just not in his favor in terms of what happened last week. I probably would consider Jones of the guys there left in Jacksonville. I probably would consider him at least a guy you would consider to be 1A in terms of who's in line to get the volume there. So if I had to really lean here, Joey, I would probably lean Boyd and Jones in this situation. As I always say, hope whichever guys you pick there, I hope that they do crush it for you. But I hope that information helps you out, Joey. Let me see if there are any follow-ups from you at all here, and I don't see any. So hope that information helps you out, and hope you're able to go out and have those guys help you along the way to a win in Week 5. Thanks for being on the stream. Next up, Rob Navarro, backdrop, Robert Tonyan for Schultz or Knox, PPR. I certainly think at this point that either Schultz or Knox is somebody that you start ahead of Robert Tonyan at this point. The question is are you dropping Tonyan? I don't know for sure if it has to be a drop. If you have somebody else on your roster that you might feel is not giving you as much value, it looks like you say you also have Gronk on the bench, but he's hurt. If you have Gronk, then yes, I could definitely see dropping a Tonyan. Right now, the way it's gone so far, and a healthy Gronk, you're probably starting over a Tonyan just about every week at this point. Tonyan's production hasn't not been there. The volume has not been all that bad. He saw 7 targets this past week, did nothing with them. Schultz, I feel, out of the guys that are on the waiver wire at the tight end spot right now, I feel that Schultz has the best rest of season potential out of all the players. However, I feel that Dawson Knox has the best little run of games going on. In the game last week against Houston, they were at the time the 4th most fantasy points to the tight end spot. And as I said, this week against Kansas City, they're 7th most fantasy points to the tight end spot. So if you put up the numbers here, again, I didn't load them all. I've got 2 of the 4 loaded, so I'll load the other ones really quick. You would think I would have thought of that, but I didn't. So this is live streaming, and for those of you that are regulars, this is not the first time you've seen me scramble live on the air. It's okay. We figure it out most of the time. Let's see what we can get up here. Let's see. Fantasy points 2021. Got them here somewhere. Here they are. Tight end fantasy points. I want to see what the matchup looks like for Schultz. I probably wrote that down as well. Schultz against the Giants this week is number 4. There they are on the left side of your screen in terms of fantasy points to time. Sorry, 5th in terms of fantasy points to tight end right now. So I think both of them have a very nice matchup this week. At the very least, you're gonna have a very nice play in the immediate week that you pick them up. Flip a coin on which one you like better. Like I said, if you feel like you like the offense in Buffalo a little bit better, then you could certainly go with Knox. I think I like the prospects overall more for Schultz in Dallas, but I think either one of them are in play. I just feel like Schultz is going to have a more consistent year based on what they've done in the past. I think Knox has been a little bit more up and down for Buffalo, and certainly that could be better this year. But I think I like the prospect of having a little bit more consistent week in, week out basis there for Schultz. That would be my pick, but they are very close. And I'll say that right now, Schultz is the overall tight end 4 for the season, and Knox is the overall tight end 6. And Tonyan is nowhere near that as I look at the list. So yeah, Tonyan is 29th. So I think definitely your thought here on dropping a Tonyan for one of these guys, considering the fact that you have Gronk, I think you're looking the right way there. I think either one is fine. My personal pick is Schultz. If that helps you out, if your personal pick could be a little different, but that's kind of the way I look at it. And again, you never know how fantasy plays out. It's kind of like poker. You just try to make the decisions that you feel are best. And then when the cards are on the table, that guy that has one card to win the hand and he hits it, sometimes that happens. But that's kind of how I feel at this point. I prefer Schultz over Knox, but I think they are both very viable players here. Thanks, Rob, for the question. Glad to have you back on the stream. As always, B-Dubs on the stream. B-Dubs, looks like you might be a new viewer. Welcome. Glad to have you. You say, give up Debo to get CeeDee Lamb. Very interesting one here because certainly in terms of where they were drafted, the much higher draft is CeeDee Lamb. You would expect season long for him to be the higher ranked player when all is said and done. However, right now, Deebo Samuel is 3rd overall in terms of all wide receivers. And CeeDee Lamb did not have a super game this week, so he's a little bit lower on the list. He's at 28th. I don't dislike CeeDee Lamb for the rest of the season. I'm sure he's going to be just fine. But when you look at his production, just always start out with targets here. 15, 9, 3, and 5 in that order. So we have seen the amount of targets go down a little bit as Dallas has gone back to the run game a little bit more. And his fantasy points have gone down with it, 23, 17, 10, 3. That is a downward trend in every game for Lamb at this point. So certainly this is a buy low situation if you're trying to get CD. Samuel's targets have been 12, 8, 10, and 12. Fantasy points 32, 16, 10, and 36. And again, what happens in the future for San Francisco is hard to say, but I will say this. If those of you that are feeling like Debo's involvement might go down when George Kittle starts to turn up, I think that's a possibility. But Kittle had 12 targets this week, just didn't have the fantasy production. So it's not like Debo had 12 targets and Kittle only had 4. You would think that Samuel and Kittle are the 2 main guys in terms of pass catchers there in San Francisco. It certainly doesn't seem to be Brandon Ayuk at this point. In addition, as I look at Debo Samuel's run of games, On the platform that I'm looking on right now, there is not a single game for the rest of the season listed in red for his schedule. And again, when I talk about listed in red or listed in green, it simply means if it's in green, it's one of the best matchups in that person's favor in terms of the fantasy points being allowed to that player's spot. And if it's red, it's a bad matchup that that particular team does not allow as many fantasy points, in this case to a wide receiver spot. There's not a single game in red for Deebo Samuel the rest of the season. That's pretty good. It's pretty rare when you see that long of a run without any games in red. CD is pretty much the same situation, only one game in red at this point. Obviously, those numbers can change as the season goes along. This is what I think, B-Dubs, to wrap that all up into something here. I think that because of the fact that CD Lamb had not so great of a game this last week, I think it's possible you might be able to offer a little bit less than Deebo to get him. You might have somebody else on your roster that would also be someone that this person would value in a trade, or perhaps you could make a 2-for-1 trade with two players that are down a little bit farther. But if you're going one receiver for one receiver, of these two right now, yes, Lamb was drafted much higher. Yes, you expect Lamb to be just fine. But so far, when you just base on the data of what's happened so far this season, clear edge to Deebo at this point. So I don't know if I want to make this move at this point. Possibly with a different player is a possibility there. I would think about seeing what else is on your roster to see if there's a different way you could approach this. And in that situation, you could end up with both Deebo and Lamb on your roster, which certainly would be to your advantage. I hope that helps you out there, B-Dubs, and let us know how that works out. And if you are a new viewer, we will look forward to seeing you on future streams. All right, next up from Bill Romanowski says, like button smashed. I appreciate that, Bill. While we're talking about that, Bill, let's go ahead and put up the information about our 6 picks. Let me move this comment out of the way. So for those of you that hasn't seen our 6 picks game yet, I know Bill is one of our regular players. Going into this week, Bill was 3rd on our leaderboard. Haven't calculated leaderboard yet for this week. But this is a game that we have. We release a video each week for this, and we keep the standings all year long. Gives you guys the opportunity to kind of play along with this game. It's very simple. There are 6 fantasy matchups that occur within the same games. If you want to see how it works, click one of our videos that we've had for previous weeks. They're all still available on our channel, and you can kind of just take a look. You make your picks in the comments section below on that video. They have to be on that video for us to keep track of them. And using PPR scoring, you're just picking out the players that you think are going to have the better fantasy scoring day. We keep those standings all season long, and those picks remain open until 1 o'clock on Sunday each week. So basically, it's just a game for you guys to play along with. We hope that you guys all enjoy it. But Bill is one of our regulars, and Bill has been doing pretty well in the game so far this year. I got to go back and check to see how you did this week, because I'm not sure. You probably already know more than I do. But that game is out there and available, so we want to make sure everybody is aware of that. And once it's available for this week, you'll have the opportunity to get your picks in for week 5. All right. I've struggled with this name before, and I'm hoping that I'm going to get it right. Jugraj Pada. Jugraj Pada. I'm hoping I say that right. I really do try on these names to do the best that I can with them. I believe you've been here before. I know you have, because I recognize the name. So welcome back. You say, should I trade away Ridley for Woods and Higgins PPR? I don't like this. No, I don't like that move for you, Jugraj. I think that Ridley is, although he hasn't played well this year so far, I certainly don't think you're not getting an upgrade in Woods over Ridley. And out of these players you're talking about here, Ridley is the best player out of these 3, and Higgins has been hurt. So I don't like making this move at this point. I think that Ridley has a lot of opportunity to turn this around. Certainly it looks like Atlanta loves Cordarrelle Patterson. How many weeks can that keep up, before they have to run some sort of a normal offense where the wide receivers actually get most of the work? I think there has been decent volume for Ridley. It just may not be that he's getting good opportunities out of that volume. He's currently the wide receiver 22 for the season. If you look at Ridley's targets, this is what makes you feel more confident about his future, even though we haven't seen great stuff yet. 8, 10, 11, 13 in that order are his targets. And his fantasy points 10, 19, 14, 15. So we haven't seen like the great games that we might have expected so far with him being the clear-cut number 1 guy there in Atlanta. But his targets tell you that there is potential there for that still to happen moving forward. Again, some nice games in green coming up soon for Ridley. Week 7 and week 8, Miami and Carolina both currently in the green. There is some potential there. I feel the same way about Kyle Pitts, although his production hasn't been great. The targets are there, so I think there's the opportunity for that to turn around. If you compare that to Woods Woods is currently the wide receiver 40 for the season. And of course, T. Higgins has been out injured. So I think making this move here is taking a step back for you, Jagraj. I would prefer, if it was me, keeping Ridley on my side. Perhaps there is another trade out there if you're wanting to get away from Ridley that brings you back a little more value than this. But I know as a person who has Robert Woods on a couple of rosters this year, it's been very difficult to continue to start him at this point. And you're certainly not talking about thinking about sitting Ridley on your bench. He hasn't been that poor. So you're certainly still playing him and you're looking for even better things. I think you're swapping that out for two players who are you're going to actually have to decide if you want to start every week. And I don't know that that's going to be a better situation than you had with Ridley. So I think personally, me on this one, I think Jagraj, I think I like keeping the Ridley on your roster there and at least seeing how that plays out. You always have the option later on down the road to think about making a trade that still involves Ridley. But I think right now, I don't think you're getting back the value that makes it more significant for your side than what you already have. So I hope that information helps you out, Jagraj. Obviously, make the best decisions that you feel are right for your team. But that's kind of the way I look at that one. And again, thank you for being on the stream and appreciate the chat. Hector Gonzalez is here. Welcome back, Hector, one of our regulars. You say I've Mixon. Should I get P. Ryan or just use Gainwell for this week? I would absolutely get P. Ryan. Kenneth Gainwell has had a couple of big weeks and a couple of non-existent weeks. And to me, it's looking like Kenneth Gainwell is going to be another Nyheim Hines or another J.D. McKissic. That's the way I see it. In this situation, you would expect P. Ryan to get all of the volume in Cincinnati if Mixon doesn't play. So I think that is a better situation for you because to me, Gainwell is going to be one of those players that you're going to guess on every week based on game script. If the Eagles, I know a lot of games the Eagles are probably going to be playing from behind, so that does bode well for a player like Gainwell who's going to be the pass catcher out of the backfield, but I think he's going to be difficult to predict. I do think that there would be some value in having Gainwell on your roster moving forward from here, but not right now, not when Mixon's the guy that's hurt and you need somebody absolutely here. I think P. Ryan is in a much better spot to give you more volume, a safer floor, and a much easier decision in terms of who you're going to have to start. I would like having P. Ryan in that situation, and then that when Mixon is back, it's a simple swap it back, and Mixon is right in the lineup. It's also a really nice run of games for the Bengals in terms of the fantasy points allowed to the running back spot. So against Green Bay this week, it's 17th, right in the middle. But after that, it's Detroit, number 2, Baltimore, 14, and then the Jets, number 1. So if for some reason Mixon is out for more weeks than expected, the matchups are good. And for swapping in somebody who is expected to get all the volume like you would expect P. Ryan to get in good matchups, I think that bodes well for you. Gainwell's matchups, as I look at them, are not nearly as good. Gainwell this week playing Carolina, they are allowing the 30th, and that would be the 3rd fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. Tampa Bay the next week at 26th, the 7th fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. Then you have Vegas at 7, Detroit at 2. So at least in these next 2 weeks, the matchups are not there for Gainwell. So this is not, again, if you're talking about Mixon, let's say he misses 2 weeks. If you bring in a Gainwell, you're bringing in a guy who has 2 bad matchups versus the guy that on that same team that should get the volume in better matchups. I would definitely go P. Ryan in this situation and roll with it and hope that it works out in your favor. So hope that helps you out, Hector. Whichever way you go there, hope that they crush it for you. Looking for any follow-ups here? Don't see them, so I'll keep running through these. A lot of chats here. I'm going to try to get through these a little quicker. We're a little bit behind on when they came in, so I'm going to try to roll through these pretty quickly for you guys so that we're not too far behind. Bill Romanowski laughs a little bit. I think he's laughing about the 6 picks there game. 10-inch, I think we already talked about this one. Yes, we did. All right, let's see what's up next here. 10-inch, you say, thanks for the advice, just subbed. I appreciate that. 3rd on waivers, but nervous. One of the other teams takes Van because he just dropped him last week and all the top waivers already rostered. Here's the deal. I don't know what platform you play on. This is a very obscure situation that I would not know about unless I hadn't tried to do it myself at one point. If he dropped Van Jefferson this week and he's gone to waivers after that, I'm not sure that person actually can put a waiver claim in for Van Jefferson. I attempted to make that move once, and most of my play is on Yahoo. So if you're playing on Yahoo, this might be the same situation. I got a message that said, hey, you cannot submit a waiver claim for the player that you just dropped. They have to clear waivers first before you can pick them up. So if that's the situation here, 10-inch, then that might help you. This person might actually not be able to go back and reclaim Jefferson if he just dropped him. I don't know if that's for sure the situation that it would be, but I will say that definitely did happen to me at one point in time in one of the leagues that I was playing in. So that might make you feel a little bit better. And what I would do, 10-inch, is that if you're worried about not getting Van, then I would definitely put in a second claim for Crowder at that point. And we talked about this last night, talking about staggering your waiver claims. Make both claims, whoever it is that you're going to cut. I don't remember who it is that you said that you were going to cut, or if you even did. Whoever it is that you're planning on cutting, both of those claims, and you might already know this, but I'll still go through this anyways, because some of the viewers this might be helpful to. Submit a claim for both Jefferson and Crowder, both of them to cut the same person that you currently have. And that way, if you get the first claim for Jefferson, the second claim can't happen because you've already cut that player at that point. That keeps you from losing a second player that you don't want to lose, but it makes sure that you do get one of the two wide receivers that you would like to get in this situation. So if for some reason Jefferson does go before you, you still have a shot at Crowder. If you're third, that gives you two potential shots. The odds of both of the guys ahead of you taking those two players are certainly better than just one. So that way, if you don't get the number one guy you want, if you also think Crowder is potential for you, you have a shot at him if you miss out on Jefferson. And either way, you're only going to cut the same player, so you're no worse off for wear based on who you already have. That would be my suggestion there in terms of staggering those two picks, and hopefully that benefits you the best in terms of getting at least one of those guys that you feel can help your team. Good luck with that 10-inch, and appreciate the sub, as all of you guys that have been with us. Bill Romanowski has the number one waiver priority and pulled in the first place. Might go for Damian Williams. Might. That's the strongest might I've ever heard. I will say this is equally, when you asked before about should you go get Michael Thomas off the waiver wire, and I said run and hit that button as fast as you can. Yes, hit that button as fast as you can. Absolutely. If you're the guy that's going to be replacing your Montgomery for all the weeks that he's out in a good situation where you expect him to get the most of the work with good matchups, yes, that's a strong might. I think you're in good shape there with the number one waiver priority. And again, very smart on your part to let that number build up until it was most important that you needed it. And that's what you've done. So that is well done on your part, Bill. Brian Escada. I hope I'm saying that right. Please, Brian, tell me if you're still on here. Let me know if I said that correctly. Brian Escada, welcome to the stream. Looks like you might be a new viewer. You ask Henry, and I'm assuming that's Jamar Chase, for Kamara and Metcalf. Who wins the trade? I'm going to see if there are any follow-ups from you here. I don't know if you said if this is PPR or not. I think that makes a difference in this situation. I think if this is a standard league, it's Henry and Chase for sure. I think it's close. If it's a PPR league, I might still think it's Henry and Chase. To me, Alvin Kamara has not quite been what we want him to be, especially compared to past years. The difference there with Winston instead of Breeze has been rather significant. You see it in the offense. You see it in the amount of pass attempts. Clearly, expected Alvin Kamara in the past to be racking up the targets. Has he done that this year? I don't believe so. I'm calling up Kamara's numbers right now. His rush attempts have been way up there, 28, 24, and 26. But his targets, he saw 0 targets this last week against the Giants, and 4, 6, and 4 in the weeks before that. His fantasy points, 18, 7, 21, and 12. He is currently the running back 15 overall for the season, whereas Derrick Henry, and I'm looking at a PPR screen, Derrick Henry is number 1 for the season, even in a PPR at this point. So I think between those two, if you're comparing just the two running backs and the two wide receivers, edge to Henry. When you look at the wide receivers there between Chase and Metcalf, I certainly like DK Metcalf a whole lot, but I also think that Jamar Chase is in line to have a nice remainder of the season there. Currently, Chase is wide receiver 12 overall on the year, and currently DK Metcalf is actually wide receiver 15 overall on the year. I expect DK to move past him. We saw Tyler Lockett get off to a great start there where DK didn't quite get as much, but DK is going to be the main guy in that offense. We know that Tyler Lockett is a boomer bust guy. DK is going to be a consistent receiver there. 16, 11, 23, 17 in order for his fantasy points. But if we're just going by stats, Right now, Chase 12, Metcalf 15, Henry 1, and what did I say Kamara was? 12. So very simply, at this very point in time in your fantasy league, you're getting away a higher ranked running back for the season for a lower ranked running back. He's 15, Kamara is. You're trading away a higher ranked receiver in Chase for a lower ranked receiver in Metcalf, who you likely assume will surpass him at some point, but isn't right now. So therefore, to me, Henry and Chase is the side of this trade that I would want to be on. Of course, these things can change throughout the season if Kamara gets hot. But right now, Henry has been a great player for Tennessee. Tennessee has no receivers to speak of right now. Both of their main guys, Brown and Jones, are out. So where are they going to go? They're going to go to their stud, and that's Derrick Henry. In order, fantasy points, 11, 48, 19, 26. I like that trade there, Brian. Hope that helps you out. And whichever way you go with that, if you're thinking about making a move there, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to think about, but I might think about adding another piece to that Kamara. If you are on the side that already has Henry and Chase, you might need to get a third piece back from the Kamara Metcalf, at least adding something to even out, because I do think the Henry and Chase side is ahead on that one. Hope that helps you out there, Brian. Let me see if there are any follow-ups from you. And I don't see them. So hope that information helps you out there, Brian. Again, I want to say this for all you guys that are in the chat. I do scroll up and down quite a bit on my platform or on my service here going through these chats. So sometimes I do miss somebody. It's not intentional. If I do, just be like, hey, Joe, I missed you. I do try to go in order in terms of the questions, but sometimes when there are follow-ups, I will jump around to the follow-ups. So if I do miss one, just be like, hey, Joe, you missed it, and I'll go back and get it. Not a problem. Takashi 6400, one of our regulars, welcome. Do I use the number 2 waiver on Williams? I have Montgomery and Latavius is my own backup. Yes, run to the waiver wire as fast as you can and see if you can somehow cause the person with the number 1 waiver wire to suddenly have an internet connection issue for the rest of the night until 12 o'clock Pacific Coast time, so that you can make sure you get that number 2. Yes, absolutely, you want to pick up Williams here. He is in line to get all of the volume here with Montgomery out, and it's a very simple choice for you. It's not like you got to figure it out on who do you want to replace Montgomery and what happens if that guy is no longer in there. If you can't get Williams because the number 1 guy in your league gets Williams and you're looking to replace him this week, I would consider trying to go after Samaje Perine. You're not going to probably have him for as many weeks, but at least you're going to get probably 1 week. It looks like Mixon might be out because you're going to have to try to work your way through. If you can get yourself the Damian Williams, it makes it a lot easier for you because you know where your replacement is. If you don't, you're going to be stuck working the waiver wire every week at this point. So I would definitely favor Williams for you, Takashi. Hope that helps you out there. Bill Romanowski, you say backups to Montgomery are Javonte Williams, Eli Mitchell, and A.J. Dillon. Yikes. Yes, I agree. I would take Damian Williams over all of those other players at this point. You're still going to be in a situation where if you have a matchup that looks better for Javonte Williams or Eli Mitchell out of all those guys, I think Mitchell is in line for a possibility to be better off there because I think he could very well take over that top spot. But nonetheless, he's still going to be splitting with Trey Sermon to some extent, whereas Damian Williams is most likely, I can't imagine he's not going to be the main guy there in Chicago. I think that's going to be in your favor most all weeks. A. Aladdin, one of our regulars, welcome back to the stream. Thank you, Bill, for the chat. A. Aladdin, you say start Tannehill or Trey Lance. I would love to see something out of Trey Lance first before trusting him as your starting quarterback in a 1-quarterback league. That being said, Ryan Tannehill has not been what we wanted, and we know that a lot of his players are hurt at this point. So I understand your question here. Let's look at the matchups to see how they help. A good matchup for Tannehill against Jacksonville. Jacksonville sitting at 13th in terms of fantasy points allowed to the quarterback. That being said, there's a good chance that, well, I was going to say there's a good chance that they're not losing to Jacksonville, but they did just lose to the Jets. So if they are playing with the lead, of course, that's Derrick Henry's favor, not necessarily Tannehill's favor. Lance on the other side for San Francisco against Arizona. Arizona currently sitting, where do they sit? 24th, so that's 9th fewest. The matchup is not as good. However, certainly Trey Lance, a running quarterback, is going to give you a safer floor. This is the way I would look at this one, A. Aladdin. Sunday, 1 p.m. is the Tennessee game. Sunday at 4:25 is the Arizona game. So you're going to have to make this decision ahead of time. I would be very hesitant in starting a rookie quarterback in their very first week like this, but I do think based on what he did last week when he came in filling in for Garoppolo, that it makes you feel a little bit better about it. Certainly there have been times when you've seen somebody come in and play better than expected. Justin Herbert comes to mind last year. So there's certainly that potential there. It's just, it's a little bit of a chance that you might actually have to take, because I don't know how much confidence I have to start Ryan Tannehill at this point. I might say this, ALN, Sam Darnold, we talked about, is out there in most leagues, only rostered in 37% of all leagues. He was the number one quarterback overall last week. He has a decent matchup going against Philadelphia this week, and Philadelphia currently at 16th. Let's see, are they 16th, or did I see them in a different spot? I got them at 25th. Interesting. I wonder if I wrote those down wrong. At any rate, yes, you know what? This is what, let me get, because I didn't load these ahead of time. Those are last week's numbers. Get those off the screen. Those are wrong. Disregard those numbers. Let's go back to just what we were talking about. I do think if you're willing to take that chance, I think there is a good shot there, because you did see something decent from Lance this week. I might personally, yes, I might trust him over Tannehill. But I guess it has to do with how you're projected to win your matchup. If you are projected way ahead, then you don't want to end up with a guy that really struggles as a rookie, because a bad game for Tannehill is not going to be as bad as a bad game for Lance. I don't think any rookie starting his first game basically has the potential to have a rough start. Even if Tannehill doesn't play great, it probably won't be at that level. So it would be a little bit of a chance, but I could see you going that way, ALN there. Hope that helps you out. It's probably just a risk that you're going to have to calculate whether or not you want to go that way or wait a week and see what happens. Could be the only week Lance plays if he doesn't play all that well. Or he could work his way into the starter in that situation for San Francisco. So a lot is up in the air there. He's got a lot riding on that game, a lot of pressure for a young player. Good luck with that one, ALN. Hope it works out for you. Takashi 6400 in here with a trade question. Got offered Derrick Henry, Will Fuller, and Sterling Shepard for Hill, Kupp, and Latavius. What do you think? Wow. How is your running back situation? Let me see if there are any follow-ups here from you. Are your running backs decent already? Sorry for the late reply. Let's see here. I don't know if this follow-up pertains to this question or not, Takashi. Where are you? I completely lost. There it is. Hey, Bill, sorry for the late reply. Your number one running back is Gibson. So if that is in response to this question, which is now there it is. Holy, scrolling up and down. Yeah, certainly if your number one running back is Gibson, then you could definitely use the help at the running back spot. Derrick Henry has been really good. You are not I don't think you are gaining a whole lot in receivers there. I think it's a big step down in the receiver. You're taking 2 steps down on Fuller and Shepard from Hill and Kupp, and you're getting back a really good running back in Henry. I don't know. It's as good as Hill and Kupp have been playing. I don't know if I wouldn't keep rolling with those guys at this point. I don't think Latavius Murray is going to be significant in this trade. I think he's going to be a spot starter in your flex spot at best. I don't know who your other running backs are now, but I think if you were only losing one of your top receivers for Henry, then I might think that it might be something you could do, but you're losing 2. That's a lot, especially when they're Tyreek Hill and Cooper Kupp. You're talking about, what numbers are they right now? Let's look at the wide receivers. Let's see here. Kupp is 1, Hill is 2. You're talking about you're losing the number one and the 2 in fantasy points at that spot for the number 1 at the running back. Yeah, I know Derrick Henry is really good. I don't think I like this deal, Takashi. If it was Hill and a flex wide receiver and Latavius, or if it was Hill and even a wide receiver 2, but you don't really have a wide receiver 2. You have 2 wide receiver 1s. So you're trading 2 wide receiver 1s for 1 running back 1. I don't know if I like that. I think that's too much value. I think you're giving up too much from your team here. I might feel better with keeping Hill and Kupp. I hope that helps you out, Takashi. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that deal. That's a lot to get to Henry. You have the opportunities on the waiver wire to fill that running back spot where you can, to kind of add some value to your team without losing those players. So I think I might stick with what you have there, Takashi. Hope it helps. Of course, you guys, I always say, know the rosters as well as anybody. But again, you did say if you have that number 2 waiver on Williams, This, I'm guessing, is a different league probably, if you're talking about that. But either way, it's worth a shot out there. Let me see where I'm at here next year. Thank you, Takashi, for the chats. Fantasy Catch-Up, welcome to the stream. Looks like you might be a new viewer, and looks like also probably an Eagles fan there, so welcome. Just got offered Josh Allen, Cooper Kupp, and Cortland Sutton for Kyler Murray, Devontae Adams, and Cole Beasley. Well, Cooper Kupp is the number one overall for the year. Josh Allen, in terms of quarterbacks, is probably pretty close. Murray was number one at one point. I'm not sure if he still is. He's currently number 2. Josh Allen is currently number 7. Devontae Adams is not quite as high as you might have thought. He's not necessarily at the top of the list right now. He is in 8th place. You certainly would expect that to turn around. And you're picking up Sutton for Beasley, which is a lateral move to me. They're both spot starters. So you're stepping up not in draft spot, but you're stepping up in production so far for Kupp. I think Adams will turn that around and surpass him. But I think that it is a lateral move to me. Allen for Murray. I think they're both right in the same tier. This is really close. Seems like personal preference to me. If you prefer the guy that's played better this year, or if you think that Devontae Adams in the long run is going to end up being the higher ranked player, which I think that he very likely may be, then I think that makes your decision here, because I think the Allen and the Murray, I think, is a wash. I think both of those guys are going to be good for you. I think the real bulk of this trade is the Kupp Adams decision. If you feel that Cooper Kupp's play continues at the level that it is right now, certainly seems like the targets have stayed there just about every week for Matthew Stafford. It seems like there's a great connection there. The Rams are certainly playing real well. The offense looks real good. The Green Bay has been a little bit more of a question mark. I might be able to talk myself into doing this fantasy catch-up. I might be able to talk myself into making this move. And I think that Cortland Sutton is, if you want to bring that piece into it between Sutton and Beasley, the fact that they've lost so many wide receivers there in Denver means that Sutton's volume should be there. And we're seeing Emmanuel Sanders and Beasley, between who is the number 2 guy there in terms of volume behind Diggs. We've seen that kind of fluctuate. And I think it's Sutton and Tim Patrick, and Sutton should be more of the number 1 guy there. So, yeah, I think I could probably talk myself into this one, fantasy catch-up. I think this is very fair. And if you favor Kupp's play and what he's done so far, I think you can make this move. You're just going to have to be willing to have those weeks where Devontae Adams has those great games and be like, oh, man, I wish I still had him. That's going to happen probably. But if Kupp stays anywhere near the level he's at right now, then I think you got a shot with him. So, yeah, I could see this one. I don't think this is bad at all, Fantasy. This is going to be I'm not going to make the decision for you because I think you're plenty capable of doing that. But I think that I could definitely think about making this move. Good luck to you, Fantasy Catch-Up. Let me see if there's any follow-ups here from you on any of that. Boy, there's a lot of chats here. I gotta move it along. We're getting way too far behind on these. I usually like to talk about these more, but I'll try to move these a little quicker so that everyone isn't too far behind. Thank you, Fantasy Catch-Up, for the chat. Aladdin, start 2. Mike Davis, Emmanuel Sanders, Corey Davis, Trey Sermon, Jamal Williams. I'm not going to start Mike Davis. I don't have confidence in him right now. I don't have the new numbers loaded, so I can't even put the numbers up there. So this is going to be more of a gut reaction for me. Emmanuel Sanders, I think in that Kansas City game, I think there's going to be lots of passing volume in that game. Plenty to go around for everybody. I think I would like Sanders in that spot. Corey Davis this week. Let's see who the Jets have this week over here. Let's see. The Jets have Atlanta. Atlanta's pretty bad. I think they'll probably have a shot against them. Trey Sermon, I'm worried that Eli Mitchell, keep an eye on your status for Mitchell. If Mitchell is not back, then Trey Sermon is going to be fine for the volume. But I think as soon as Mitchell comes back, then Trey Sermon is going to take a down tick in that offense there. And then Jamal Williams is not going to be the main guy to me in Detroit. So I probably wouldn't go there. Out of these guys, it would be Sanders first for me and Corey Davis second for me. As I'm talking, I'm still looking at my other information here, trying to find out what happened to the graphics that I prepared for the fantasy points, because they just seem to be non-existent in my files. I definitely made them before this show started, but they are not. I literally don't see them anywhere in my files to actually load them and give you something extra. So I normally have those, don't have them right now to look at those matchups. So again, I'm just kind of going off a gut on these, but I think gut-wise, Emmanuel Sanders, Corey Davis would be my two choices there. And if it's a PPR league, then that certainly is all the better for those choices. Hope that helps you out there, Aladdin. I'm going to keep looking for these graphics as we talk without hoping that doesn't take me away from, you say half-point PPR. Hopefully it doesn't take me away from all of that. You do say, is Randall Cobb worth a pickup? I don't think it's a bad idea if you have the bench spot, but I wouldn't cut somebody who has good value for you. I don't know that he's going to return that value every week. If you look at his numbers, I looked them up on a previous live stream, and they're not super consistent in terms of targets. So the volume is not great there for Cobb, but it's certainly somebody to keep an eye on. So if you have a spot on your bench that's not being occupied by someone that really helps you, then yeah, I think you could pick him up. But I wouldn't cut somebody that really has a chance to provide you some good volume to get him. I don't think until he shows it. Let me see what else is here. 10-inch says, rule of thumb, never trade 1-for-1 if it's the same position unless it's a steal. I think we talked about that a little earlier. And you say, always try to make it right. Yeah, I agree with this absolutely. Running back for a wide receiver or 2-for-2. I absolutely agree with that, because in that case, if it's a 2-for-2, then one person gets an upgrade at the running back and the other person gets an upgrade at the wide receiver, whatever the case may be. And the hopes are that both teams better their chances that way. That is a good trade in fantasy football. A lot of people try to make these trades where they're absolutely just trying to, completely take the other person's team away and give them nothing back. A good trade in fantasy football is a trade that helps both teams, and that's how you make those trades happen. So that's kind of what I would look for there. I definitely agree with that thought. 10-inch. Next up, All-in-One Show. Looks like you might be a new viewer. All-in-One Show. Welcome to the stream. In need of a wide receiver. Should I trade Mahomes for Herbert and Hopkins? I think this is a deal you can make, because Justin Herbert, I think, is going to be just fine this year. Obviously, Mahomes, you expect to be the number one guy in fantasy. That's just the way it is for Patrick Mahomes. But right now, I mean, certainly Herbert is not ranked as high. Mahomes is number one. Herbert is 14. Hopkins has been a little bit lower than we would have expected this year. But overall, my gut on this one, in terms of the length of the season, if you need a wide receiver, then Hopkins is probably an upgrade on whoever your number one guy is right now. You have to just expect his performance to be where you want it to be, expecting that he's not going to have down weeks every week. Again, he had more targets than A.J. Green this week, but A.J. Green outperformed him fantasy-wise. That's just what happened. That doesn't mean it's going to happen every week. I could certainly see making this deal for you because I have plenty of faith in Justin Herbert. I have him on a couple of rosters myself this year. And again, the play just seems to continue to be getting better there each week for Herbert with the Chargers. We just saw that game that he played against the Raiders, and his fantasy production has been on the way up after a slow start. So, yes, I do think that Justin Herbert is plenty fun to replace Patrick Mahomes. If in doing that, you're able to add a top-notch receiver like Hopkins, I think this is a deal that you can make, and very fair on both sides. So All-in-One Show, I hope that helps you. Let me see if there are any follow-ups from you. I'm scrolling down, and I don't know if I see any. But, yes, I do think this is a fair deal that you could definitely make, and that would absolutely help you out on your wide receiver side. So All-in-One Show, hope that helps. If you're a new viewer, glad to have you, and appreciate the chat, and look forward to seeing you on future streams as well. Mad Reagan is here. Welcome, Mad Reagan. Glad to have you on the stream. Would you say it's time to drop Chase Claypool? I don't think he's droppable at this point. I think you have to have a really high-value player that you're picking up to drop a Claypool. You got to remember that he's, being out with injury. Deontay Johnson is always injury-prone in that offense. Claypool has a role even when Johnson and Juju are both there. But when Johnson goes out, Claypool's role really steps up. And Johnson is just one of those players that it's difficult to trust that he's going to stay healthy all the time. So you have a decent role in every week basis with the opportunity to have an even better role if Deontay is out. I personally have Claypool in at least one spot this year. I am not going to drop him unless there's some significant reason to do so, like a long-term injury or something like that. I think he gives you value to your team. If for some reason there is a great player out there and he's absolutely, if your roster is super stacked and he is absolutely the last player on that totem pole and you want to get somebody else, then sure, sometimes you have to make that decision. But in terms of does he still have value on your roster even if he's not an every week starter? I do think that he does. So I do think he's worthy of holding on to. Thank you, Mad Reagan, for the chat. Hope that helps you out there. MK is here as I try to roll through these a little quicker. Should I trade Tyreek Hill for Jefferson and Mahomes. If you need the depth or if you need the quarterback, who is your quarterback now, MK, would be my question. You have Diggs and Kupp already. So if that's the case, you have a super lineup with Diggs, Kupp, and Tyreek Hill. I'm looking for a follow-up, MK, to see who your quarterback is now. Here it is. Here's your follow-up. It says, I have Rodgers, but I'm willing to trade him for Mahomes and Jefferson and give him Hill, and Rodgers already have Diggs and Kupp. So let me see if I'm understanding this right. So you would be trading away Rodgers and trading away Tyreek, and you would be picking up Mahomes and Jefferson. So essentially, you're taking I don't think this is that bad of a deal, actually. Because Tyreek Hill is awesome. It's hard to trade away Tyreek Hill. But Justin Jefferson is going to be a very productive player. That being said, I don't know. This is really close to me because looking at both sides, if you only look at the quarterback, if that's the part of this trade that you're most concerned about, then yes, you're getting a step up here. But if you look at the overall picture, I got to imagine that your team, when you're rolling Diggs, Kupp, and Hill out on the field each week, you probably don't need a Patrick Mahomes performance to win you your matchup each week. You're probably just fine with a consistent type player like Aaron Rodgers to get you through your season. Whereas if you swap out Hill for Jefferson, that's certainly not like Jefferson's not a good player, but it's certainly a little bit of a step down. And now you're going to need Mahomes to have that production to win that matchup, quite possibly. And if there's not a week where he has that, you're more in danger of losing that matchup to me than you are if you're rolling Rodgers out with Hill, Kupp, and Diggs, because you got a good chance of them crushing it. I might like the side of this that keeps your Hill at this point, and see. And if you're not really happy with Rodgers, then there might be some options for you, like we talked about, like a Sam Darnold if he continues his play throughout the course of the season, or there might be another trade in there somewhere that you could pull off that doesn't force you to give away Tyreek Hill to do it. That allows you to maintain that Hill, Diggs, Kupp. If that's awful tough to break that up. I know they talk about, you trade your strength, but man, if I had a roster with those three players, I'm not sure I would be getting rid of any of them. Rodgers for Mahomes, yes, it's a step up. Rodgers has not played necessarily as good as we would expect. He's currently 17th. Mahomes is 1. But do we think that Aaron Rodgers is going to continue to be behind Jared Goff, behind Taylor Heineke at the end of the year? Do we think he's going to be behind Derek Carr at the end of the year? I don't think he's going to stay behind those guys. Is he going to stay at 17? Probably not. Is he going to move up to 1? Probably not. But if he gives you a 10, finishing at QB 10 for the year, along with your Hill, Diggs, Kupp, you're probably a league winner. So I might stay on that one, MK. I hope that helps. I never like to actually, say like a no on questions like this, but I think if it's in your favor, then I do think that you might, like I said, I'm looking at it from my aspect. If it was me and I had those guys, it'd be awful hard to get me to part with them to take up on Mahomes. I do like Justin Jefferson too, but man, you got a strong team already. So I might stay with what you got. I'm interested to know what your record is, MK, if you're still on. And it says win or loss, I sub. Thank you for helping. No problem. Thank you, MK, for being here, and I absolutely appreciate the sub, and hope that you're crushing it in your fantasy leagues already. You must have a pretty good – I'm sure you won this last week with Tyreek Hill crushing it the way you did. All right, let me see who's up next here. Let's see. 10-inch says, got another question. What is Montgomery's trade value right now? It would have been good if not for the injury. I think there are plenty of fantasy players who are not wanting to trade for an injured player because of the uncertainty of not knowing when they're going to be back. So given the fact that what we're starting to hear is it looks like 4 to 5 weeks for Montgomery, you would have to probably work a deal with Montgomery. You would need to be working with a team who was already set at their running back spot. They're certainly not going to make a deal that leaves them with a player that they can't use for that many weeks. I think that in a few weeks, when Montgomery is trending towards being back, then you might have a better chance of turning that deal, because then you're not looking at the person that you're trading with saying, well, look, I got nothing for 5 weeks if I make this deal right now. So you might not get back enough the value that you deserve for Montgomery right now. So I think it might be too low to try to work him in right now. Not saying that it can't happen, but I think his trade value would be better in 3-4 weeks when you expect him to be back. So I might wait on that one. Hope that helps you out. 10-inch. I got a sneeze coming on. I've been fighting it off for the longest time here. I hope that I don't. And I tried when I went to do the 6 picks promo. I was like, man, I got to sneeze. Let me put this promo up so nobody sees me sneeze. But what are you gonna do? Ridley is in top 10 in red zone targets too. We were talking about Ridley before. 10-inch. I was just looking from your follow-ups there. I didn't see if there's any other ones follow-ups here. So let me get to the next one here from Griffin Steigman. I hope I'm saying that right. Let me know, Griffin, if I pronounced that name right. Just give me a yes, you did, or something like that. And if I didn't, then I'll try again. I always try to get these right. But welcome to the stream, Griffin. Looks like you might be a new viewer. You say LaVisca Chenault, Darnell Mooney, or Moss from waivers, Zach Moss from waivers. Well, let's take a look at who I've already researched for today, because I definitely researched Mooney. I think Mooney, the situation in Chicago is so dependent on what happens with the quarterback there. It's hard to say. Obviously, we see what's happening to Allen Robinson right now. I mean, things can go south for Mooney in a heartbeat. 7 targets this last week, 125 yards. The run of games is not good in terms of fantasy points allowed to the wide receiver spot for the Bears. Las Vegas this week, 26th. That's the 7th fewest. Green Bay next, 23rd. That's the 10th fewest. So 2 bad matchups in a row, followed up by Tampa, who is number 1. And then San Francisco, who is 18, right in the middle. So matchup-wise, not a good run for Mooney. Chenault, I would probably feel more comfortable with. I don't have the run of matchups because I did not research that because there wasn't anybody on that team from the waiver wires. But let me see. On one of my 2 screens here, let me see if I can get that. I'll take a look at that. So for Chenault, I need to see what he's playing for the next 4 weeks. And if my computer cooperates, I'll be able to get that. If it doesn't cooperate, then I'll be sitting here looking stupid, which sometimes happens. But that's okay because it's funny for the person watching at home. Chenault. Oh, come on now. See, this frustrates me. Like, let me look up players, please. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to call up Jacksonville. Jacksonville, search, please. Show me opponents. There we go. All right, the next 4 games for Jacksonville. We got Tennessee this week. Tennessee in the green. They are number 2 in terms of fantasy points to the wide receivers. Then Miami. Let's see. Miami is currently, where are they at here? 20th. Then we have the bye. And then we have Seattle. And Seattle is currently 11th. So in terms of the next 4 weeks, I usually try to look at the next 4 weeks. 2 good matchups in there out of the 4. So far, I think Chenault ahead of Mooney in that situation. And at least you're more consistent with the quarterback play, even though it's, still a rookie. Zach Moss, Buffalo's run game is difficult because you don't necessarily expect them to lean towards the run unless the game script dictates it. And you've got a Moss and a Singletary. Now, the good news is Moss is, you would expect Moss to get the goal line the goal line work. For Buffalo, so that does help him. In terms of matchups, I see this week Kansas City is a good matchup. They are currently, 5th most fantasy points to the running back spot. Then they've got Tennessee, who is, where do they fall here? 20th, and then a bye, and then Miami, who is 4th. And again, game script-wise, you expect Miami to be a game that they're running because of winning the game. You expect Kansas City to not be that situation, although Kansas City does seem to give up points to the running back. And Tennessee could go either way. So I think out of these 3, if I rank them in order, again, the difference here is Griffin, I don't know if this is a PPR league or not. I'll put it this way. If this is a PPR league, I'd say Chenault 1, Moss 2, Mooney 3. If this is a standard league, it depends on also what you need on your roster. So without knowing a roster, it makes it not necessarily as complete of an answer. But without knowing any of those other things, I would say in a standard league, I would go Moss 1 because of the goal line touches that he gets with regularity. In a standard league, that's probably more valuable than the targets. So I would go Moss 1, Chenault 2, Mooney 3, and then let that make the decision for you, whichever happens to be what you play in. Hope that helps you out there, Griffin, and thank you for the chat. All right, let me see here. I see a couple of other chats here that are you guys were chatting with each other, so I'm going to scroll through those and see what else here. This one, I'm going to hit on this one. Everyone should consider putting a late waiver pick for Khalil Herbert, Alex Collins, if you have room. I am very interested in this Seattle situation. This is why I wanted to comment on this one. as someone who has Chris Carson in a couple of spots, and someone who's felt like Chris Carson has been a very consistent player here in fantasy, this whole thing that happened last week with Alex Collins, I was like, what? Like, where is that from? However, I seem to recall, and perhaps one of you guys would have the same thought on this, in a past season, Seattle plays on Thursday this week. And I seem to recall this happening in a previous year where the game before one of their Thursday night games, and I want to say it was Rashard Penny that all of a sudden came in and took a ton of work from Carson, and everyone was like, whoa, where did this come from? And then sure enough, on Thursday, it was right back to Carson because they were just protecting him with those two games that were closer to each other. I'm really interested to see what happens if that actually is the case. I know at first I was considering moving Carson out of my starting lineup over the concerns about Alex Collins' workload. But after thinking about that, I kind of went the other way, and I'm like, you know what? No, I think this has happened before. So I feel a little bit less hesitant on Carson if that's the case. Perhaps one of you guys in the chat there can remember when that might have been. I certainly didn't research it to check it, but I do feel like I don't remember if it was Rashard Penny or if it was another player in that backfield for Seattle. But I feel like the exact same thing happened before, where the game before a Thursday night game, there was all of a sudden someone that you didn't expect, and then it was right back to normal after that. So one of you guys, if you know about that, hit that up in the chat and let me know. Let's see here. Streamer tips: be quicker with each catch-in. Once you get a question, I know, I do definitely understand that. As a growing channel, I have typically put more analysis into each question. And I know that I don't want to just start giving answers that are just like that, like, no, this guy, and then move on, because I don't necessarily feel like that always helps everybody. Like, there's so many like little points about all of these thoughts that I prefer giving out the information. But yes, definitely, I understand, because I typically look at the times, and this chat that's on the screen right now was 10:57. It was over a half hour ago. So I don't try to get as far behind on these, but when there are so many questions here, I do like to give them all, what they deserve. So let me see who is next here. And Bill Romanowski, you said, I did pick up Michael Thomas and drop Tunyon last week. Good advice. Glad to see that you got that. Takashi 6,400. Should I pick up A.J. Dillon? He's on the waiver. If you have Aaron Jones, Takashi, I think that A.J. Dillon is a good player to keep on a handcuff basis. I don't know that there's enough value there. This has kind of been my thought on Dillon all along, without it being a handcuff situation. I know that he had reasonable production this last game, but I'm just not sure that it's there overall for Dillon at this point. It's going to be Aaron Jones that's going to get the bulk of the work. There's enough there to Dillon to make it worth your while. Kind of in similar to like a Tony Pollard. Would you keep him with Zeke getting back to his good play? So that's my thoughts on that. If not, I would probably consider a different guy that might have more impact, even if it's only on a couple-week basis, like a Samaje Perine type player. You play him when you got him, when he gets the volume, and then you cut him afterwards. Dillon, you're going to be sitting on the whole year, and he's going to be taking up a spot on that bench and potentially never in your lineup without an injury happening to Jones. So that's my thoughts on that. Hope that helps you out, Takashi. Let's see who is up next here. 10-inch says start Lance in a 14-team league in a deep league. I can see that. Fieldsboro have burned me. I understand. Let's see. Lance reminds me of Hurts a little last year. I could definitely see that going forward. Let's see. Takashi 6,400. Gibson, Montgomery, and Late. I think it's an answer to one of the other questions. Let's see. I'm looking for the next question here. Here we got from Michael Chapp. Welcome to the stream, Michael Chapp. Is Cook a must keep? I'm looking at guys like Najee and Patterson, and it's making me want to jump on it. Are you talking about like a trade situation with Dalvin Cook, or are you perhaps talking about something else there? I'm not sure. Or are you talking about Jared Cook? If you're still on the chat here, if I'm not too far behind, clarify that for me a little bit. I'm looking for follow-ups to see exactly what you meant on that one. I'm not sure. I think that if it's a trade situation and you're looking for a swap out for a Najee and a Patterson, especially in a PPR league, then it's certainly a reasonable thought at this point. But Dalvin Cook is an awful tough guy to lose off of your roster. Let's see who's up next here. Let's see what's next. Hector says Carson is hurt. Should I grab Collins? Hector, I have not seen that report on Carson. I'm going to look it up right now. But I have not seen a report here saying that Carson is actually hurt. Again, that's kind of what I was just talking about in trying to figure out exactly what's going on. But perhaps I didn't see it. I do see a questionable tag here. So let's see what that says. eventually. Chris Carson. Did not practice Tuesday due to a neck injury. Carson has seen his snap share drop over the past 2 weeks. Seahawks have been a short week before playing, so it'll be a critical amount of reports. Interesting. If you have Chris Carson, then yeah, I don't think you're wrong to pick up Collins in terms of making sure that you are there in a backup situation in case Carson doesn't play. If you're looking at just grabbing Collins in terms of somebody to look at off the waiver wire and you don't have Carson, I think there are other players ahead of him, but perhaps you don't have the waiver priority to get them. So I don't think it's an awful thought here, because anytime you've got a player who has a chance to get in there and get that volume, like Collins seems like would be that guy. If Carson couldn't go, and on a short week, there's certainly a chance for that. So I don't think it's a bad idea, and I think it's very likely that you can get Carson or Collins for free without using your waiver priority. I don't know if I would waste a high priority on. I don't want to say waste, but I don't know if I would use a high priority on Collins. If you have a high priority, you should probably think about a Damian Williams this week, at least trying for them first. But I don't think it's a bad idea to think about Collins and monitor that situation by all means. Thank you, Hector, for the chat. Let's see here. MK, I believe this was a follow-up on a previous one. Going to try to add Waller for Kelsey if you pull the trigger from Mahomes and Jefferson. Bill Romanowski, another nice plug for our 6 picks challenge. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. And he says everyone should enter, and I agree with that. It's a nice game for you guys, and I think that, Bill, I didn't see, I know that you predicted you were going to go 6 for 6. I didn't see if you actually went 6 for 6 on those picks or not, but we got to take a look at that. Let's see. MK says you did. Hill crushed 2-2 should be 3-1, but Rodgers laid an egg. I think that's your record. Let's see. Who else here? 10 inches looking to buy Montgomery. That is in response to the earlier question that you had, I'm sure. And if you are looking to buy Montgomery, then I think you should be able to buy him low right now for sure. I think that is a good option. You say, should I offer Deontay and Woods for DK and Visca? Both teams stacked at wide receiver. Yes. In a short answer. This might fall into that category of not analyzing things as much and just giving an answer. Yes. I would prefer DK on my team for sure over Deontay and Woods. And so that is a step up, and Laviska Shenault can be a spot starter in situations where you need him to fill that other spot. So the best player in this trade would be DK if you could get him. I like Deontay Johnson, but not nearly as much as I like DK Metcalf, and Robert Woods has been a problem. So yes, I like that offer absolutely if you can get it. Sideline Star is next up. Welcome to the stream, Sideline Star. Looks like you might be a new viewer. Glad to have you here. You say, would you trade away Kyler Murray and Darrell Henderson for Christian McCaffrey if you had Jalen Hurts on the bench? So essentially this would be basically trading Henderson for McCaffrey because you don't need to fill the quarterback spot, and Hurts has been really good. As a matter of fact, last time I looked, Hurts in 4th, I think, overall in terms of the season. Let me see where he is right now. He's in 3rd, and Kyler Murray is in 2nd. So if you're just looking at where the stats are right now, then that's pretty much a wash, and you're trading Darrell Henderson for Christian McCaffrey. That is a yes. Absolutely, that's a big step up. As long as you're not concerned about McCaffrey injury, and I think you have to figure that he's going to be okay. What I would do, Sideline Star, is if you can make this deal, I would start looking right away to see who in your league has Chuba Hubbard, and either try to figure out a way to offer something, a very small bench piece for Chuba Hubbard to protect yourself in case McCaffrey has troubles getting back healthy, or very likely Chuba Hubbard is dropped once McCaffrey is healthy again, and you can go make a pickup and get Hubbard there to handcuff McCaffrey, because obviously once he's already been hurt, you want to make sure that you're good in the situation if that happens again. But otherwise, if you have Jalen Hurts there, then yes, I love the Kyler Murray and Darrell Henderson for McCaffrey. I like that a lot. And you could even ask for a second piece with McCaffrey that is some sort of a bench depth piece that's not a starter. If you wanted to make it a true 2 for 2, but as a 2 for 1 in your situation with Hurts, yes, I like that. Hope that helps you out, Sideline. Thank you for the chat. Glad to have you here. MK is keeping Hill. Now, would it be smart to add Kelsey or keep Waller? For now, I don't want them to interfere with Kelsey-Hill stack. It's never wrong to have one of those good tight ends there if you can make that happen. Let's see. Your follow-up here says keeping Hill, trying to get Stafford, have Waller. But now, since keeping Hill, would it be smart for a Waller-Kelsey swap or no? I don't think you have to add Kelsey to a team that has Hill. I think a lot of times I go back and forth on the whole stack thing in season-long fantasy. Like, I personally play daily fantasy, but I feel like the stack has way more value in daily fantasy because that's more about the matchup individually to that week. So then when you're pairing together guys like pairing a Mahomes with a Hill or Mahomes with a Kelsey, I feel like in season long, there's more potential to have it not work out for you because like this past week, Hill had a great game and Kelsey not as great of a game. And I think those things can happen along the way. So I think that you're better off to diversify in that situation. I might look to keep Waller or get Waller in that case. If you're trying to make that choice, I might like the Waller side of that better than Kelsey. Let's see here. Jay Postman is here. Jay Postman, welcome back. One of our regulars. Sideline star, I do it if you're in a single quarterback lead. No need to keep 2 stars at quarterback. Definitely do that trade for CMC. So pretty much in line with what I thought. 10-inch, you say Carson missed practice. Let's see. Don't want them to interfere. MK, you said, but Kelsey is great. Of course, Kelsey is great. Can't go wrong. Sideline says good point about Thursday night. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Jay Postman, be happy with either. Kelsey is number 1 by far. Absolutely. Fantasy football stats guy is here. What's good, my man? What's up, fantasy football stats guy? Still got the same hat on. Golf game still not very good. All that stuff still in play, but appreciate you being on the stream. Let's see here. 10-inch says, wouldn't be looking at Collins except for the injury. I do agree with that. Let's see here. Slide, welcome back to the stream. I'm moving through these a little faster, so hopefully I'm not too far behind. Let's see what time we're up to 11:30, and not too bad. 10 minutes behind. So we're getting back in line here. What's up, Slide? Glad to have you back on the stream. You say we talked in the last stream about wide receiver options, but had an interesting trade offer come up. 16-team super deep. Half-point PPR. Guy wants to make a trade of his Josh Jacobs for your Mike Davis and Aguilar. Yeah, in a deeper league, I can understand my perspective on this. Again, the deepest that I play is 12. So obviously the deeper league you play, it's different with someone like Mike Davis. You're playing Mike Davis right now, I'm sure, and you're probably playing Nelson Aguilar right now, whereas in a 10 or a 12, you're not playing either one of them. But that being said, Atlanta loves Cordero Patterson, and that absolutely is no good for Mike Davis. Josh Jacobs, when he's back healthy, seems like is going to be their guy. I don't know why he wouldn't be. I know there was some worry over Kenyon Drake, but I don't think we need to be worried about Kenyon Drake anymore, considering the fact that when Josh Jacobs goes out with an injury, Peyton Barber is the guy and not Kenyon Drake. If they trusted Drake, then Drake would have been the guy that moved in there. So I think you feel good about Jacobs when he's fully healthy, and it looks like he's trending that way. If you are okay about the wide receiver, I don't necessarily remember what the wide receiver options you had, but if you're okay with losing an Aguilar, I think you're getting a definite step up there in Jacobs, and in that case, I would probably do this. You follow up by saying Mike Davis has been consistent but average. Jacobs coming off an injury, sharing the backfield with Barber, Drake. That's kind of what I was getting to. I don't think he's sharing the backfield. I think he's sharing the backfield because of his injury problems. I think once that's out of the way, I don't think that is the case. But again, this is just, you never know in fantasy sometimes. Other running backs are Henry and Rojo, strongly considering, yes, Jacobs would be a great step up from Rojo as your RB2. And again, work your waiver wire in order to get by if Jacobs is still working his way back. Slide if you have that ability, because there are running backs out there, especially this week on the waiver wire, that can help you. 2 guys in particular, Williams and Pirine, that are out there this week that are going to get you at least a couple of weeks of good volume. So that is absolutely a choice for you. But I do like this deal. I think you're basically taking, if you take Aguilar out of the picture, you just consider it a Jacobs for Davis. I think that Jacobs is a step up there absolutely for the rest of the year. That would be my opinion on that one. Slide. Either way you go there, I hope that it works out for you. And glad to have you back on the stream. Let me see if there are any follow-ups from you. I don't see them. All right. We're a little bit closer to being online here. All right, let me see what else here. Let's see. Who is up next here? 10-inch is going to do the 6 picks. Awesome. Look for that video when it's out. I'm not going to give away who the players are yet because I haven't looked them up yet. So it wouldn't be it's not a spoiler or anything like that. Hector says drop Fuller or Ayuk for Curtis Samuel. Drop them both. I don't have much confidence in either one of them. If anything, I think that which one of those two has the chance to turn things around. Probably Ayuk is probably the better offense of the two. I don't know how long-term an injury it's looking like for Fuller at this point. I didn't look at it, but I don't think either one of them are giving you much right now. And again, players like that, if you drop them, They are probably not going to be picked up unless you're in a deeper league situation. They're probably just going to sit there on your waiver wire. So if you ever decided you wanted to go back, you probably would have that opportunity. Of course, my computer's not calling up his notes. When I try, there they are. Let me see how long. Week to week on Will Fuller, broken finger. Broken finger is not good for a pass catcher. Let's just say that. Yeah, I don't see either one of them really being. Again, I probably Ayuk is at least healthy, although I guess he's healthy, although it doesn't seem like San Francisco likes him much anymore, but at least he's healthy. So if something were to happen there with other guys getting hurt, he at least has the opportunity to give you back something. So I'd probably go Fuller instead. He's the guy he is the guy that's not fully healthy at this point. So I'd probably think of doing that. And if you're asking me if Curtis Samuel is worthy of being picked up over either one of these two guys, yeah, probably, because we know what we're getting from those other two guys, and it's not much. At least with Curtis Samuel, there's the potential to get something more. We just don't know what that's going to be yet because he's working his way back. So, yeah, I think you can definitely do that, Hector. Thank you for the chat. Let me see here. Jay Postman says that Josh Jacobs is scary to trust. I agree with that. But I see, Jay Postman, you like the Davis side of things. I would feel better about Davis if it wasn't for the Julio Patterson, Cordero Jones, whatever you want to call him there. Suddenly he's like the guy in Atlanta. I don't know how that happens. That makes me a little bit less confident in Davis as well. Lee Shakur on the stream. Welcome, Lee. Believe you've been here before. Welcome back. If not, welcome for the first time. You say, I'm in a 10-man PPR league. Should I trade Hopkins, Chubb, and JT for Swift, Robinson, and Deontay? I have Kamara, Evans, and CD. So, all right, let's see here. That was perhaps the most short names in a chat that I can remember. Shortened names or short already names. So let me try to make sense of this. Trade away Hopkins and Nick Chubb and Jonathan Taylor to pick up DeAndre Swift, James Robinson, and Deontay Johnson. I have Kamara, Evans, and CD. If I take out the part of the equation of who you have, Hopkins, if going strictly wide receiver for wide receiver, Hopkins to Deontay Johnson is a downgrade. Chubb for Swift is a downgrade. And Jonathan Taylor for James Robinson, if Jonathan Taylor were playing to his predicted level, is a downgrade to me. So I think all of these, I think you're better with those three that you have than the players that you're picking up. Of those other three, I like Robinson the most. I might consider something that doesn't involve so many players if you want to try to get Robinson. I like Deontay Johnson, but he's a little bit, like I was saying before, a little bit injury prone. But I certainly like him, but I don't like him more than Hopkins, even though Hopkins has had a couple of down games. And I don't, even though Nick Chubb has had a couple of down games, I think he's going to be fine for the rest of the year. Kind of the same thing with Taylor. I think this is almost looks like a trade from being worried about the player's production here. And I will say I have Jonathan Taylor in a couple of spots, and I was worried as well. But after seeing this week, I feel better than I did before that with his production, and hopefully it keeps going in that direction. So I think overall, in terms of like a rest of season outlook, I like the Hopkins, Chubb, Taylor side of this much better. I think Swift is the level that you're seeing from Swift is where it's going to be. I don't think it's going any higher. Splitting there with Williams. The level that you're seeing from Robinson is where I think it's going to be. I don't think it's going any higher. And the same thing with Deontay Johnson. D-Hop, Chubb, and JT, you are probably seeing their floor right now with a potential for a higher ceiling, I guess, to put it in those terms. And Swift, Robinson, Deontay, you're probably about what they're going to be. So I think you have way more potential on the D-Hop, Chubb, JT side of that. I think I like that side much better. If you're super concerned with one or all of these players, I might consider, Robinson is the guy out of the other side of that I would consider trying to pick up without having to give up so much to get him. So perhaps you could do like a Jonathan Taylor plus a Jonathan Taylor for Robinson plus Deontay Johnson, or Jonathan Taylor plus a lower piece than Hopkins and Chubb for Robinson and Deontay, something where you don't have to give up as much and just pick out that one little piece that you think might actually be better off for you. To me, it's Robinson out of those guys. I think you're fine with what you had with those other players that you mentioned. But I think you're better off with those other guys in terms of that trade. Hope that helps you out, Lee. And I think that you probably have some other opinions in terms of everyone else that I see. Jay Postman kind of says the same thing, leaning towards keeping all those players. Yeah, that's basically all the same kind of thoughts that I was talking about there. So hope that helps you out there, Alicia Cure. And MK pops in and says, thanks for all the help. And as I always say, I say thank you for being here on the stream. You guys really make the stream, so appreciate that. Without the chats, we have lots of content we can give you, but would always rather be talking with you than just talking to you. So glad to have you guys. Slide with a like that a lot. Slide, appreciate that. Let's see here. 10-inch says, fantasy strat, never trade until after waivers go through. Can't disagree with that. But never a bad idea to start thinking about these things either. Bob likes potatoes. Welcome to the stream. Bob likes potatoes. I like that name a whole lot. Glad to have you. I think you're a viewer, so glad to have you on the stream. You say rather have Ridley or Keenan Allen full PPR rest of the season. Had you asked me this before the season started, I would have said Ridley. I think it's a lot closer now than it was because of the struggles that Ridley has had. I do think he's going to play better as the year goes on. That being said, I've been a big fan of Keenan Allen for many seasons. I think the production that he gives you is always very consistent. I think you're always expecting the target share to be there for Keenan Allen. I'm going to look up his stats right now to see where they fall. I know Mike Williams has been great there. Keenan Allen currently 17th on the list. And let's see, where is Ridley is 22nd. So right now, Keenan has a little bit of the edge overall, but Ridley being that close to him here, given the fact that you don't really feel like Ridley has really reached his potential for this season yet, kind of tells you that you might feel better about Ridley. That being said, Keenan, fantasy points, 19, 19, 11. Targets, 13, 8, 12, 11. That's pretty good. Hard to argue with that. Yes, he has not had the big plays that we've seen Mike Williams have, but you'll take that volume all day long. Ridley targets 8, 10, 11, 13. Fantasy points, 10, 19, 14, 15. So they are right in the same range right now. In terms of future games, there is no red on Calvin Ridley's schedule right now based on what teams are allowing in terms of fantasy points. And for Keenan Allen, there is a little bit of red, not awful, but a few games along the way where it looks like the matchups might be a little tougher. This is a personal preference question. Right now, if I have drafted Keenan Allen, I am happy with him. If I have drafted Calvin Ridley, I would like to see a little bit more out of him, but I think he is going in the right direction. So I do think this is close. I think it's very possible and still very likely that Calvin Ridley ends up ahead at the end of the year. I have thought all along that he has top 5 potential as a number 1 guy there. It's just quite simply that Atlanta offense with a new offensive coordinator has been sputtering a little bit. So I do kind of think that I would still say Ridley probably at the end of the season will end up as the higher overall finisher. But that being said, I don't dislike Keenan Allen one bit, so don't take it that way. I like them both, and you feel more confident with Keenan Allen right now, probably because you spent a little bit less on him in the draft than you did on Calvin Ridley. Let's see who else is up here. Hector Gonzalez says drop Bell for Collins. I can't say that I have a feel for what Le'Veon Bell is going to be yet, but I do think that Latavius Murray is starting to take over that backfield. And will that be split up with Bell? I think it's possible. I don't think that Devontae Freeman has a meaningful role fantasy-wise in the backfield for Baltimore. We've seen Tyson Williams get the healthy scratch. It's possible that Bell comes in there and has a role, but of those guys in that backfield, to me, the guy that has been fantasy relevant most recently is Latavius Murray. It will surprise me if he's not the main guy there, and that relegates Bell to a secondary role a little bit. So this is more of a, are you looking for a 1 week thing to work your way through injury with Collins? I think you can do that. Again, Hector, if you have Chris Carson, I think that is the main reason to pick up Collins. If you don't have Chris Carson, I'm not sure that Collins has the value yet until we know more about what's going on there. So it would be a prospective ad on your part. I think you could certainly do it. But I don't know that it probably depends on what kind of depth you have. If you're looking for somebody to help you out season long, it's probably sit on Bell and see what happens. If you're looking for somebody this week, then that would be more the thought with Collins. And of course, if you have Carson, that makes the difference. Jay Postman says that he would take Allen, eats up targets. Davison Patterson catching all the passes, probably take Allen. Rhythm hasn't been efficient so far this year. I think those are all pretty accurate. 10-inch says, I'm going to head out. Thanks for the advice. Try to hop in tomorrow for the picks. Thank you for being with us, 10-inch. Glad to have you on the stream. Bill Romanowski says, peace out. And let's see who's up next here. Bob Likes Potatoes says, get that, but don't think Patterson can maintain his production. I will be surprised if at some point Ridley doesn't establish himself in the area that he would want to be. I do see a couple of other where you guys were talking to each other, so I'm going to scroll down to the next question so I can try to keep up here. Actually, no, it looks like that I am all caught up. Awesome. Well, then here's what we're going to do. Being that I'm all caught up, this gives me a good chance to hit the rest of the content, and then I'll go back to the chats after that. So we have only done part of our waiver wire content so far, and so let's put this up on the screen. We'll go back to this. This is the top 5 waiver wire targets for Week 5, and that starts out with Damian Williams for the Chicago Bears, currently rostered at 8% of all leagues. Dalton Schultz at number 2. 33%. Sam Darnold, the quarterback, hard to ignore him at this point. 37% of all leagues. Dawson Knox, the tight end. A lot of tight ends. I think this is a very deep waiver wire this week so far, the deepest of all that we've had this year, I think. Dawson Knox at the tight end spot. Samaje Perine, to me, those are the top 5 that you should be thinking about looking to this week off of the waiver wire, but they are certainly not the only players, and therefore I have some bonus names to look at this week on the waiver wire. Now, these are not ordered in terms of where I think they fall. These are just 4 more names that are out there and on the waiver wire, and they are ordered based on the percentages that they're currently rostered in. Again, when we talk about the waiver wire, I'm talking about players that are currently rostered in under 50% of all leagues. Of course, there may be players out there in your league that are not under 50%, but are available for you. That will make a difference. But in terms of analyzing these, I take a look at those players that are available in less than 50%. The next guy on this list, this is an interesting situation to me. Now, I've got 2 guys listed here, and Jonnu Smith is only one of them. Obviously, in New England, it's Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry. So I thought about making them combining them into one with a slash, but I decided to make them 2 separate because obviously they're 2 separate players. New England, the split between Smith and Henry has looked pretty even. It's tough to roster either one of these 2 because you feel like you're going to be worried, that one guy gets it all one week and then the other one gets nothing. But if you look at the split, Smith's targets 5-5, 6-5. Fantasy points 10-7, 110. He's currently tight end 21. We'll talk about Hunter Henry in a minute, but it's about even. I've also got Hunter Henry on this list, so we'll talk about them separately. The reason why these guys fall on the bonus ads this week, first of all, we all know it's difficult streaming tight ends. It's tough to fill that spot. But the reason why I'm looking at these players on the waiver wire right now is they, to me, have a very nice run coming up. I always like to look at the next 4 games and use that as part of the decision-making process in terms of who to pick up off the waiver wire, because it's one thing to chase points, but it's another thing to pick up somebody, and then all of a sudden, once you get them on your roster, then you look at the matchup, and you're like, oh, well, this is a terrible matchup. I can't start this person. Jonnu Smith and New England, the next 4 games, Houston, Dallas, the Jets, and the LA Chargers, in order in terms of fantasy points given up to the tight end spot, 2, 6, 25, and 5. Okay, so the one matchup with the Jets that is 8th fewest, but the rest are all top 10 matchups. So this is a great run if you're streaming tight ends. Jonnu Smith is right in there for somebody that you can look at in terms of having a nice little run for a few games and possibly filling that spot for you on your roster. So I've certainly got Jonnu Smith as a bonus ad this week off the waiver wire. The next guy up, another tight end, Jared Cook. We saw what happened against the Raiders. 7 targets, 6 catches with a touchdown. His targets in the last 4 games, 8, 5, 3, 7. So his usage has been pretty good. Fantasy points 11, 6, 5, 19. He is currently tight end 12 overall for the year, so right on the TE1 level. And the next 4 for Cook this week against Cleveland, 21st. So just a little bit below halfway point. But then he's got Baltimore, who is giving up currently the most points to the fantasy spot, the most fantasy points to the tight end spot. I'll figure this out. Then he's got a bye. Then he's got New England, which is 2nd fewest. So the matchup run is not quite as good, but nonetheless, Cook has been there with the production in a good offense. I think there's very decent thought for Jared Cook on your roster at this point. And then again, the other side of that split with Jonnu Smith is Hunter Henry and 42% right now. Henry's targets 3, 4, 6, 5 as he's gone through the season so far. His fantasy points 6, 6, 9, 13. He is currently tight end 18. Again, the reason why these guys are here is because the run of matchups coming up. Houston, Dallas, Jets, Chargers, fantasy points to tight end 2, 6, 25, and 5. 3 out of 4 matchups in the top 10. So it definitely makes these guys a streaming option despite the split. Either one of these guys, I feel like, gives you some potential in your roster. And then the 4th guy, because I had to go with another guy named Hunter because I already had the Hunter thing on the graphic. So I figured, well, I might as well just change the last name. I did want to at least get a wide receiver in here because it's been so tight end heavy. Hunter Renfrow, I added in. Renfro's production has been relatively consistent this year. The Raiders are playing pretty good, and Derek Carr has been pretty decent at quarterback most of the way through. Renfrow with 8 targets, 6 catches, 45 yards, and a touchdown in this last game. His target run for 4 games, 9, 7, 6, 8, so pretty decent. And his fantasy points, 13, 11, 19, 17, so pretty consistent. Currently wide receiver 21, so he's right at the WR2 level. I think that's very reasonable to think about in terms of a player to look at off of the waiver wire. His run of games, he's got a good matchup this week against Chicago, currently giving up the 4th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Then a couple of middle of the road with Denver and Philly. They're at 17 and 22 right now, and then a bye week. So I do think that Hunter Renfrow is right in there as a player that you can look at. And there certainly are other players out there. I can't talk about every single one of them, but in terms of the ones that I researched, those are the ones that I thought were most worthy of making mention of. So again, here are the bonus ads off the waiver wire this week. It's Jonnu Smith, tight end from New England, Jared Cook, tight end from the Chargers, and then the 2 Hunters, Henry and Renfrow in terms of players that could make an impact on your fantasy football roster. All right, that is the content for the waiver wire for this week. And let's go ahead and go back to the chats, and we'll get through those and hit those up for the rest of the night before we call it a night for tonight. We got one here from Jokes. Welcome to the stream, Jokes. Looks like you're a new viewer, so glad to have you here. How much fab are we dropping on Shenault out of 100? I will say this very, very simply. I am not a fab player. So my perspective on fab is not nearly something I've had as much work with. I'm more on a waiver priority situation with small changes, but I'm not as much of a fab player. I will answer this question more because I don't want to answer it in a way that's not appropriate for my point of view. I'll answer this more in terms of a waiver priority. If I was asking the question, like if I was building up my priority for a number that was higher, would I use that number on Shenault right now? I probably wouldn't. I probably would save that number for a more significant impact player. For instance, this week with someone like Damian Williams with Montgomery being hurt, I would prefer to have that number built up so that I have the option to get that player that can more significantly impact my team. So to transfer that answer into fab, then to me that, based on my lack of playing fab as much, to me that tells me that I don't want to use as big of a percentage on the fab, but I want to save my more of that for the players who have more of a significant impact on my team. So therefore, my thought here is that I would not use a high percentage of your fab on a player like Shenault. There are probably a lot of other receivers out there that you may be able to get at less of a cost than he might be. There are some, like I just talked about, like a Hunter Renfrow, Darnell Mooney. There are other players out there who I've researched, AJ Green, Jamison Crowder. These are players who I've written down that didn't necessarily make my top 5 this week, but that are out there, and there probably are other ones as well beyond that, a Curtis Samuel type player. So therefore, I would not probably use up a lot of this on Shenault, but if he were available after all of that cleared, again, this fab is not my area of expertise, but I'm relating that more to what I would think about with the priority. So in other words, if I were playing in a league with a waiver priority, I would probably wait till waivers went through, and if Shenault was not picked up, I would then pick him up basically for free. That would be the level that I would look at. Or if my priority number was already low, like if I was at 8, something like that out of 10 teams, whereas I'm not really wasting like a 2 on somebody like that, then I might make that pickup. So to translate into fab, to me, that says a smaller percentage on the fab and saving that the bigger amounts for the players like a Damian Williams that will have more of a drastic impact on your roster. Hope that helps, Jokes. Fab is something that I certainly should probably look into playing in future seasons, but it's just not in particular the leagues that I play in. It's not something that they utilize. So that's kind of where I give you the reference for my answer, but hope that information helps you out at any rate to give you some thoughts on that. Bill Romanowski says, good night, guys. See you soon. Thanks for being with us again, Bill. Glad to have you. Aaron, back on the stream. Welcome back, Aaron. One of our regulars. Would you drop Higbee for one of those tight ends? No, I don't think I would. I think I like Higbee a whole lot, and I think he was drafted for a reason, and that is that you expect his level to be more consistent than you might from some of the other players. Now, that being said, which one of those guys do I think is close in terms of the consistent level of production? I think it's Schultz. I don't think it's Knox. I don't think it's Cook. I think those guys are going to be more up and down than a Higbee might be. I think Higbee's role in that offense is a little bit more steady. So I don't think that I would think about dropping either. Same thing with Jonnu Smith and same thing with Hunter Henry. I think Higbee's role is going to be more steady than those guys. I would keep them, but I would not discount the thought of picking up one of those tight ends and cutting somebody else on your roster that might have more value. And then you have the option to play, if you think one of them has a better matchup. Like I said, the matchup this week for Dawson Knox is quite good. And the matchup this week for Dalton Schultz is quite good. So the matchup for the Rams might not be, I'm not even sure what the matchup for the Rams would be, but I'll look it up really quick just for comparison. Let's see who do the Rams play. Of course, it's not there. Let's see. Come on, screens. That's right. Rams, Seattle on Thursday. So Seattle currently giving up to tight ends, currently giving up 14th on the list there. So the matchup for Schultz and Knox is better for both. And the way they've been playing certainly has been well. That would be a consideration in terms of a matchup play, but I would not want to drop Higbee. But I might see if there was somebody else on the bench that could be dropped to make that move, and then you would have a backup. That would be the way I would look at that. Aaron, thank you for the chat. Hope that helps you out. All in one show. Almost got that wrong. Glad to have you back. Another chat here from you. Is CMC a keeper or should I trade away? I don't think, given the fact that we're hearing reports that sounds like CMC is going to try to practice this week. I don't know that this is going to turn into a situation like it was last year where he just ends up not being able to play. I would think you want to keep him around at this point. It's certainly, if you are getting value that you can't pass up for CMC, then that's a different story. If you're needing to add depth as we get towards our bye weeks or whatnot. But I think if you walked away with the number one pick in your draft and you end up with a McCaffrey, I think I'm going to want to try to keep him unless absolutely something tells me that there's a better option. And I do think that CMC, once he's back, and they're not going to probably play him if they don't feel he's healthy. Once they feel he's healthy, they're probably going to work him back into that lineup just as they did before. So I feel like he's worthwhile to keep on your team. I don't think, me personally, I have him on one roster this year. I was lucky enough to get the top pick in one of my leagues. And I don't see any way that I would be trading him away at this point. I would just be looking for ways to kind of work through the weeks to trying to get by as best as possible. That'd be my thoughts. Thank you, all in one show, for the chat there. Let me see here. Hector says, I have Keenan, Laviska, and Ayuk as starters. Aside from Keenan, should I grab Bateman or Josh Gordon for upgrade? I think that of the two, Laviska and Ayuk that you have there, I would be most concerned with Brandon Ayuk at this point. Bateman and Josh Gordon would be kind of a dart throw for you. Of the two, the higher powered offense is going to be Kansas City, and the potential in Baltimore for Rashad Bateman to have more of a bigger role in the offense might be there because their receiver core is not great. I don't want to say it that way. It's not great, but it's just not where they've invested getting players on their roster so much. So you feel like there is some potential there. Calling up right here just to take a look. I know I looked at this previously to see what he was looking at. I don't know that I would feel that either one of these guys is. I mean, you're getting nothing out of Ayuk right now, basically. So it's a dart throw, and if either one of them if either one of them turns out to be something, then you've benefited. I don't know that Ayuk, to keep Ayuk over the possibility for somebody else. I don't know if that helps you out all that much. Perhaps there is somewhere else, someone further down your bench that you could get as a cut and keep Ayuk somehow in hopes that you might, if you need him, have him. Because you're not going to start either one of those guys right now. So if you need if this person has to be a starter right now, then I don't think you can make that move. But if it's somebody you can stash on your bench and not have to start him right away, like if your flex spot can be a running back instead of starting 3 wide receivers, I'm assuming you're a 2 wide receiver, 2 running back with a flex, then that would be different. But if this is a situation where you need this guy to be your starter, I don't think either one of those guys. I'm assuming this is probably a deeper league. I don't remember, Hector, if you might have said that earlier, but based on your players, that's going to be my assumption. But yeah, I think that's the way I would look at it. I don't think either one of these guys right now you could trust as a starter until we know more. They're more of a bench stash at this point. Hope that helps you out, Hector. Aaron says Higbee for Knox or Schultz. I think that was the one that I had mentioned before. Aaron, that's the same one you were asking me about before. I think Higbee not as a drop. Having two of them on your roster, I think is fine if you could drop somebody that has less value. But I don't think you want to drop Higbee for Knox. If you, I will say, let's put it this way: if we were in the same league, Aaron, and you dropped Higbee, I would be instantly picking him up. So if that's the case, then there are other options you could think about here, whether it be picking up Knox or Schultz and trying to trade Higbee. He's going to have more value as a trade target to somebody else in your league than Knox or Schultz. That's the reason why Knox and Schultz are on the waiver wire and Higbee was drafted. So you have options that way. I would not look at Higbee as a cut situation at this point. Thank you, Aaron, for the chat. Joke says, "Yep, that helps. Thanks." And I say, "Nope, thank you for being here." Well, I won't say no, but clearly, I always want to thank you guys for being on the stream, because you guys are having you guys in the chats is what makes these shows. Jamal Williams is pretty much the only person you could drop, or Chuba. Yeah, Chuba is the drop here out of these people. I would even look at seeing if you can. I've done this in a couple of leagues. If you were able to get Chuba Hubbard, the amount of weeks he has left to play here, I would look to see if you could trade Chuba right now. See if there's anybody on the team that has Christian McCaffrey that has any value to you, or see if you can work a 2-for-1 where it opens up a spot that you don't have to cut anybody, but you can get back value in return. And then you can go pick up one of those other tight ends to fill that spot. Jamal Williams, I don't think is a cut necessarily at this point, but I don't think he's starting either. But Chuba Hubbard is a cut probably after this week. If McCaffrey only misses 2 weeks, then it'll be all McCaffrey most likely. At least in terms of fantasy, you're not going to play even if they slowly work McCaffrey back in. I doubt that Chuba Hubbard's going to have enough value that you're going to be able to play him at that point. So he's the guy that you're going to eventually cut. Can you cut him this week? Probably not, but you can trade him this week. So if you could work a 2-for-1 with somebody else off of your team, get back some value, perhaps get an upgrade at your running back spot, at a wide receiver spot by packaging like Chuba. Let's say, for instance, you take your wide receiver 3, the person that's in your flex, put him together with Chuba Hubbard and ship him off to the McCaffrey, the person who rosters Christian McCaffrey, and ask back their wide receiver 3, who potentially is a step up from your wide receiver 3. That person may be willing to do that. If they're close, you're adding some value to your team in that wide receiver spot, and you're opening up the spot on your bench to be able to go ahead and try to get Schultz and Knox. Now, obviously, in order to do that, you're going to have to hope that Schultz and Knox are not picked up on your waiver wire this week and are still available. But again, that would be the benefit to doing that, is that you would not lose anybody who has value to your team by doing it that way. So those are some options, Aaron. I hope that helps you out there. You say absolutely. And you say David Montgomery for Chuba. If you could get that, then yeah, absolutely, I would do that. You're going to sit on Montgomery for a while. But if you have an IR spot, that opens up a spot for you on your roster, because you'll be able to put Montgomery in that IR spot and then go ahead and work that waiver wire pickup after that too. So that is another option. And Aaron, I think you were answering this question, which I skipped over. Is Carson and Henderson good enough until he comes back? Is Carson and Henderson good enough until McCaffrey comes back? Provided that there's not real injury concerns with Carson. We're going to find that out soon, because Seattle plays on Thursday this week, and we really don't know what's going on with that situation. I do think that if you have a spot on your bench where you can pick up somebody in the event that you need them this week, there are some running backs out there. Like I said, Damian Williams is probably going to take number 1 priority to get him. If you don't have that number 1, the person who does is probably going to scoop him up. But the next guy on that list is Samaje Perine, and I think that Samaje Perine is most likely going to be probably a 1-week starter. Joe Mixon being listed as day-to-day for the Cincinnati Bengals. It would be most likely that they hold him out for a week and they let him get healthy. And that means that Samaje Perine likely gets all of the work there for Cincinnati. Therefore, if you get stuck where Carson does not play on Thursday, you have a backup plan. But I would not cut Carson to do that. I would be looking for a player that's farther down your bench, whatever the lowest player on your bench is that you're able to cut, that you don't feel has that much value. To pick up a guy like Perine, even if it's only a 1-week thing, if that guy wins you this week and you make the playoffs by 1 win, then it has been worth your while. So every win counts, and they all matter when you get to the end of the season, even though it's only week 5. Every win, a win in week 5 is as good as a win in week 14. So that would be my thoughts on that one. When Mixon is healthy, you go ahead and you get rid of P. Ryan and you keep working your waiver wire. And especially check the player that you're playing against. If you are playing this week in particular, the person who has Joe Mixon on their roster, then that even more so, or David Montgomery, in those situations, you absolutely want to be on that waiver wire getting the player that helps you in that situation. Because if you are playing against the person who rosters Joe Mixon and he does not play, and you've been able to get some IJP Ryan, not only have you helped your situation, but you've made sure that your opponent doesn't have the ability to get that player for his, and that is a leg up in your favor. So those are the little aspects that you want to look at that could potentially play out and help you as you go through and potentially get that win in week 5. So I hope that helps you out all in one show. I do agree with what these guys said about the absolutely and most definitely, as long as Carson is still healthy. And then Jay Postman says, I grabbed Damian Williams off waivers before trading Montgomery. Well, let me see where that Montgomery one here is. I think that what Aaron was saying, I think, Aaron, tell me if I'm right on this, is you were thinking about trying to acquire Montgomery by trading away Chuba. Is that what I'm understanding there? I do think Damian Williams off the waivers is a very good option this week for everybody. You said, think I could get Jefferson, Lockett, or DJ Moore for Marquise and Chuba. I think you could probably not Jefferson and probably not DJ Moore. And I don't know if I would feel good about getting Tyler Lockett. I just personally feel like Tyler Lockett is so boom or bust. It's tough because he'll give you those weeks where he will win you your week, but he'll give you those other weeks where he will lose you your week. And Marquise has been boom or bust in the past, but I think he's probably been a little more consistent this year so far. Certainly, if you could get something like a bigger name, like a Jefferson or a DJ Moore, then absolutely, it might take a little bit more of an offer. It might take, I don't know who else your other receivers are, but if you have another receiver that's a little bit higher up that wouldn't absolutely cost you, your entire receiver core, then you might package the next receiver up along with Chuba. But that's kind of, you're thinking along the lines of what I was saying about taking your flex wide receiver and pairing him up with Chuba and getting somebody back. If that were the case, I think out of those guys, you probably can't get, it's probably not enough to get Jefferson or DJ Moore, but if you feel comfortable with Tyler Lockett and understanding that there are going to be weeks where he gives you stinkers, but there are going to be good weeks, then it's a player you can certainly think about. I'm personally not as high on Lockett as some people are. So that my opinion might be slightly different on that one. But I do think that you're absolutely thinking the right way, because that is the 2-for-1, the 2-for-1 that does open up that spot for you. So those are definitely the right thoughts. It's just a matter of which one ends up working out. Anytime you make trades, it's actually a lot of work looking around for other rosters to figure out where good trades are. And sometimes they're just not there, but if they are, you got to take advantage of them. So I like what you're thinking there for sure, Aaron. Hope that works out for you. Nico Sorich is here. Welcome, Nico. I believe you are a return viewer. I could be wrong, but I think you are. Either way, welcome. Glad to have you here tonight. Here's your question. 1 flex, 2 wide receivers: Ridley, Boyd, Jones, Emmanuel Sanders, Schultz, with Kelsey as the main tight end. Full PPR, 12-man. I still wish that, unfortunately, for whatever reason, when I went to load the graphics for this show, I normally have the graphics on the left side of the screen. I'm going to take one more look to try to locate where these went, because I certainly know that I saved them, but they've just come up completely missing when I tried to load them tonight. So I like to put those graphics up to give you a look at the fantasy points that are being allowed to each of the different spots. But for some reason, so now that we're actually caught up on the chats, I'm going to try one more time to see if I can locate where these went in my files. Other than that, they're just completely missing for some reason tonight. I have no idea where they went. So unfortunately, I don't have that information to help us out with these choices. So I will just kind of play it out as is. 1 flex, 2 wide receivers: Ridley, Boyd, Jones, Sanders, Schultz. I absolutely think Ridley is a player that you have to continue to trust because you drafted him so high. So I absolutely think he takes that first spot. In terms of the rest of the guys, let's take a look at the matchups without putting a graphic up on the screen. I can still take a look on my other screens at these different matchups. So Tyler Boyd, Cincinnati, is the first one that I will look at. Tyler Boyd is a player who I have liked I've looked at the situation in Cincinnati for the pass catchers. With T. Higgins still out to injury, I haven't seen the reports yet, but I assume that he is still out this week. That means that it's Boyd and Chase there in that offense. The matchup is with Green Bay, and Green Bay currently allowing, let's see where they fall, 23rd. So 10th fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Marvin Jones Jr. for Jacksonville. Slightly better matchup there. We looked it up a little bit earlier. Jacksonville against Tennessee. Tennessee allowing the second most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. So a better matchup there. And now without DJ Chark, you might assume that the volume there is going to be a little bit better for both Jones and Laviska Shenault. Emmanuel Sanders in that game against Kansas City. I might feel like that might be the reasonable choice here. Kansas City, where do they fall? 10th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. It seems to me like that game could easily be a shootout, and therefore everybody will benefit from a fantasy purposes. So I think that it's probably reasonably close between those guys. I actually like all of them. I feel like there's more mouths to feed in Buffalo, that, Cole Beasley, Stephon Diggs might get more of it. But simply, if you agree that that game could possibly be a very high scoring game, then that would probably lean you towards Sanders. I don't think that I would start Schultz as the flex. I'm not a big fan of starting a tight end in your flex spot because I think it's just too difficult to get consistent production out of that position. So if you've got Kelsey fired up as your main tight end, I think you keep Schultz on the bench as a backup. Full PPR, I think Ridley is your first receiver, and then you need two more. So if we take Boyd, Jones, and Sanders, and if we order them, I would probably put because of the matchup, I'll put Boyd third, and I'll say it's close between Jones and Sanders. And because of the fact that Jones had a little bit of a down game, I don't expect him to have a down game every week, but Sanders has had the better game of each of the last two games. So I'll kind of look at that as a little bit more of a hot hand situation. I will probably put Sanders in there. Now, Sanders' targets have been pretty consistent all year long, 8, 6, 6, and 6. His fantasy points have varied 9, 7, 26, and 13. So since he had the bigger week, he is currently 25th on the list. Tyler Boyd is 26th, and Marvin Jones is 27th. How is it possible that worked out that way, that they're all right in line like that? Wow, that's actually amazing. Tyler Boyd had a great game last week. 11 targets, 9 catches for 21 fantasy points. I like Tyler Boyd a whole lot. And Marvin Jones only had 3 targets, but the games prior to that, he had 9, 11, and 8. So you would expect the targets to be there for Jones, and it is a better matchup. It's a little bit of a toss-up. If this were my team, it would be Boyd, just because I personally like Boyd more. And that's not my answers to these questions are usually more stats based than my own personal opinion. And that's why I'm looking at Sanders and Jones ahead of Boyd, because the matchup is not as good for Tyler Boyd in that game. Cincinnati, Green Bay not giving up as many fantasy points to the wide receiver spot, currently 23rd, so 10th fewest. So that matchup with Tennessee is much better for Jacksonville. I like that a lot more. And you think that Sanders is going to be involved in the shootout. So I would take Ridley, and I would take, it's 3 players. So I would take Ridley, Jones, and Sanders. That would be my 3. I would just avoid that bad matchup with Boyd. Doesn't mean players can't overcome a bad matchup, but a lot of times when you have whatever data you have to work with, that's what you have to trust. Again, it's like poker. You just have to make the best decisions you can based on the information. And when you're playing poker, you can see your cards. You can't see your opponent's cards. So you go off of the information that you have, and you hope that over the long run that you make good decisions all the way through, and that the majority of them work out. It's a long haul for you in that aspect. And that's why I kind of look at things the way that I do. So yeah, I would say Ridley, Jones, Sanders are my picks there. I like the fact that you have Schultz as your backup tight end, because he is very viable. Obviously, Travis Kelce is never going to sit your bench in favor of Dalton Schultz. But if you were to need him at some point, bye weeks, or if we don't ever want to see anybody injured, certainly having him there is very good for your team. So I like that. We talked about him a lot on our waiver wires. So thank you, Nico, for the chat. Hope that helps you out, and good luck moving forward. Hope you are able to get that W this week. All right, let me see here. Next chat up is all in one show. Is Jones and Ayuk too much for DJ Moore? If you're talking about, I'm not sure which Jones you're talking about. I don't see if there's a follow-up here. If it's Marvin Jones, then it's absolutely not too much. If it's Julio Jones, then it's also not too much. Either Jones for Ayuk if you can somehow trade both Jones, I'm sorry, for DJ Moore. If you could trade both Jones for DJ Moore, I would make that trade at this point. DJ Moore is an undervalued player to me. And I think he's been very, very, very good in fantasy, especially this year. I think he has a nice connection with Sam Darnold, and Sam Darnold's been playing well. I see your follow-up all in one. You say Julio. I definitely like that trade, Julio and Ayuk for DJ Moore. I would love to acquire DJ Moore on rosters at this point in the year. I think he's been playing real well. And like I said, I think he's undervalued. Underrated, I guess is a better word for DJ Moore, which does mean he might be able to be somebody that people can get in trades. So no, I don't think it's too much at all. I think that would be a very reasonable offer to make. If you can get that, absolutely help out your team. Let's see here. Let's see. Aaron says AJ Brown, maybe. I'm not sure what you're referring to, AJ, there. Oh, I think that's your question about trading away Marquise and Chuba for AJ Brown. Because of the injury from AJ Brown, I could see that as a potential. You say you have Tyreek and Marquise as 1 and 2. I think getting AJ Brown would definitely be a step up. You might just be, you might have to wait. I don't know if he's going to be ready to go this week or not. But yeah, that's a possibility. I like that. Again, he might be high of a player to shoot for, and the player who gets that offer might not like it. But you never know until you ask. Out of all the guys that you've mentioned, I think that Lockett you have the best chance of getting, but at the same time, he's probably the least value to your team. But you have your purposes for doing what you're doing, so you got to take into consideration what your main objective of the trade is. Hope that helps you out there, Aaron. All in one show, you say, is Jerry Jeudy worth keeping for the future? Currently a rotating flex player around. What is Jerry Jeudy's status this year? Is he IR set to return at some point? I'm not sure that I know, so let me look that up on my other screen. If you already know, just drop it in the chat for me. But I'm not sure when he is expected back. So let me see what I can find out about that. He's on IR, and this is opening up on my other screen. It's taking its time, of course. Yeah, it does look like he's expected back. They have him projected to be having points in week 7, so it does look like at least that's Yahoo's projection in terms of when he comes back. Given the situation in Denver with the fact that they lost KJ Hamler for the year to a torn ACL, I'm pretty sure that was what that was for the year. Right now it's Cortland Sutton and Tim Patrick. Yes, it seems like when he were back, if he were to be able to get back and healthy, it does seem like he would still return you value. So if you can keep him around, I think it's reasonable to do so. If you have an IR spot, for sure, I think it's very reasonable to do so. But even if you don't, given the fact that they're projecting him back in week 7, and this is week 5, if you can get through another 2 weeks, then yeah, I think he's worth keeping because I think that situation is going to work out to where he's probably going to be in line for a lot of the volume there. And he's certainly proven to be a viable player there. So yeah, I do think it's reasonable to keep him there all in one. Let me see. Bob Likes Potatoes jumps in and says, should we be worried about Kamara's receptions? Yes, I think I am worried about his receptions, but I don't know what possibilities there are at this point because a player that's that high up, if you're going to try to trade them off, you really need to be getting back a lot of value to make it worth your while. Perhaps that there is a trade out there that you can get away from a Kamara if you think so. But yeah, I think that the change of the offense there with Winston instead of Breeze, I think has definitely impacted Kamara. He's getting a lot of volume in the run game, but I don't know that his volume has been there in the pass game of what you would like to see. So yeah, I'm concerned with that. I think you kind of hope that it picks up at this point, but I don't know that the rest of the offensive play in New Orleans has been all that consistent there. Winston has not been throwing the ball a whole lot at all. And then when you start working in Taysom Hill the way they do, I mean, that I think cuts into Kamara's production, especially the Taysom Hill side of it. So yeah, I am worried about that. I just don't know. I think I have Kamara on one roster this year. I don't think I have him on more than that. So yeah, I'm not super thrilled about the way things are going. But you kind of just have to hope that it turns around, and you kind of expected that going into the draft this year. So who knows? We'll see what happens. It's fantasy football. Anything can happen. But yeah, I don't know that you're like right now. I think we said that Kamara was 15th. I think when we looked it up earlier. Let me go look up the numbers again in terms of in a PPR scoring in terms of the overall running backs. He is currently 15th for the season. That's certainly not what you expect from a guy that you probably drafted like 4th in your league, most likely. 4th among 4 running backs. So yeah, you're not thrilled with that, but you're kind of hoping that it turns around. Thank you for the chat, Bob likes potatoes. Again, glad to have you on the stream tonight. Look forward to seeing you on future streams. Nico Sorich jumps back in and says, I picked Schultz off the waiver wire too. He's for you had 2 games. Your easy for me to say, analyzation. Your thoughts help a lot. How about that? It was a tough decision for who I'd be starting. Thank you. No problem at all, Nico. Glad to have you. And absolutely always want to have all you guys on the stream be able to have a lot of success. So we definitely appreciate you guys being with us. Like I always say, we'd rather talk fantasy football with you than just talking to you. We got a lot of content that we go through, but the chats are really helpful and productive for everybody. And so we love doing those, and hope that all you guys enjoy them as well. So hope a lot of the information helps. Obviously it's fantasy football. We wish we could get every single one of them right. And we know that there's no way that ever happens, but hopefully we can do our best to get you the information that you need. All in one show says, I noticed teams have been cutting TJ Hawkinson out of game plans. Should I worry about the production? I think TJ Hawkinson's going to be okay in the long run. I don't think there are enough other players in that offense that he doesn't prevail. If defenses, start to scheme against Hawkinson, then it's going to be up to the Lions to work around that. It's a newer coaching staff. So are they quick to make those changes? I don't know. But to me, you have to get your best players involved in your offense, and he is their best player, in my opinion. I think DeAndre Swift is a great player, but in terms of pass catchers, I mean, it's TJ Hawkinson and some other people who are going to be probably like on a rotating basis in terms of their production. So if I had TJ Hawkinson on a roster, which I don't, unfortunately, this year, I would feel fine about starting him every week, because when you look at the tight end spot, I think you're hard pressed to find somebody who is not one of those big, the Travis Kelce type guys that's going to be in a better situation. When you're talking about streaming those other players, there are very few, because even those guys like a Dalton Schultz who play well, it doesn't necessarily turn out to be an every week thing. It's just a very tough situation to stream tight ends or to have any players where it's just getting consistent production out of the tight end spot is difficult. I mean, every week on the Sunday pregame show, we do the recaps from the previous week. And when you take a look at the top 5 point scorers at each position, I mean, it's clear at tight end, it's like a huge drop off. It's just, that's always the way it is. You have players that are there at wide receivers, and the tight ends. It's so figuring, like this past week, almost all of them were players that weren't on people's rosters. Like, how do you predict that? It's like, it's so difficult. So yeah, it's just going to be so many weeks where, like you're going to start whoever, Dalton Schultz, because he played great the week before. And then all of a sudden, Dalton Schultz doesn't play well, but Tyler Conklin has a huge game. Oh, okay, well, I got to get Tyler Conklin. And you go get Tyler Conklin, you start him, and he doesn't do anything, but then Schultz does. And you're chasing. You're just continuously chasing. So that's going to happen. You just kind of have to accept that. If that's where you drafted your tight end, if you didn't go ahead and draft one of those top guys, and I'm not really a person that always wants to try to go draft one of those top guys. I prefer to have more depth at the other spots, so that during the bye week stretch of the season, you have an edge on your opponent. When some of your opponents have top heavy teams, sometimes they might get off to a really good start early in the season. But if you have a lot of depth, you might be able to make that up later on down the road. And that is kind of how I look at things. So you kind of have to weather the storm a little bit until you get to that part of the season. Then once those bye weeks start, which is next week, then you hopefully take advantage and start to make your way back up the leaderboards. Thank you, all in one show, for the question. Let me see who is next up here. Fantasy Catch-Up. A-Rob and Robert Woods for Calvin Ridley. Absolutely. If you can get that deal, you run to the computer and hit that button as fast as you can. Either one of these, Allen Robinson and Robert Woods, have been such a problem this year. If you have them on your roster, you're expecting so much more out of both of them. And if Calvin Ridley if the person who has them on their roster is feeling like they're not happy with the production they've gotten from him, and they feel like they can get more depth to their team by adding both of these guys in the hopes that they turn it around, then yes, for sure, I try to get this matchup done immediately, this trade done immediately if you can. I would love to make this deal myself. I think in one of my leagues, I actually do have Allen Robinson and Robert Woods. So yeah, I would love to make that deal. I absolutely think you try to get that as quick as you can, Fantasy Catch-Up. And let me see your follow-up here. You say you got offered Josh Allen, Mike Williams, and Cordero Patterson for Kyler Murray, Adam Thielen, and DeAndre Swift. You were offered Allen, Williams, and Patterson for Murray, Thielen, and Swift. That is a very fair deal, I think. Let's see here. That is the only follow-up that you have. I think that is a very fair offer, actually. I think that Thielen is – I know Williams has played very well. I still feel, as well as Williams has started off the year, I still feel that Thielen is going to be the more consistent player all year long. That would be my thought on that one, because we've seen him do it in the past, and Williams it's kind of a little bit more than we expected this year. DeAndre Swift, I like. Cordero Patterson is clearly, they like him a lot in Atlanta, and at this point, like, if he had only had one great week, then you would be sitting around wondering if this is going to continue, but we are seeing it continue. So that is at this point, if it continues, that is a step up on Swift. You're giving away Thielen, so I guess I was looking at that the wrong way. But nonetheless, Mike Williams was overall for the season, what was he? He was like wide receiver 1 going into this week, right? And I'm sure he's dropped now, so let me see where he falls. He's still in 5th after that, the week that he had this week. And you expect the offense in LA to continue to be good all season long. And Allen and Murray are right there, right near each other at the quarterback spot. So I think this is a very fair offer, and I very well might consider taking it if it was me. Fantasy catch-up. I hope that helps you out there. You follow up with Dawson Knox or Dalton Schultz this week. Pick either. I think they both have good matchups. Like I've said before, I think that Dalton Schultz is the player that I favor rest of season-wise. But in terms of like the immediate week-by-week basis, Dawson Knox, we saw with a good matchup last week, turn in a nice game. He's got another good matchup this week with Kansas City allowing the 7th most fantasy points to the tight end position. So that is a good spot. But also Dalton Schultz has a nice matchup. The Giants currently allowing the 4th most fantasy points to the tight end spot. So both of them with good matchups. That being said, if that's the case and you're considering only picking up one of these two off the waiver wire, if it was me, it would be Schultz, simply because I feel that Schultz has a better chance to have consistent year-long volume in Dallas, and I think Knox potentially will be more up and down. Of course, there are great wide receivers in both situations. I just don't know that I feel that Buffalo has consistently turned to the tight end other than red zone targets, which of course are good for you, but I feel like you have a better chance of Schultz a little bit more consistently seeing volume. Knox might be a little bit more up and down. But in the weeks when he has good matchups, as we've seen already, he has had nice games. So I think this week, either one. And I think in the long term, I probably like Schultz there as that choice, if that helps you out, fantasy catch-up. I think I missed this one from All in One Show. You said Noah Fant is your backup tight end. Kind of funny you landed both Iowa alumnus. And Noah Fant had a great game last week. So you can kind of play matchups at this point and take a look at what's there and figure out which one is better to start. So that's a good situation for you to be in, because Noah Fant is not someone that I would necessarily consider a tight end 2. I would consider them both. Him and TJ Hawkinson is very viable as starters on a week in, week out basis, which allows you to play the matchups. So keep an eye if there is a distinct difference between the two. That tells you what you can look to do to try to maximize your potential each week. So I like that situation for you, Noah Fant, and that way Iowa can do it for you, I guess. A good situation to be in there. Appreciate the chat. Vansco jumps in, and Vansco says, rest of the season, would you rather have Carr or Darnold sitting on your bench? CMC Darnold stack or Waller Carr stack opportunity? I think that either one of them, you are feeling like you think they're going to be okay, but you're not entirely sure for different reasons. Because, in the past, Carr has been a player that you've like, well, yeah, he's playing well, but then all of a sudden you don't, I don't know. I feel like Darnold right now has been too good to ignore. I think I kept saying that several times, but that's kind of my outlook on Darnold at this point. He is currently QB 5. Derek Carr, who has played well this season, is QB 11. So, perhaps we haven't realized what Darnold has been doing up until this point. But, now that we have, I think I probably would feel better with Darnold on my bench than Carr, simply because we've seen, I don't know if this makes sense, but we've seen more from Derek Carr in the past than we have from Darnold. And we feel like Darnold might have more upside, because if he can continue at this pace, when you're asking yourself that question, is Derek Carr going to continue on this pace? I don't know if the answer is necessarily as much of a yes. Carr's fantasy points this year, 25, 24, 22, and 15 in this last week. Again, a lot of games that are in the red on Derek Carr's card coming up in his future. When you look at Sam Darnold under the same analysis, fantasy points 19, 20, 25, 34. Not really as much red in the upcoming weeks either in terms of the matchups that he will face. So I think that I probably would take the chance on Sam Darnold. I know I've put that into consideration in some of my leagues already in terms of trying to pick him up. I think I would take that chance on Darnold. You kind of know what you're getting with Carr. You kind of don't know if there's more upside to Darnold than we might have realized before, and I think that's enough, given that he's not your starter, to want him, because it's kind of like when you draft those guys in late rounds in a draft. You're drafting a rookie that has the chance to hit big. If he doesn't hit big, then no big deal. If he does, then he's drastically improved your chances to win your league. So I think that's the way I would look at Darnold for the rest of the year. Hope that helps out there, Vansco. And Fantasy Catch-Up, you are in saying, thanks, bro, you rock. And I say, no, thank you for being here. And you say subbed, and I definitely appreciate all of you guys who are subscribers. Again, I mentioned it earlier that, as a newer channel, we started last season, and we have just recently hit that first real YouTube milestone of 100 subscribers. So we absolutely thank all of you that have been with us, who have been regulars, and then all of you who have been here from time to time as well. We appreciate you all for being on the streams. For those of you who haven't done so yet, if you're new, hit that subscribe button so that you're able to get those notifications when we have new content. And if you enjoy what we're doing here, feel free to drop us a like. The likes and the subs absolutely do help out the channel a ton. So we appreciate all that. And we enjoy talking fantasy football with you guys. Jay Postman likes Knox in that situation between Knox and Schultz, so he's going to like the Knox side. And Fantasy Catch-Up says, thanks, bro. I believe that's to Jay Postman. And then let's see, Diggs, Adams, Kupp, Jefferson, and Ridley. Pick 2, DFS. I don't play daily. I have some familiarity with it, but I can't say that I have extreme knowledge when it comes to the salary difference between the different players. So I don't know that I don't have a lot of knowledge on where these players would lie in terms of what it costs you to add them to the roster. So I think it might be. Actually, these are all top name guys. So here, my guess is that they're all going to be pretty high in terms of salary. It's a matchup situation. And I'm sure in daily, again, daily is not something that I play as much. I have actually never played daily for real. I've talked daily with friends several times. But if I look up the matchups, that's probably the best way that I can help you out in letting you know which one of these guys that I feel has the best matchups this week. And I can easily do that going through one by one, starting with Diggs for Buffalo playing against Kansas City. Again, high-scoring game. You have to imagine Kansas City allowing the 10th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. So that is Diggs. Devontae Adams for Green Bay, and that is against, Cincinnati. And Cincinnati currently is allowing the 16th most, so a little bit farther down. Kupp has been awesome for the Rams. They're playing on Thursday. Seattle currently allowing where is Seattle on the 11th? All of these teams kind of in the same range so far. Justin Jefferson for Minnesota. They are against Detroit. Detroit's got to be a little higher up the list probably, right? Not necessarily, because, your game script wise, you're not going to throw the ball as much against them. 21st for Detroit, so the matchup is a little bit lower. And Calvin Ridley for Atlanta against San Francisco. San Francisco allowing the 18th. So to me, Diggs probably has in terms of the data, has the best matchup out of all those guys. I think Devontae Adams, what I said, was next, right, with Cincinnati, 16th. And then who was it that, let's see, which was the next guy? Was it Kupp was against Seattle? Kupp and Diggs are the two best matchups. Let's put it that way. Kansas City is 10th and Seattle is 11th, and those are the opponents. And certainly Stephon Diggs has been great, and Cooper Kupp has been great. So I might even think about those two guys anyway, regardless of the matchups. Ridley might be my next guy, but these are all top names. So I guess if I'm going to pick two based on that, without actually knowing what the salaries are for those players in daily, I would probably say Diggs and Kupp. I assume that is the the way you're looking at this as well. And so those are the guys I'm going to go with their fantasy. You can say I can see myself fishing next to you and debating my fantasy lineup at 6 a.m. on Sunday morning. The funny thing is that we do the Sunday pregame show at 11:30 ish, around 11:30. I try to do it around 11:30, but I also the inactives come out at 11:30, so sometimes it's not exact because I'm still kind of building graphics at that time. But most of the time, getting ready for the Sunday show is a during the night thing. So it is funny, not only about talking about the 6 a.m. thing, but one thing I was noticing on Saturday, we did the Saturday Stars show, and it was a late show this past Saturday. And the Twitter notifications from Adam Schefter from ESPN and Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network, the time of night that these tweets come in from them, it's unbelievable that they're tweeting out all this information on who's going to play and who's not in the middle of the night like that. It's just amazing that they're doing all that work. And it's certainly, of course, as fantasy players, it's huge to us. So yeah, it's just really funny the amount of middle of the night work there is going into Sundays. But there's so much fantasy talk to be had, and that's kind of why I started this channel, because I've enjoyed listening to fantasy talk, and I was like, you know what, let's see what happens. Let's give this a shot and see if everyone likes it. So I hope you guys do like it. Appreciate all you guys that have been here. NBA 4KTRR, if that is not a different way for me to say it, I'm going to go with that. Welcome, NBA 4KTRR. Glad to have you here. It looks like you might be a new viewer, so welcome to the stream. You say full PPR, trade Jamar Chase for Javonte Williams. I like the Jamar Chase side of that. I'm pretty high on him, and I'm pretty high on the Cincinnati offense. I think with Javonte Williams, I know the expectation is there that he sees the better side of the split with Melvin Gordon in Denver. But right now, it's pretty much a straight split, it seems. And so until that actually changes, especially given the fact that it's PPR. Now, Williams and Gordon, it does seem like they're not only splitting rushes, but they are pretty much splitting targets as well. So it's not like it's not like a Jonathan Taylor, Nyheim Hines situation where Hines is the pass catcher and Taylor is the guy that gets the groundwork. It seems like they're splitting both. I think Jamar Chase is in a good situation in Cincinnati. So it looks like to me you're asking if you want to trade away Chase to pick up Javonte Williams. Without knowing your rosters, potentially perhaps there's a situation where you need the help at running back. That might make a difference. But if I'm just answering this question without looking at the rosters at all, I probably like the Jamar Chase side of that better. I think there's a lot of upside there. And I think this is really a player who, as a rookie, takes over, continues to take over the number one receiver spot on his team. And I think it's nothing but upside for Chase. And I certainly think there's plenty of upside there for Williams as well. But for now, as long as he's in a split situation with Gordon, that limits him just a little bit. And I think the sky's the limit for Jamar Chase at this point. So I like the Jamar Chase side of that NBA 4KTR. I hope that helps you out there, and glad to have you on the stream. Jay Postman says Adams and Jefferson. So completely different thought than me, but that's why we do this, because there are lots of different opinions. And that's what I always say. Fantasy Ketchup says was thinking Diggs. Let's see. And Jay Postman, I'll put these up anyways. Get that reciting to think about how many weapons the Bills have through. Sanders eat up a lot of those Diggs targets. Knox is playing well. I do think that Diggs is going to continue overall to be that guy there. And in games like we've seen, my thought is this. And again, I'm actually here in Buffalo, so I am Bills Mafia. Fantasy football is completely different, so I don't really try to confuse those two at all. But I do think the situation in a game like playing Houston, they're going to go to probably other players. But when it comes to this is a big time game for everybody here in Buffalo this weekend against Kansas City. They're going to go to Diggs. Diggs is going to be their guy in this game. I just feel like they are going to pepper him until they get that win. And that would be a big win for Buffalo and for Buffalo fans up here against the team that we lost to in the championship game last year. So they're going to lean on their best guys in that game. I don't think they're going to try to do funny stuff and start working on other guys. I think this is a big Stephon Diggs game that they try to win that game with. So I think that that's a good situation for him this weekend. Let me see here. Let's get the next question here from Vansco. Need to roster a new running back, 5th on waivers. Damian Williams is likely. Samaje Perine, Malcolm Carter, Kenneth Gainwell, J.D. McKissick, A.J. Dillon. Where would your priority be? PPR. Well, let's put it this way. You need to roster a running back for season long, Vansco, or you need somebody to fill a spot while you're waiting for somebody to be back from injury? I'm sure that you've told me that on previous streams, but I can't say. I do try to remember as much of the information as possible, but when there's so much flowing through, I can't say that I always remember everything. Absolutely, Damian Williams, I would put a claim in, but you're right. You probably won't get him at 5. I know that I have some that are even higher up than that, and I don't expect to get him, but I have backed that up with Pirine. Because I do think that Pirine in the short term is going to be most helpful to you, but not in the long term. So if you're looking for long term, based on what's happened so far this year, I would say Kenneth Gainwell as the choice there. The situation with Gainwell is this is what it appears to me. I don't know how we make sense of what happened this past week with Miles Sanders not seeming to be as involved. I don't know if there's something else going on there that they're concerned with injury. I can't imagine that Gainwell has taken over the backfield. That doesn't make sense to me. So what does make sense is that they're going to use Kenneth Gainwell in the type of situation like a McKissick or like a Hines. So that being said, it does seem like you're talking about, struggling with when to play him, but at the same time, it seems like what he's done so far production-wise has been very good in the games when he has been used. I'm going to call up on my other screen just to take a look at more specifics on the situation here, if I can find him easily. Gainwell, let's see. He's actually, where does he fall in terms of overall for this year? Not in the top 20. 25th, which is almost to RB2 level at this point. Let's see. 3 rushes for 31 yards and a touchdown, 6 of 8 targets for 51 yards. So the part of that I get the targets, his targets this year has been 3, 3, 4, 8. So in a game against Kansas City where, backfield catches probably were going to be in Gainwell's favor, he saw the more targets there. The interesting thing is his touchdown came on the ground, I believe, if I'm reading that right. I can't say that I saw it when it happened. 3 rushes for 31 yards and a touchdown, 6 of 8 targets for 58 yards. So why is Kenneth Gainwell getting, I don't know if it was a long touchdown that he just happened to break it or if it was a goal line touch. I can't say that for specific. That would be information that would be good to know to help out answer this question. Just looking at straight stats, if you put Gainwell and McKissick in the same boat, I think I probably would favor Gainwell at this point because, why did what happened to Sanders happen? Do we know the answer to that? No, I don't. Do I think McKissick is going to be taking away snaps from Gibson? No. So I probably favor Gainwell over McKissick. I don't think Dillon. I'm just not high on Dillon. I just don't think there's enough there with Aaron Jones and Michael Carter. I think I probably have Michael Carter on just about every roster this year because I drafted him as a guy that I hoped would turn out to be something. I believe I started him in one of my leagues for the first time all season this past week, and he actually scored a touchdown, so I was kind of happy about that. I think there is upside there to be had. Whether or not he actually reaches that or not, I don't know. But I don't think he's going to be on other people's radar right now in terms of if he's on your waiver wire right now, then he's probably going to stay there. And Kenneth Gainwell is probably not because he had too good of a game this week. You probably at 5th can get Gainwell this week. So I think that would be the claim for you. I would put a claim in for Williams. And if you wanted to try to take a 1-week shot at Pirine and then reevaluate next week, I think you could also do that. I would favor Pirine over Gainwell this week, but it's not going to be a long-term thing. So if you're looking at more of a long-term play, it's probably Gainwell to me in terms of priority, especially PPR, given the fact that he does seem to be catching balls out of the backfield as a pass catcher as well. Hope that helps you out there, Vansco. It's not a great situation when you're having to look for these running backs, but sometimes these things happen. So hope that works out there for you. Let's see who else is up next here. Let's see. Fantasy Catch-Up says Justin Jefferson for Mike Evans. You are trading away Justin Jefferson or you are acquiring Justin Jefferson? If you're on still Fantasy Catch-Up, let me know which way you're looking at this. I like the Jefferson side of I don't dislike either one of these two players. I think Jefferson side probably is the better side of it. Just look at where they were drafted to start the year. I think that's pretty accurate. I think that, there are more mouths to feed in Tampa Bay. Evans certainly is probably going to get a good share, but I definitely like Justin Jefferson as a big time player. So I probably like the Jefferson side of that. I'm not sure if you're saying to trade him away. or to acquire him. But I definitely like the Jefferson side of that. I see this follow-up here from Vansco, so I'm going to put that in because we just talked about that, and then I'll jump back. Again, if I ever miss any of you guys in the chat, just let me know. I don't mean to miss you, but sometimes I do jump around, so it does happen. Just tell me, hey, Joe, you missed me, and I'll go back and get you if I do. Vansco said I could use someone right now. Gaskin will sit. Don't want to play Hines, and CMC is still likely out. I'll be playing Patterson as RB1 this week. Team is a bit of a struggle. Okay, you're right. Okay, I do remember now you asked about this, Vansco. If this is the situation where you're waiting for McCaffrey to be back, in that case, I would go for Pirine, because initially they thought McCaffrey was a 2-week injury. If it's a little more than that, if it's one more week added on, so be it. But that's when he's back, you're not going to need a Kenneth Gainwell anymore. So what he does, his upside for the rest of the year is kind of irrelevant to you at that point, unless you're looking to play him as a flex. If Patterson continues his production, he's going to be in your top 2 running backs for sure. So I wouldn't worry about a Kenneth Gainwell. I wouldn't worry about the upside that Michael Carter provides you down the road. You're looking for somebody immediately. And if Joe Mixon misses this week, which based on the reports that I've seen so far, there's nothing really that says that he's not missing this week. I know they're saying he's day-to-day. I think you take the chance on Pirine, and that gets you through a couple of weeks. And if it's a 2-week, if CMC doesn't play next week either, if Pirine plays this week and he gets you 1 out of those 2 weeks that you win, and then you get CMC back, you go 1 for 2 in the weeks where one of your top players is out, you probably take that, right, at this point. So I think Pirine is the guy that you go to, and I think sitting at the number 5 priority, I think there is a reasonable chance that you get a Pirine. And I will say this, as I have said other times, if perhaps, who knows, if your opponent that you're playing this week is someone who rosters Joe Mixon, then absolutely there's more the reason to go after Pirine. That little factor might make a difference that could give you a win versus allowing him, if potentially he has a lower waiver priority number, to go get that person that helps him. That's another piece of that puzzle that might play into that. But for you, yeah, if you're just trying to get through until McCaffrey's back, I think Pirine, without Joe Mixon in the lineup, looks to get most of the volume there. And you don't really have any way to predict that when it comes to Gainwell. So I would like Pirine in that situation there, Vansco. Hope that helps you out there. Let's see here. What else we got from this? Did I miss this from Bob Likes Potatoes? If I traded for Derrick Henry, would you be concerned with him breaking down from all of his usage? No, I would not. I think that these teams know what they're doing with these players at this point. I don't think that's going to happen. We haven't seen that sort of a thing from Derrick Henry. Obviously it's a with all running backs, you never know. You hope that they're all healthy, but Derrick Henry has been too good. I would not let that get in the way of that sort of an option to get him on your team, because he's simply been too good for you. So no, I don't think that's a big enough concern to make a difference. Fantasy Catch-Up here says, hey, chat, need help. Would you trade Kyler Murray, Williams, and Swift for Allen McLaurin and Nick Chubb? Let's see. I'm looking at the other follow-ups here to see who answered that. Jay Postman says yes. Fantasy Catch-Up says why. I will take a look at myself. Murray, Williams, and Swift. Is this the same one we looked at earlier, or was that a different one? I feel like this was a little slightly different from the other one, another one that we looked at earlier, and I can't even say for sure if that was you or if that was a different one, so I'm not going to try to find it on scrolling up. I would say this in terms of looking at the different pieces here. Allen for Murray, I think, is a swap. I like Terry McLaurin a whole lot. I probably favor McLaurin over Williams, and I definitely favor Chubb over Swift. So to me, if Murray and Allen are close to a lateral move, I like McLaurin over Williams, and I like Chubb over Swift. To me, that means that the Allen, McLaurin, Chubb side of that is the better side, in my opinion, personally. Again, that's just my opinion. There are obviously different opinions out there, but I think in terms of overall production, obviously Williams has been very good, but in the past we've seen, more up and down production from Williams, whereas Terry McLaurin, I think, is going to be more consistent, and Taylor Heineke does not seem to be a concern in terms of having a backup quarterback there in Washington. And Nick Chubb, I definitely like a lot more than Swift. So to me, I like the Allen McLaurin Chubb side of that. So if that is who you are acquiring, then I say yes to that one. Let me see what we got here beyond that. Jay Postman says he would do that trade. And Fantasy Catch-Up says he is acquiring Justin Jefferson. I'm not sure if that's to a different one, but it's probably, I don't know. It's probably scrolled up somewhere. It's somewhere around here, but I'm not sure what that, I don't know. I probably just talked about it and I probably don't even remember. So Yep, here it is. Jefferson, that's it. Jefferson for Evans. You would be acquiring Jefferson. I do like that side. Yes, I like the Jefferson side of that. Fantasy catch up. Michael Chapin's in here with Hollywood Brown and Zach Moss for Sutton and Gordon. Is that fair? I would get the Brown and Moss side, but want to just see your opinion on the trade. It still has to be accepted by the other guy. You are acquiring Brown and Moss, and you're giving up Cortland Sutton, and I'm assuming Melvin Gordon, not Josh Gordon. I would make more sense if it was Melvin Gordon. I think that is fair. I think that so far this year, Hollywood Brown has been a little bit more consistent of the two receivers. And I think that, so to me, I think Hollywood Brown probably is a slight upgrade. Let me take a look at where they fall on the list, just to see where they're ranked right now. Marquise Brown is the overall 13 at this point. So he's definitely ahead. Cortland Sutton would be, let's see where Sutton does fall. He couldn't be too much farther down. Where is he? Let's see. Myers-Kirk. Where's Cortland Sutton? He's that far down, 47th. I guess I thought he was farther up than I thought. He had one big game there to help him out. So yeah, I would say you're stepping up with Brown, and Moss to Gordon, I think is kind of a wash because they're both going to split. And for that matter, we know that we expect Zach Moss to be the guy that the Bills want to go to in the goal line situations. We don't expect Devin Singletary to be the guy to get the goal line touches there in terms of their backfield. We know that Josh Allen gets a lot of those goal line touches himself, but we expect Zach Moss, and that's obviously going to benefit you because he has more opportunity to scoring touchdowns that way. We know that both of them are a split. If you take a look at where they fall in the rankings right now, Melvin Gordon is 18th and Zach Moss is 27th. So in terms of rankings, it's a little bit down, but I don't think overall, I don't think it's that far between the two of those. So I think it's very fair. And I think that you are probably, you're not, the downgrade you're getting from Moss in terms of where they rank right now is not significant enough to me to outweigh the upgrade that you're getting from Hollywood Brown. So I like your side of it. And now you're just waiting to see if you get the trade to go through. So I do like your side of it there for Hollywood and Zach Moss, and hopefully you get it there. Michael, appreciate the chat. Glad to have you on the stream. Let's see here. What do we got here? Fantasy catch-up, Zach Moss or J.D. McKissick? McKissick. I like Zach Moss between the two on an every week basis. J.D. McKissick is going to be a little bit more tougher to predict because it's going to be more based on game script. I guess Moss is going to be based on game script as well. The answer to this is fantasy catch-up. If this is PPR, McKissick. If this is standard, Moss. That'd be the way I would look at this one. McKissick's going to get the pass catching. Either one of them could be difficult to predict because there certainly could be situations for both where game script means they simply don't get as much of the activity between the two. But I think that if it's standard and, Moss gets the goal line, it's Moss in standard, and McKissick in games where they fall behind, they have to throw the ball. So therefore, if it's PPR, I go that way. Vansco says most helpful, and appreciate Vansco. Thank you for being here again. Let me see what else here. Fantasy catch-up. Would you trade CMC for Nick Chubb and Deontay Johnson? I think you would absolutely need to have help at the wide receiver spot in order to do this. I like Nick Chubb, but I wouldn't swap Nick Chubb for CMC, and I don't think Johnson is a high enough tier player to make that worth your while unless you are absolutely in trouble at the wide receiver spot. I'm going to hang on to CMC in that situation. I like CMC too much, and I think when you were lucky enough to get that number one pick, it would be awful to keep continuing on in your league and all of a sudden seeing CMC back and healthy and just putting up huge games every week, and then you're like, oh, no. So I would keep CMC in that situation if it were my opinion. Fantasy catch up there. Kyle Ellis is with us on the stream. Welcome back, Kyle Ellis. Here's what you say. 8-man PPR. We start 3 wide receivers, 3 running backs. Trade Mixon for Godwin and Galladay. My other running backs, Henry, Aaron Jones, Carson, Gaskin, Javonte. Other wide receivers, Chase, Woods, Brown. You got all the Browns. Shenault, Waddle, Ayuk. You're starting 3 running backs. Henry and Jones are locked in. Right now, we're seeing an injury concern for Carson that we didn't really know about before. And Gaskin has fallen off the map in Miami. And Javonte Williams is in a split situation that who knows when or if he's going to be the guy that's getting more of it instead of just splitting. And so therefore, you have a very solid starter in Joe Mixon. You're expecting him to get all of the volume. If you were to trade him away for Godwin and Galloway, your wide receivers, Chase, you are locked in your lineup every week, I assume. To me, he would be. Robert Woods, you are concerned with. Antonio Brown, you are going to have up and down weeks because there are so many receivers there. Marquise Brown has been more consistent this year. Shenault Waddle-Ayuk, probably not playing most weeks except for spot starts. Out of the guys that you have without making the trade, on the wide receiver side, most weeks your starters are Chase, Marquise Brown as 1 and 2, and then the third is a matchup play probably. At this point, it's hard to start Robert Woods at this point, so I don't know if he's your starter. So yes, you're improving your depth and the wide receiver spot. However, you look at it this way: Galladay hasn't proven himself in New York to me. He had a good game last game. No Sterling Shepard, no Darius Slayton. Without knowing how long they're out for, we assume at some point that they're back. And then you're right back to, why is Kenny Galladay not getting as much use in the offense as he should based on his ability? At least I feel that he is a talented receiver and should be getting more volume than he is. He turns into a spot starter again. So you've got another spot starter, which makes Chris Godwin, out of that trade, your automatic starter. The situation you've now created for yourself is your starters are basically, based on the way I'm looking at this, your most trusted starters are Jamar Chase, Marquise Brown, and Chris Godwin. But you've got Antonio Brown either on your bench or potentially as another starter. And then now you've got 2 receivers where, do they both get work? Is it spread around? Does one of them have a good game? Does one of them not? What I'm getting at is, I don't know if I want a situation where I have both Godwin and Brown as your receivers. I think that might limit you just a little bit. I understand that you're trying to bolster that wide receiver lineup. I might think about waiting until you see what happens with Carson this week. Carson plays on Thursday, so it might give you enough information if you really want to make this move, this trade this week, that you might be able to still do that after that game on Thursday. But because of what we saw this past week with Alex Collins taking a lot of that work away, and we don't really know why, and now all of a sudden there's an injury report on Carson, I think you need to be more confident that he's good to go to keep him as your third running back. Because I feel like without him and trading away Mixon, you're in a bad spot now at your third running back there. Because Gaskin has fallen out of favor, it seems, in Miami, and Javonte is a split at best. So you've got a big step down from potentially either Mixon or Carson. And now if Carson is hurt and Mixon is traded away, now you've got neither one of them. That's a big step down. So you've taken a depth issue at wide receiver and you've turned it into a depth issue at running back. So I don't know if you've moved forward by making this deal all that much. And that's why I think I'm not saying no to this, but I'm saying I might wait to find out what's going on with Carson, or I might try to instead trade Carson. That might be a better option for you in this situation, and keep Mixon. And Mixon is the guy, when he's assuming he's healthy soon again there, he's the guy that's getting all the work in Cincinnati. I think that might be, you might feel more comfortable with the fact that we know that Mixon's hurt. We know he's day-to-day. We really don't know what Carson is at this point. We're only just hearing about this injury concern. So I would either think about waiting here on this one, possibly looking at it again later on, or switching that out instead of trying to trade away Mixon and see if you can trade away Carson. I think Mixon might have more value for a team long-term. And perhaps you can't get 2 receivers for Carson, but perhaps you can get 1 for Carson. So can you do Carson for Godwin without Galladay in there? And does the person you're trading with think that's an even trade? Like if they need running back help, assuming that, you're not sending away an injured player, if Carson is healthy, you might be able to get that deal. And then you can, rather than getting 2, you can still get 1, but you still, at the same time, you can keep your running back position solid the way you need it to be for the rest of the year. So I might think about doing that way. I hope that helps you out there. Kyle Ellis, glad to have you back on the stream tonight. See if there's any follow-ups from you here. I don't see them, but hope that did help you out. Fantasy Catch-Up says, Waddle, Renfro, Cole, Beasley, Flex, full PPR. I did mention Hunter Renfro on the waiver wire talk this week. He's had some very reasonable production there. for Vegas, target-wise, 9, 7, 6, 8 in order for the 4 games. Fantasy points 13, 11, 19, and 17. My first reaction to this question without actually looking up stats is that I like Beasley out of all these players, but let me look up stats just in case, and I'll also look up some matchups. The Buffalo matchup we already talked about against Kansas City. Working both screens here as I look around. So Kansas City currently allowing the 10th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. The Renfro matchup is, let's see, where do we find that? There against Chicago. Chicago is 4th most fantasy points allowed to the wide receiver spot. Again, I typically have a graphic for this on the left side of the screen, but for some reason when I saved those graphics tonight getting ready for the show, they didn't show up when I went to load the show. So I don't know why. I don't know what happened there. I don't have those graphics typically tonight. Waddle is the other one. I don't know that I trust his level of production the same as those other 2 guys, but nonetheless, the matchup against Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is, well, they're number 1 in terms of fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. But if you look at it in the aspect of the quarterbacks that are throwing you the ball, I trust Josh Allen the most out of these 3. I think there's the most upside there. In order, I would probably go Beasley, Renfro, Waddle. That would be my thought on this one. I will say this. I think that Beasley's game this last week was the first game where he really didn't see the level of targets that he has been seeing. So that is a little bit different than the way it started the year. If you look at Beasley's targets this season, it was 13 the first week. It's been a little up and down. 13 the first week, 4 the second week, 13 the third week, and 2 the fourth week. Look at that in relation to the teams that he played. It's quite obvious. It seems quite obvious the reasons behind that. 4 targets against Miami, team that they shut out. 2 targets against Houston, a team that they shut out. I doubt they're going to shut out the Kansas City Chiefs. For those of us who are here in Buffalo, as I am, boy, wouldn't that be awesome? But I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. So the targets that they had against Pittsburgh and Washington was, completely different story. His work in that offense. So you would think it's very possible in what could be a high-scoring game against the Chiefs. We see that volume of targets there for Beasley again this week. That would be my reasons to put him number 1. I probably looked at the consistency of Renfro over Waddle. That would be why I would choose Waddle or Renfro as 2. I'm looking at the targets for Waddle this year: 5 in week 1, 8 in week 2, 13 in week 3, and 4 in week 4. I probably would rather in a flex have a little bit more consistency than that. You don't want somebody, you definitely want someone that can help win your week, but you don't want to have anybody that helps you lose your week. There's upside there from Waddle. I'm not saying that as a slight against him as a player, but I think if I'm looking at what I want there, I think Beasley is probably first choice targets in a full PPR league. I will go with that and a potential high scoring game. Let's thank you, Fantasy Ketchup. Let me see what else we got here. The Jay Postman says Beasley or Renfro. Lean towards Renfro because of consistency. To Kyle Ellis, Jay Postman says keep what you got. You have a great wide receiver core. Let's see. Bensko says, I'm wondering if Juju is droppable or if Ayuk is more deserving of the drop. People still have hope for Ayuk, and Juju is rostered in 92% of the leagues, but is trending down. I would Vansko I think that of the 2, there's hope for Ayuk, but I think Juju is the more trusted player among most fantasy players, I would think, at this point, despite the fact that he hasn't been as good as he might have been in past seasons. I would try to turn a trade out of this. I would try to get Juju and see if you can pick up. If it's the same league that you're talking about where you have the running back issues, I would see if you can pick up a running back that might fill your spot for now, even if it's not a running back that you play all the time once McCaffrey's back. If you're not playing Juju at all and he's just sitting there on your bench, Ayuk, between the 2, I think Ayuk is more deserving of the drop at this point. Juju hasn't been very good either, though. I can't say I know exactly what he's done for target-wise, but I don't think it's been much. I'm looking on the list right now. 58th in terms of where he's at overall for the season. Target-wise, 8, 7, 4, and 8. The offense of Pittsburgh is just – it's not going well there. Fantasy points 9, 16, 6, and 3. Is he ahead of Ayuk for the season? Well, let's take a look. He must be, right? Where's Ayuk on the list? He can't be higher than that. 9th. Yeah, that's no good. That's not what you want to see. 0, 2, 6, and 3 for targets. Of the 2, you're probably, if you were going to try to swing a trade here, you got a better chance of getting something back for Juju than Ayuk. I would try to look at that before deciding what to do, dropping either of them. I would try to figure if there's something you can do with Juju, or include Juju in a 2-for-1 with somebody else that you want to upgrade somewhere else, and that takes care of your issue. You get rid of him, but at the same time, the person you're trading with they're getting not just Juju, but they're getting Juju plus something else. Ayuk's going to be a drop unless things drastically change for Ayuk. It doesn't look like it's turning around at this point. Of course it could, but yeah, 91st is not what you're looking for. So, but I would try to swing a trade with Juju there, Vansco. Thanks for the chat. Let me see. We got a chat here from Lark McFlorg. Welcome to the stream, Lark McFlorg. Glad to have you here. I think you might be a new viewer, so appreciate the chat. You say pick 3, Lamb. I'm going to assume that's Deebo Samuel, Tyler Lockett, Marquise Brown, Marvin Jones, Emmanuel Sanders. Let's look at some matchups. Again, I typically have a graphic on the left side of the screen that gives you the numbers for you to see. That for some reason when I built the show tonight, that graphic did not load properly, so I do not have that. So I'm going to just be able to go through and still give you the same information. It's just I can't actually put it on the screen tonight. Start with CeeDee Lamb against the Giants. Fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. The Giants are currently giving up the 19th, so right in the middle. Deebo Samuel for San Francisco has been playing too good to sit on your bench, so I think he probably has to be in there regardless of the matchup. But the matchup at any rate against Arizona currently giving up the 8th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot, so the matchup is there as well. Tyler Lockett for Seattle, boom or bust against the Rams on Thursday night, 15th, right in the middle in terms of fantasy points. Marquise Brown for Baltimore. Let's see, Baltimore's matchup is, where are we here? Indianapolis, that's the Monday night game, huh? Indianapolis, 12th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. I like that matchup a little better. Marvin Jones is a great matchup against Tennessee. Tennessee giving up the number 2 most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. And Emmanuel Sanders for Buffalo. Again, Buffalo, Kansas City. Kansas City giving up the 10th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. I think Deebo Samuel is a yes for sure. I think CeeDee Lamb has not necessarily played as well as like. This last game wasn't what you would like it to be. Taking out of consideration the fact that the matchup is not quite as good against the Giants, I think CeeDee Lamb might be one of those players that is a must-start type situation. I don't think the rest of these guys are, so I think you can probably pick your matchup for that next spot. To me, I'd probably pick between the rest of these guys are reasonably close. I think Marquise Brown has been pretty consistent this year. I think that might be the guy that you lean on. Tyler Lockett has been a little bit too boom or bust for me. If you want to take the chance on the bad games that Lockett has for the opportunity to have that huge game that he sometimes has, then you can go that direction. Jones, I think, has a good matchup with Tennessee, but I don't know how much I trust the Jacksonville offense. Sanders in what could be a high-scoring game against Kansas City, I think is a decent possibility. Clearly, he's not the number one guy out of the pass catchers there in Buffalo. He has played well, but there's going to be a lot of weeks where Diggs is ahead of him most every week, and Beasley can be ahead of him many times. I think in this particular game, I think that they're going to throw the ball both teams a lot. I think it could be a very high-scoring game. So I think it's got to be Deebo. I think it probably has to be Lamb just because you drafted him that high, and I don't think you want to put him on your bench simply for having one game that you don't like. I can't say for sure that it's actually only been one game without looking up the numbers. Let me look at that really quick to see where he's actually at. I know they've been leaning on the run a little bit more than maybe they did last year, especially when Dak was healthy. CeeDee Lamb is currently the wide receiver 28 overall. Fantasy points 23, 17, 10, and 3. So it's been on a downward trend there. But I probably don't want to go away from him yet. That being said, I definitely did sit CeeDee on my bench in one of my leagues this past week, just because I wanted to get certain other players in there, and that's the way it worked out. It wasn't having to do with his production, but I guess it was the right decision in the end. That being said, I think he's probably still too high of a tier player to put on your bench because I don't like to have guys on my bench that I feel stupid about sitting them when they play well. So I think Lamb and Samuel, and I think the next two is probably between Marquise and Sanders, whichever guy you prefer there. Marquise has been pretty consistent, and you would think is going to be more of the main guy in Baltimore. Of course, Baltimore not as much of more of a run-first offense, but Marquise Brown is currently wide receiver 13 for the season, and in comparison, Emmanuel Sanders is wide receiver 25. The matchup for Baltimore, what did I say? Indianapolis is not quite as good of a matchup. Indianapolis sitting at 12th, Kansas City at 10th. It's about the same matchup. I think most between those two. I could definitely see you going with Sanders for the reasoning being that that's potentially the higher scoring game of the two. So I might say that if I have to pick one there, I might make that the pick because of that. If it weren't for Lockett being so boom or bust, I know Lockett is a player that a lot of people like. I'm hot and cold on him a little bit. But I'll say Lamb, Samuel, Sanders as the 3. I can't fault you for looking other ways, than those 3 picks. But those are kind of my thoughts and hope that they help you out there, Lark. As I always say there, fantasy football is all about opinions. I by no means think that my opinion is the only one out there, but hopefully I can give you some information that points you in the best direction for the choice that you want to make. And then whichever guys you do pick there, hope that they crush it for you. So good luck there, Lark McFlorg. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you with us. Fantasy catch-up, Moore, Osborne, Kirk, or Cobb, flex. Not Moore. Kirk has the potential out of all these guys, I think, to have the best days. None of these guys are blowing me away by any means. Arizona, San Francisco, the matchup there. San Fran, where are they at? On the list, 18th, so right in the middle. Osborne as the 3rd receiver in Minnesota. He's had some good games, but that's not going to happen with regularity. So I don't know if I want to trust him there. See how good the matchup is against Detroit. Not really that great because Detroit, you're going to end up running the ball a whole lot. Usually you're going to have to be playing with the lead. Randall Cobb, I don't think you're trusting him on an every week basis at this point yet. And Green Bay, that matchup against Cincinnati. Cincinnati currently allowing the 16th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Not going with Rondell Moore. He's just not involved enough in the offense. So my pick here is Christian Kirk, I think, with the best potential to do something nice for your team there. Again, he's had some good, some bad this year. But I think that's just a situation because there are a lot of mouths to feed there. And you're looking for somebody that can just give you a little bit of something. And I'm looking to see where he's ranked right now and not seeing him on quick. There he is, 30th. So he is ranked ahead of those other guys. He's ranked ahead of Rondell Moore. He's ranked ahead of, what he's done so far this season, again, of Osborne. And certainly I don't see Cobb. He must be ranked ahead of him. I'd be shocked if he wasn't. So, yeah, I'm going with Christian Kirk in that one, fantasy catch-up. And I know his targets, a bad output this last game, only 1 target. But he's been decent in the other games there. So unless there's some injury concern that I don't know about, I would look at Christian Kirk out of those. Hope that helps you out there. Fantasy catch-up. Rapid Z is up next. Rapid Z, welcome. I do believe you've been here before. If not, if it's your first time to the stream, welcome. But either way, glad to have you on the chat. Should I trade Saquon, Hawkinson, and Brandon Cooks for Waller, Ridley, and Josh Jacobs? Let's see. We've got a couple of different spots here. Saquon. So Saquon for Jacobs is you're acquiring, I assume, Waller, Ridley, and Jacobs. So that's a step down. Obviously, whenever you're doing a trade, there are steps down and steps up involved, and you're looking to get the best look for your team, considering that's how it works. So the step down here is Saquon for Jacobs. The Hawkinson for Waller is a step up, and the Brandon Cooks for Ridley is a step up. Cooks is a sell high at this point because he's been playing so well, and Ridley is a buy low. Waller is a tough player to acquire at the tight end spot. I know I've tried in the past, and it's hard to get Waller off of other teams because he's so good. But TJ Hawkinson is also a very viable player at the tight end spot, and Saquon Barkley is a pretty big piece to offer up to try to get this. I do think this is a very fair trade. I think that you are getting 2 steps up and 1 step down, and you're expecting Ridley to turn it around for the rest of the year. And at the tight end spot, Waller is a pretty significant player. I think this is fair. I think you can make this deal. You have to live with the fact that you're taking on a Josh Jacobs. That simply you're not going to expect the same level of production that Saquon will get, but you are hoping that you are getting a higher level of production at those other 2 spots. So I think this is a fair offer on your part. If you're making the offer, or even if you've had the offer made to you, I think this is fair, and I think you can make this deal and see how it works out for you as the season goes on. I hope that helps there, Rapid. That's an interesting set of players, but I think that is a deal that's very fair on both sides. I think the person that you're trading with is also getting a fair side of it as well. So hope that works out for you there, Rapid Z, and let us know. Let me see if there are any follow-ups from you. I don't see them. So hope that works out for you. Let me see what is up next here. MK says, would you move Diggs for Hollywood and Stafford or Hollywood and Lamar? I probably feel really good about having Stephon Diggs for the entire season here. It's a pretty significant step down to a Hollywood Brown here. When you're talking about, I'm assuming that you're looking for a little bit of an upgrade at the quarterback spot. You say you have Hill and Kupp already. Let me see if MK, I'm going to scroll back up here. I don't remember if your earlier chat was the same. I want to see, is this the one that you mentioned that you had Rodgers and you were thinking about trying to get away from? Sounds like you're not thrilled with Rodgers at this point. I'm looking up to where it was here before, just scrolling through. I see. Yeah, you have Rodgers. I see the one that said you have Rodgers willing to trade him, thinking about still making that trade. So that being said, I do think that the quarterback spot, it's kind of going to be similar in terms of the way I look at it. Like, I think Diggs has too much value. And if you're looking at, and you say you're shaky on I'm assuming you mean Aaron Rodgers. I do still think that are you getting a significant enough improvement, Stafford over Rodgers or Lamar over Rodgers? Perhaps with Lamar over Rodgers, that is a significant step up. I don't know if Stafford is. The difference there being that, Lamar's run game is going to give you a much safer floor. Rodgers and Stafford are both going to rely on the pass game essentially alone. So if they have games where the pass game happens to be down, they're not going to have that run game to kind of protect their level. So in that aspect, I would say that the only thing that I could possibly consider if you really don't want to have Rodgers anymore is that the Lamar side of that might be worthwhile to you. Me personally, I probably would not. I might be higher on Rodgers than you also. That might have something to do with that. I probably would not move Diggs just in favor of taking the step up with Lamar over Rodgers. You have Hill and Kupp already. I'm going to assume that this is a 2 wide receiver league, 2 running back with a flex. And so that's kind of where your situation is, that you have 3 top receivers and you're feeling like you can do okay with just 2 of them. I don't know what your running backs are, and I'm not sure if you mentioned that in earlier chats, so that if you need to fill that flex spot with a running back, potentially you can still do that. I still think that if your team has Diggs, Hill, and Kupp, man, that's such a good wide receiver core. I think that's going to win you most weeks on that one. And I probably might be a little more shaky on Rodgers than I am. I can't say I have Rodgers in a couple of spots this year, and I can't say it's been great, but at the same time, I do think that he's going to be fine over the course of the year, even though it might have been a little slower start than we had hoped for. But I can understand what you're thinking there. I don't think Stafford is even though he's playing well, I don't think Stafford is a significant step up because I think they're similar types of players. Lamar is going to give you that run game aspect that the other 2 guys don't get, which makes that more of a possibility there. Hope that helps you out there. Lark, you say, thanks, tough call. And yes, it is a little bit of a tough call there, but you got a lot of good players to choose from, and that's a good situation to have. Sometimes you just got to hope you make the right choices, because it's a lot easier to make decisions when you have players that are not close to each other in terms of what they might do. And then so you get in a situation where you just happen to choose the wrong one and somebody else has a great game. I agree with that. But thank you, Lark, for being on the stream. We got Evan Harrison here. Welcome back, Evan. You say, my league doesn't use many waivers, maybe 2 people to pick up a week. I'm at 10 anyway. I assume it means 10 on the waiver wire. So I think I should just save it. Question is, who do I pick up that'll make it through waiver wires? Evan, if you're still on here, let me see how long ago this was with the chat. Not too long ago. So if you're still on, tell me what position you think you're weak at, and I'll try to see what I can think through of all the people that I've researched. I've researched a whole bunch of people for this week's waiver wire, and I think it's a quite deep waiver wire. So I think there are options out there. So tell me which position you think you're the weakest at, and then I'll try to see. I see you popped in and you said running back here. So let's take a look at the potential. Running back is always going to be tough any week to find out guys that are going to help you. But the guys that I got on my list this week, we've got, I wrote down the first guy, of course, is Damian Williams. He's going to go. If you're at 10, you can still put in a claim, but I'm sure you're not going to get him. It would be pretty awful if you didn't put in a claim and then that someone got him like on the second way around or something like that. because he's going to be the most value right now of everyone that's out there with the injury to Montgomery. But the other guys that are in play here, Samaje Perine for Cincinnati is probably not going to be a long-term start because he's going to be starting while Joe Mixon is out due to injury. It looks like Mixon likely misses this week. At the very least, they're going to make a game-time type of decision. If Mixon doesn't play, you expect Perine to get the bulk of the volume, and that's a good situation that you want to be in. Kenneth Gainwell for the Eagles has been an up-and-down player, but someone who was out there on the radar. He has had a lot more involvement in the pass game, kind of in a similar type player as what we see from like a Nyheim Hines or a J.D. McKissick. Makes it a little tougher to pick out when he's going to have good weeks and when he's not, because it's hard to predict those guys. It's a lot based on game script, but I think he's a player who can give you some value. I'm looking at Latavius Murray for Baltimore, who looks like he might be taking over the main spot there. We saw Tyson Williams be a healthy scratch this week for Baltimore this past week, and Latavius Murray had 18 carries. We know that Le'Veon Bell is also working his way in there. Devontae Freeman. I think Murray has been the most fantasy relevant player in that backfield recently, so I assume that he ends up being the 1A in that timeshare type situation that they have there. So I think that's a name that's out there that might survive the waivers. Let me see if there is anybody else. Those are the guys that I have researched in terms of this week. Now, there certainly might be other players out there. Again, when I look at the waiver wire, I'm only looking at players that are currently rostered in under 50% of all leagues. You may have some players in your league that are not under 50, but they might still be available. Guys like a Tony Pollard, guys like a Nyheim Hines. There are probably others who are under 50 that I just simply didn't research this week, like a J.D. McKissick, who are spot start players that can give you value in the right situations that are out there. I think those are guys that you look at to kind of bolster what you have going there. Again, the running back, it's tough to find players that can really help you, but in terms of letting your waiver number get better to if there's another possibility, like this week is one of those weeks where there's, you never want to see anybody get injured, but when Chicago loses to David Montgomery and they start to think it's a 4 to 5 week injury, the backup there being a Damian Williams, who is very capable, and you expect to get all the volume, that is a great week to have the number one waiver priority, because you're picking up a player who has instant impact to your team, startable right away. It was kind of the same situation with Chuba Hubbard, except for Damian Williams. It's probably expected to be a few more weeks than it even was for Chuba. So letting your waiver wire priority number get a little bit better for future weeks, should one of those situations arise again or happen again, is a smart play here. And then you can work your way. I would even think about Le'Veon Bell, which is a pure dart throw at this point, because we don't know exactly what he's going to be in that offense. But what if he is something good? If he's out there and he's available, I would think about that. He may be available after the waiver wire is clear because he's not really involved yet. Players like that I would look at. But either way, if you're not going to put in a claim, that picture will clear up for you once the waivers go through, and you'll have a choice of players that are still there that you could take a look at that point. I would try to take a look at that, and it makes a lot of sense to see if you can let that number get, even if your number moves up to like 5 or 6 after this week, then you have a better shot. And some of those players could be there, like a Samaje Perine could go through waivers this week. If the person who has Joe Mixon on their roster has depth at running back, and they don't feel like that they're going to start Samaje Perine over their other players, then why would they use their priority on him? And if anybody else in your league only thinks Perine's in for a week, then why bother? Then that means you can go ahead and pick him up, use him for a week, and then when Mixon's back, you just cut him and you move on to somebody else. So there's potential there, but I don't blame you for looking at this the way you're looking at it. So you can let that number get a little bit better, and then you're in a better spot next time. Let me see if there's any follow-ups here from you, Evan. Let's see here. You have Gainwell, Williams from Chicago are available. I would not drop Elijah Mitchell. Elijah Mitchell, when he's healthy, it seems like is going to be favored by San Francisco over Trey Sermon. That's what most of the reports are saying. So I would not drop Elijah Mitchell. I would hang on to him and let that see how it plays out. It could play out well, or it might not. You never know. I do think that Williams probably won't survive to 10. I think he'll be gone before waiver priority 10, but Gainwell might be around afterwards if he's still there now. Austin Eckler scared yesterday with that. Yeah, I understand. You can always handcuff. It's never a bad idea to handcuff. I know in one league this year, I ended up with the number 1 draft pick. I drafted McCaffrey. I handcuffed Chuba Hubbard. And then McCaffrey played. I'm like, all right, I'll cut Chuba Hubbard. And then McCaffrey gets hurt. I'm like, oh, great. And then I couldn't get him back because somebody else had him already. And so that's the worst. So if you have room on your bench, it's always reasonable to handcuff in any of those situations, especially if, I mean, is there benefit to having somebody else on your bench that you're not going to start anyway? If that person is just going to be a stash, then there are reasons to do that. So I don't ever think it's a bad idea to handcuff. It's not necessary all the time because a lot of times you can just wait and then pick them up off the waiver wire, but it's not a wrong play, I don't think. Hope that works out for you either way. Evan, when you go through and put that through, see what's there after the waivers clear, and then you'll have your pick of somebody else without using that number. Good luck to you on that. Jonathan Lee, do I flex Cordero or Jamar this week? Jamar Chase or Cordero Patterson? Let's look at matchups. Atlanta, as well as Patterson has been playing this week, you probably have to play Patterson regardless of the matchup. They are playing the Jets. The Jets are, in terms of fantasy points to, I guess for Patterson, you're talking about fantasy points to a running back, even though he's catching passes mostly. The Jets are number 1 in terms of fantasy points to a running back. I probably don't even need to continue on this point. Jamar Chase for Cincinnati against, let's see, where are they? Green Bay. Click back over to the wide receivers. I'm going to look up the number anyways, but I think it's pretty much irrelevant. Green Bay's 23rd, so 10th fewest in terms of fantasy points. You've got to roll with a hot hand here. If Cordero Patterson doesn't have a good game this week, so be it. You can't let that guy sit on your bench after what he's been doing. So you probably got to go Cordero here. Thank you, Jonathan Lee, for the chat. I see another one from you here. It says, how do you rank Schultz, Gesicki, Knox rest of the season? I'll start with Gesicki because it's been too inconsistent for me. That may have to do with the quarterback play. Perhaps it just wasn't, the targets weren't there when Tua Tagovailoa was under center. And now with Jacoby Brissett, it's been a little bit different. But nonetheless, I don't think it's been consistent enough for me to rank him out of these 3. My thought between Schultz and Knox is that they're close. Right now, overall for the year, Schultz is, let's see, I wrote this down here. Schultz is currently tight end 4. And Knox is currently tight end 6 for the year. I feel that Schultz has the better rest of season than Knox, but I think it's relatively close. I just think that Schultz, I feel like there's a better chance for more consistent volume of targets than there is with Knox. I don't know if Buffalo will use the tight end every week quite as much as Dallas might potentially do. Knox has played quite well. He had a real nice matchup last week. I got another one this week against Kansas City, currently giving up the 7th most fantasy points to the tight end spot. However, Schultz also playing against the Giants, who give up the 4th most fantasy points to the tight end spot. So for this week, they both have great matchups. For the rest of the season as a whole, I think I like Schultz better. I just feel like there's a better chance to have more consistent volume there, whereas I think Knox might be more of a game-to-game, a little bit more up and down. But that's not, who knows? It's hard to say because each of these, Knox is more of a younger player who is starting to show himself. Schultz, we've seen a little bit before. I personally think Schultz, in this order, Schultz, Knox, Gesicki would be the order that I would put them in. And if Gesicki shows to be more consistent than the way he started the year, but even last year, you would see games where you wouldn't see a lot of targets and it was more touchdown dependent. We might classify him as, I think those other 2 guys might have a little bit more steady volume. So I like those. Let me see who else is next here. Thank you, Jonathan Lee, for the chats. Appreciate that. Let me see who else is in line here. MK says, thanks, first year in fantasy. It's fun, but also mind racking. It is. Glad that you're enjoying it and absolutely appreciate you guys being on the stream. So thank you for being here, MK. I will say this: when I started playing fantasy football, I had been asked for a while by friends if I want to play. I was like, no. Then at some point I was like, yeah, I want to try this. It absolutely changes the way that you watch football. Completely changes the way that you watch football. Who would have ever thought that you would start learning stats and all these different players from all these different teams, and rather than just cheering for the teams that you like or watching the games because you like watching close games or you're just a football fan? Mind racking is one way to put it. Yes, it is. It's unbelievable how much thought you put into these things and thinking through, and then you got to do this and change that. And I know that on one of the streams recently, I don't know if Vansco is still here tonight, but I think we talked about this in doing these live streams like this. When we talk about which player you want to play between a couple of players or things like that. Not only is it completely different the way you watch football when you play fantasy, but it is completely different when you are analyzing another person's decisions than it is when you're making decisions yourself. When you're not invested in those decisions, your outlook is so much different. And I know that Vansco had a choice between, I'll bring it up, Vansco, I hope you don't mind if you're still on the chat here. I know you'll jump in and say something about it, but he had a choice between Allen Robinson and Marquise Brown. And I said, you know what, Vansco, if this was me, if this was my team, Vansco, obviously one of our regulars, he's been on tonight. If this was my team, I would probably pick Robinson because he's the guy that I drafted higher. He's the guy that I expected to play well for the season, but he hasn't been playing well. So I would probably give him that chance. But when he asked the question about his team, I said, you know what? We looked at the stats. We looked at the matchup. We went through all that stuff. I said, it's probably Brown here. Now, if that were me, I probably might not make that choice because personally being invested, I went through, I did all my research. I did the draft. These are the guys I picked. I thought they were going to do the best. I want those guys to play well for me. So I might stick with them, but not being personally invested because that wasn't my team. It's different. Then you can just look at the stats, rely on the data, and then all of a sudden reach a decision somehow through that. And that's when I say it's a lot like poker. You just take the information and try to make the best decision that you can. And is that decision the same when you're not invested? Not always. So we talked about it, and Vansco said something along the lines of that he wasn't going to like it when he watched Marquise Brown catch a 90-yard touchdown. And then, of course, the next day he's back on the live stream and he says, wouldn't you know, he started Robinson. Marquise Brown had the big touchdown, and he ended up actually where he would have won his matchup. I hope Vansco, if you're watching, I hope you don't mind me relating this story. I have plenty of stories of my own that were the same, so I could use the same story as myself. But really what he said was, yeah, if Marquise Brown had been the person he started, he would have won, and Allen Robinson was the starter and said he lost. And there are so many decisions like that come into play during the course of a season that it's just amazing that you go through all these things. But it is a lot of fun. It is the reason why I started this channel. Because it's just so much of a different dimension on football, and to be able to watch all the games and keep an eye on different players and figure out the waiver wire and all these things. There's just so much to it. But it really is a lot of fun. So hopefully you guys all feel the same way. I'm sure if you're out there investing your time and doing your homework and watching live streams like this one, that you obviously probably feel the same way. So yeah, MK, good luck in that first year. I hope that first year is a fantasy championship for you. All right, let me see who else in line here. Let's see. Rapid Z says, who do you think is better, D-Hop or Ridley? I would have, going into the year in drafts, I would have, if I had this choice in a draft, let's say, for example, I would have picked Hopkins. I think there's more of a track record behind Hopkins, but I also thought that Ridley had tremendous upside this year based on being the number one guy there. So I could pretty confidently say that if it were in a draft, I'm pretty sure I would have picked Hopkins if it were the right spot to either pick one of these two players and I was going to take a wide receiver there. Now, it remains to be seen on how that plays out the rest of this year because Hopkins the last couple of weeks has been a little bit not what you expected. And then Ridley I expected a little more from Ridley so far. He's been reasonably consistent, but we haven't seen the huge games yet. I thought we'd see more of that this year from him, and we may still. I think it's very possible that Ridley ends up the season at higher than Hopkins does, partially because there are more mouths to feed in Arizona, and also Arizona has a running quarterback and Atlanta does not. So the potential for some of the fantasy production to go away because of Kyler Murray's proficiency on the ground exists for Hopkins. Simply doesn't exist for Matt Ryan. I doubt you're going to see him turn in a lot of running games, which means they're going to have it in the passing game just about every week if they want to have any success. And not that they've necessarily been playing as well as they want to so far, but that kind of is the reason why I think that Ridley could end up being the higher ranked player when the season is all done. But I do think that still DeAndre Hopkins is the higher. I'd say they're both pretty much similar in the terms of what tier you would put them in. I just think the better player overall, I still would put Hopkins at that than Ridley. But I think Ridley is certainly moving up that board. And now that he's the clear-cut number one, I think there's a lot of potential there for him as well. Hope that helps you out there, Rapid. Good thought there. I like that question. T. Neal is up next. T. Neal, welcome to the stream. You say, I traded DeAndre Swift and Cortland Sutton for Jonathan Taylor and Jerry Jeudy. What do you think, PPR? I think that's a great trade because I think once Jerry Jeudy is back and healthy, I think that between him and Cortland Sutton, I think it's kind of on the same level. And it's not. It's a different level with Jonathan Taylor than DeAndre Swift, although he has not played as well this year as we want. For those of us that have him on rosters, as I do, I know I was worried. I feel a little bit better after this past week against Miami. Better situation, a better matchup. Hopefully we see more of that, but I think you got a way higher upside with Taylor than Swift. Not because I don't like Swift. I like Swift as a player a whole lot, but I didn't like the fact that it turned into more of a committee backfield in Detroit this year. Last year, it didn't look like it was going to be that until the coaching changes there. So between Swift and Jamal Williams, now you got a situation. It does look like Swift is getting a little bit more of the work than he might have in the first couple of weeks over Williams, but still, Jonathan Taylor, I know it's also a split with Taylor and Hines, but I think that I think he's farther ahead of Swift than I think he's farther ahead of Hines than Swift is ahead of Williams in terms of the split. So yeah, I think that's a good deal. Even though it is PPR, you might get more targets for Swift than Taylor will get. I think Swift is enough ahead of him in terms of his kind of pecking order and the tier player that he is, that it's worth your while. I think this is a good move. I probably would have made a similar type of move if that option were available to me. So I think he did well there, T-Neil, and hope that works out for you. Let me see if there are any follow-ups here. Nope, I don't see any. So yeah, I like that trade a lot. Evan Harrison, what are the odds of you being here around waiver wire time? It's 147. I'd say the odds are pretty good that I'm at least still sitting in front of my computer at midnight Pacific time. I might not still be doing this live stream, but I probably will be sweating out all the decisions just like you guys are, because this is what we do when we play fantasy football. And I know I have several claims that I put in, and others where I'm waiting to see who's available after claims. I have some where I have players sitting in an IR spot that I don't want to move yet until I see if they're going to play. There's just so much in play here. I probably won't still be doing the stream at that point because we're mostly through the chat here and we've already finished up our content. So I probably will finish up these next couple of chat and then call it a night, since it is already almost 2 a.m. and we've been on for almost 4 hours at this point. Not that I mind that, because that's what we're here for. But yeah, the stream probably won't still be going by the time we hit that, but I'm confident, Evan, that you will be able to make the most out of what you have in front of you. And when it all comes down to it, if you have a group of players at the running back spot where you're looking for some help, put them all up on the same screen and compare them. And it's not like there's not a huge secret to the things that I do when I'm doing these live streams. I click on a player's name and I just pull up his stats and I look at, if it's a running back, I look at the amount of volume he's getting. What are his rushing numbers? Is he splitting with somebody else? Is he getting all the rushes? What are his targets? Is he splitting targets with someone else? Is he getting all the targets? It's not always just about the points. It's also about the volume and about the potential. Because there are players out there right now who are not putting up the points that you might have expected starting the year, like Kyle Pitts, let's say, in Atlanta at the tight end spot. High expectations. Hasn't been there yet. Rookie, the tight end spot sometimes takes a little while to develop. But when you look at his targets, they've been there. So when things start to click, then there is still potential for him to start to really produce. That's what makes a player like a Kyle Pitts like a buy low candidate, because the person who has him might not be happy with what they thought they were going to get and might not look at it like, well, okay, he didn't do much, but he still had, I think it was 12 targets this week. Same thing with a George Kittle. George Kittle didn't have a great game. I think he only had 8 fantasy points. Ross Dwelley had more fantasy points. Ross Dwelley caught 1 pass for 21 yards and caught a touchdown. I think George Kittle had 12 targets and Dwelley had 9.1. Kittle had 8. Is the player in your league that has George Kittle on their roster unhappy? And can you go make a trade where you give up very little to get a top tight end who is clearly probably going to turn it around very soon? These are the options that are out there. You got to take advantage of those opportunities to make your team better. So you'll be fine, Evan. I know that you're out there doing your homework. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here watching these streams. So you'll put it together. I don't doubt that at all. Rapid Z up next. Rate these receivers in order. I'm assuming you mean rest of season. Stephon Diggs, Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins. I'm going to look and see what the order is right now, because I would like to know. Stephon Diggs is currently 19th for the season. Calvin Ridley is currently 22nd. And Hopkins is currently 24th. I would have said starting the year, if you had told me, or if you had asked me, will all three of these players be in the top 5 at the end of the year? I might have said yes. Would I answer that question the same way right now? I don't know. I think Ridley, of all these three players, I feel like I have the highest expectations for where Ridley ends up. I think Ridley is the guy that I've been saying all along that I thought was going to push for the top of all wide receivers for the season. There is less competition on his team for targets. Therefore, I would have expected him to be the one that got clearly the most of the targets every single game, giving him the most potential for fantasy points every single game, clearly. Stephon Diggs and DeAndre Hopkins are both super talented players. But in Buffalo, which is a high-passing offense, and so is Arizona, but in Buffalo, it's Diggs, Beasley, Sanders, Josh Allen with a run game. In Arizona, it's Hopkins. It's now it's A.J. Green. It's Christian Kirk. It's Chase Edmonds out of the backfield. Now it's Rondale Moore. It's Kyler Murray's run game. In Atlanta, I would have told you it's Calvin Ridley and nobody else. Like, he is their offense, plain and simple. That's what I would have thought starting the season. Where Cordero Patterson came from is beyond me. I can't understand how this is happening this year. I don't know why this is happening this year. I don't know why Atlanta somehow feels that this is their best way to win football games, but I guess they do. I don't know if this continues like this the whole season. I can't imagine. You got to think it kind of normalizes a little bit as the year goes on. But if I had to rate them in order, now rate is different than where they're going to finish in fantasy points. Rate where they are in ability. Hopkins is 1, Diggs is 2, and Ridley is 3 in terms of ability. And that's not a slight on any of those guys by saying that, but Calvin Ridley has not been a number 1 receiver in this league before this year. He's been behind Julio Jones. Those other 2 guys have been number 1 receivers for a while, and that's why I would rate them higher in terms of ability. Now, fantasy production doesn't necessarily always mirror ability, so that is different. But Stephon Diggs last year had a fantastic season fantasy-wise. DeAndre Hopkins has done it for many years, and Calvin Ridley is the guy that I thought was going to emerge this year as one of the real top players. So there's a lot of weeks left before this sorts out. If you're asking in terms of ability, like I said, Hopkins 1, Diggs 2, Ridley 3. If you're asking in terms of where I thought that they were going to finish fantasy-wise, starting the season, I would have probably thought Ridley would be the number 1. And then Hopkins and Diggs, I would have thought would have been probably right about at the same level, right close to each other, probably, in the top 5. In the top 5, all 3 of these potentially at the time, I would have thought that, yes. But it's a long year, and we got a long ways to go, and I think that will switch itself around. I mean, is Cooper Kupp going to stay where he is? Is Deebo Samuel going to stay where he is? Is Mike Williams going to stay where he is? Is Brandon Cooks going to stay in 9th? This is going to work itself out over the course of the season where the guys that you expected, and that's why you have to have some patience when you're going through these early season games. It's going to work its way out, but it's just a matter of seeing what happens there. Hope that Rapid Z was the type of answer you were looking for around that question there. But, I kind of took it the way I was going to take it, but it's a very interesting one there. MK says, you've been watching so many games. I think there's nothing better than being able to watch all the games. I know that, the situation of all the things that are going on in the world, not being what it might have been before, with going to a sports bar and sitting down with all the TVs. But I always liked being able to have, there was one particular place where I used to like to go to watch the games. I haven't been going there as much. I don't think I've actually been there at all since all the other stuff that's gone on in the world. But it was a sports bar that had TVs all around the walls and one game on each TV. And I would simply just walk from one TV to the next and just watch for a little while, and again, I'm up here in Buffalo, so the Bills game would be on the big screen. And of course I was watching that for rooting interests, but fantasy was completely different. And so being able to actually take each game and just watch to see what's going on, like which players are showing themselves, like which players are potentially waiver wire players that can help you. I mean, that's just there's so many interesting ways to watch the game that's different because of that. MK, you say, what would you do as far as picking up defenses? Been dropping and picking up different defenses every week. What I would do, MK, is pretty much exactly what you're saying right here. You look who's going against the Texans and the Jets. Yes, and what you're talking about there, MK, and right, you told me before that this was your first year in fantasy, right? That's what you said. I think that I'm looking up to your earlier ones to where you said that. I do believe that is what you said. If I'm wrong, then I might just be losing my mind because it's late. But you are, what they call streaming defenses, and to be a first-year player and already be thinking about doing that is pretty good. Because a lot of times when you draft a defense, you'll be looking for a defense that you can use the whole year, and you just kind of leave them sitting there. And I would rather do that, actually, just leave a defense sitting there. But there are so many, especially the more competitive league you play, the more of a disadvantage it is to do that, because there are players out there who are doing what you are doing, and you are looking to see. Defenses are more, to me, about who they're playing than about the team themselves. Now, there are probably some teams that you would not consider. Like, you're probably not going to go pick up a Jacksonville and play them just because they're playing a bad team, because some teams they're not at the same level, most likely. But yeah, whoever's playing the Jets, whoever's playing Houston, you're looking for the best matchups that you can find. Teams against Detroit. What other teams are out there this year that are showing themselves? Chicago, rookie quarterbacks. New England is in there. Jacksonville is in there. Teams that have had injuries. Again, I always say that we never want to see anybody get injured. But like at this point, okay, Denver has lost Teddy Bridgewater. Whoever they're playing this week, and I couldn't even tell you without looking. I'd have to look over here at my other screen. With Drew Lock, they're probably a different team. This week they're playing Pittsburgh. Well, Pittsburgh might not be a good example because their defense hasn't been what most people expected it to be this year. So yeah, those are the things that you look for. And I usually try to look at it this way. If you're streaming defenses, I think it's to your advantage if you can. And it's not easy to do this because you get caught up in the waiver wire and you have other players that you have to pick and you only have so many spots to work with. But I like to try to play 1 week in advance of where you're at. So in other words, you're going into week 5 right now. I want to already have, if I'm going to stream defenses and it's going to be different every week, I want to already have my defense for week 5. I want to get them in week 4 because I don't want to have to use a waiver claim to get them, right? I want my waiver priority number to build up so that in a situation like this week where you get a Damian Williams who you expect to have instant value to your team, you want to be able to get that person. So if I need to stream a defense, I'm looking ahead to week 6 if I can. You can't always do that because you get caught up and you have to do certain things. But if I can do that, then that way I pick up that defense for free after the waivers clear, because most players are not trying to set up their defense for week 6 this week. They're worried about their week 5 defense. Well, if I already set up my defense for week 5 last week, then I can work on the next week. And that way you're always 1 week ahead. And you're able to pick from the teams that you want instead of having to use a waiver priority number to do that. And hopefully you're playing. Now, there might be a lot of other players out there who do it the same, and then it's going to be more difficult. But you're looking for little ways you can gain an edge like that. And to me, that's a little way that you can gain an edge. And if you have to sacrifice your defense for 1 week to be able to get that set up, I feel like that priority number is so valuable in certain circumstances like this week is, that it's worthwhile to try to do it that way. So that's kind of the way I try to look at things. It doesn't always work out that way. It's fantasy football. Sometimes things work out and sometimes they don't. But you work the best way you can. And MK, you say, gotcha, smart idea. Like I said, it's just you try to look for places to find an edge. Doesn't always work out. But the more you play MK, the more you will be intrigued, I'm sure, by a lot of these same things. Evan Harrison, you say start a Josh Jacobs or a Zach Moss this week. I will. In most situations, barring an extreme difference in matchup here, like if Zach Moss was absolutely in a way better matchup than Jacobs, which I could tell you that. Let's see, Jacobs for Vegas against Chicago, the fantasy points allowed to the running backs. Again, I usually have a graphic for this, but for some reason the graphics that I built for the fantasy points did not load correctly. Vegas, Chicago. Let's see, Chicago is 22nd in terms of fantasy points to running backs. And Buffalo, Kansas City is 5th in terms of fantasy points to running backs. So that matchup might be enough to make me look towards Zach Moss, but I look at it, and this is the way I always talk about these decisions. There are 4 factors in this order: ability, volume, matchup, and game script. And they're in that order for a reason. First, ability. The player that you feel is the higher tier player, like you're never going to say, okay, Alvin Kamara has a bad matchup, Zach Moss has a good one. You're probably never going to sit Alvin Kamara for Zach. I'm just using those players for just general, nothing specific about it. You're probably never going to sit Alvin Kamara for Zach Moss. That's just where you drafted him. That's what I talk about ability. Second is volume. If you have two players, one of them is the main guy he's not splitting time in the backfield, pretty much gets all the touches, and the other guy is splitting time. Let's say a difference between like a Melvin Gordon and a Javonte Williams versus a David Montgomery. You're going to take the guy that gets the volume because you expect there's more opportunity based on he has more touches, right? Safer floor because the more touches a person has, the more the opportunity to have at least a decent game, if not a great game. Splitting touches, there's more of a chance there because, the guy might rip off a big run or he might not. The other guy might rip off a big run. So that's why we put them in that order. Then the matchup is next. So for these two players, we're looking at this similar sort of a situation. A healthy Josh Jacobs is the edge to Josh Jacobs in terms of volume. I know Kenyon Drake is there. We were all worried about Kenyon Drake this year, taking away the volume from Josh Jacobs. Is it happening? I don't know that it is. If Peyton Barber, when Josh Jacobs is out due to injury, gets all the work over Drake, then why in the world would they give Drake work when Josh Jacobs is in there when he's clearly their main guy? So therefore, you feel that Josh Jacobs should be the guy that gets more volume. Zach Moss is going to split with Devin Singletary every week. Now, Moss is going to get more of the goal line touches, and that works in his favor, but still overall, the volume edge goes to Jacobs. So in this situation, this is a perfect example. Moss has the better matchup. Jacobs probably has the edge on more volume. I'm going to probably pick Jacobs almost every time in that situation because you have a safer floor, the more touches you have, and you expect to have a minimum level of production with the opportunity for a great game. And Zach Moss would have a lower level of production with the possibility for a great game because of the matchup, but not as good of a floor because of the fact that he's always going to be splitting touches. That's the way I look at it. There goes that light again. I got to start plugging that light in so that it doesn't go off. When we're on a 4-hour live stream, eventually the battery runs out. It turned off last night and it turned off again tonight. I should put together a highlight reel of the amount of times that light in the background has turned off in the middle of a live stream. I think I might have to work on that. I have to go back and look at some of the archives from previous shows. So for the rest of the night, we have no light. We have no light behind us. And of course, we have a whole bunch of people on the stream right now. So, well, first of all, let's thank all of you guys for being on the stream. And second of all, for everybody that likes the fact that my light just shut off, how about we drop a like for everybody, right? That's what I see all these other people on YouTube do, like all these random times, like, give us a like for this. And so I guess that's what you got to do when you're on here, right? I don't know. Seriously, I do. I shouldn't say we, it's me. Appreciate all of you guys that are viewers. All of you guys that have subscribed as we continue to grow. We started this channel last year. We've reached our first real YouTube milestone of 100 subscribers. So all of you guys that have been along with us as regulars, we appreciate. All of you guys that are new viewers who have subscribed since then, we appreciate it. And really for all of you people that have hit that like button on any of these live streams or any of these videos or subscribe, the likes and the subscribes really do help out the channel in terms of understanding how things work on YouTube and continuing to grow as a channel is something it's kind of interesting once you start to look at the way things work. But those things definitely do help a lot. So I do understand why you watch so many videos and you see these times where people like instantly, like the first thing they say is drop us a like or hit the subscribe button. I understand it. I'm not looking to totally be that way, but at the same time, it is something that does help out a lot. So I do want to appreciate everybody who's been a part of that so far. And I do hope that everybody, of course, is enjoying the content. So when we have weird things like lights going off in the background, that's, that just shows you that we're live. So what can you do? These things happen. But at any rate, I get back to the chats. We'll do a couple more and then we'll wrap it up for the night. It is 2 a.m. We've got a lot of good viewers right now. So glad that you guys are all watching. And I will give you another quick promo of our 6 picks game. For those of you that haven't had a chance to start playing the 6 picks game, that's also available on our channel. We don't have the new video out for this week, but we will have that soon. Evan Harrison, you say, I have Singletary also, but I value Moss because he's the touchdown back. I agree. The deal with Moss is that when they get in the red zone area, goal line area, he's the guy that they're going to favor for the touches. So, Singletary can have some good games, but you're looking for, especially in a standard league where the touchdowns are even more important compared to the, possible pass catching or whatever the case may be. Moss is the guy that I would think of the two that you're going to pick. Doesn't mean they can't both have value. And I think that right now they probably both are having reasonable value. If I look at the standings, I'm not sure where they fall. I think I did look up Zach Moss earlier, but let me look it up again. 27th for Zach Moss right now overall. And where do we have Singletary? Is he that far down? No, he can't be that far down. 32nd for Terry. So almost right at the same spot, basically. I mean, a pure split. And I do think that I'm a little bit surprised. I think Buffalo has ran the ball a little more than I expected them to this year. So that fantasy-wise has made a difference. We'll see how that continues. When you have two shutouts, that's the game script is going to dictate that you're running the ball a lot more. So we'll see how that continues throughout the rest of the year. I'm sure that they're still going to be a pure passing team. But this game this week is going to tell us a lot in terms of not only real football stuff, but in terms of fantasy stuff as well. So I do think that this week is a big Stephon Diggs week. I will be very surprised if they do not try to win this game with their best players, and that's Diggs and Allen. And I'm sure that you'll see the same thing on the Kansas City side, that you'll see a big Tyreek Hill, a big Travis Kelce game. That's what I would expect, and potential for a high-scoring shootout. I think that they put that game probably as the Sunday night game for a reason. Fireworks possibly. So that'll be a really interesting game to wrap up the Sunday night play in week 5. All right, guys, that's all the chats. We went through a whole bunch of content. This is what I want to do before we call it a night. For those of you that haven't had a chance to play our 6 picks game yet, I do want to make you guys aware of this. This is a season-long game that we're doing. If you want to take a look at one of the previous weeks, it'll give you an idea how it works. It's really simple. 6 fantasy matchups. You pick the winners. There's no cost or anything like that. We keep the standings all year long, and you're just trying to make those picks that show off your fantasy skills, get your name on the leaderboard. But this is basically the way it works. It's 6 fantasy matchups. They occur within the same game. So, for example, you might have in a given week, you might have, I think a recent one was Kamara versus McCaffrey when New Orleans played Carolina. And, in terms of the 6 picks game, that was one of the choices. You pick either Kamara or McCaffrey, whichever one you thought was going to have the better fantasy scoring day. That was your pick. You pick all 6 games each week based on PPR scoring, and then we just keep track of the standings all year long. So if you go 6-0, then great, you're doing awesome. If you go 1-5, then you got to turn it around the next week, whatever the case may be. Just a little something different to add to your fantasy watching on a weekly basis. Again, we keep the standings all season long. The picks close on Sunday at 1. So I usually try to remind everybody during the Sunday pregame show that those picks are out there to make make sure to get them in before we start the games. And, we've had some of our regulars up there on the leaderboard. Chris Noriega, after week 4, was the leader, and Vansko was in second, and Bill Romanowski. These are names that you've probably seen in the chat right along, playing right along with that 6 picks game. So it's just something for you guys to play in. Hopefully everyone enjoys it. Check out one of the videos that's for previous weeks if you want to get an idea of how it works. And then once the new video is out for this week, you just make your picks, and you get a chance to have a little bit extra. I'm sure that with that Buffalo-Kansas City game, it would make sense to put a couple of players in that game as one of the picks. So I might potentially do that. We'll see what happens once that video is out. But keep an eye out for that. If you want to get in and enjoy the game, get in and play and get your name on that leaderboard. And hopefully everyone enjoys it. We've had a really good night of chat tonight. We've been on for just over 4 hours. It's a big night for waivers. Like I said, I think it's a very deep night on the waiver wire. I think there are a lot of choices out there, and so it'll be very interesting to see who gets picked up right away, who clears waivers and can get picked up for free afterwards. But everyone's out there trying to improve your teams. We don't improve their teams, and we don't blame you guys for trying to do the same. Hopefully you're able to get the guys that you're looking for, and that can propel you to a nice win in week 5 and beyond. So good luck on your waiver claims tonight. We move forward into week 5. And we look forward for more wins for everybody and some more good fantasy luck. So absolutely appreciate everyone for being on the stream tonight. And as we always say, we will say, good luck in fantasy. We'll see you next time.